Good evening, everyone. I call to order the October 28th, 2025 closed session meeting of the City Council at 6:04 p.m. Madam City Clerk.
504?
And
Okay.
roll call, please.
Yep. Councilmember Francois?
Here.
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll go to public comment on the closed session agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment in person or on Zoom?
We do. Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. When you go into closed session tonight, maybe one of you can address the fact that Jackson's still wearing his baseball cap in the city chambers. It's very disrespectful. It's disrespectful to the public. And at the very least, maybe he should have worn an orange one for his Gators in honor of Halloween. But, Ray J, Taxon Jackson, whatever you want to call yourself.
Mr. Allen?
Just-
Pardon me. This is for public comment on closed session only.
Oh, okay. Anyways, tell him to take his hat off. It's disrespectful.
Okay, that's it. Good. Thank you. Sorry. Is there anyone else?
Yes. Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Seaman, City Council staff, Matt McCool. Tonight, I just wanted to give a brief comment on a closed session regarding the appointment of the city manager. Just wanted to go ahead and address, there were some concerns from Councilman Jackson, who seemed kind of emotional, exhibited some type of diva behavior over the whole thing and called this whole thing a charade. I want to assure everyone this is not a charade. I believe in the process. I believe everybody on the city council has done and gone through the correct process. And I think it is done right. And I want to just share, put in context of what actual true charade is. When Suja Lowenthal became the city manager, she placed Police Chief Papa on medical leave on the second day. And she was on medical leave for a whole year. She did
Mr.
that.
McCool?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry to interrupt you, but as in the previous caller, this is for public comment regarding the closed session only. So if you
Okay.
could please keep your
Yes,
comment on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I just want to go ahead and say this is not a charade and give a context to what actual charade is. Suja Lowenthal decided she already knew she was going to hire from the city of Long Beach way before, but she still went through the hiring process. Captain McKinnon retired. He never even applied for that. So if we want to start calling people out for having charades, that's Suja Lowenthal had a big charade when she hired the police chief. So that's my edited version down. So that's my time. That's my piece. It's time for Dodger baseball, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
All right. And no one in public here, so seeing none, I will close the public comment, and then I will recess to the closed session at 5:07. Good evening, everyone. I call to order the October 28th, 2025 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:20. I would like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance myself today, if you don't mind. So would you all please stand and put your hand over your heart? Face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now time for the roll call. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy. Mayor Seaman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Mr. City Attorney, would you please provide us with a closed session report, if there is one?
The mayor and city council met in closed session for the items listed on the agenda. There are no reportable actions.
Great, thank you, sir. And time for announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Any at all? Nope. Oh, well, I have a few. The food drive. Thank you to everyone who has donated to the food drive so far to help the Richstone Family Center Nutrition Pantry, which distributes food twice a week to single mothers. Due to the federal shutdown, we are extending the food drive on extra week, so collection bins will still be available at the Hermosa Beach Police Station, Community Center, School District, Valley Campus, and throughout the rest of the week. Donations may include items like canned beans, tomatoes, corn, meat, chicken, vegetable stock, flour, masaya, dried beans, rice, pasta, celery, granola bars, sugar, and oil. Not just those things, but those things would be great. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. You have no idea how helpful this is to people who are hungry in our city. What the Fuzz? Join the Hermosa Beach Police Department at the next What the Fuzz event on Wednesday, November 5th from 10 a.m. to noon at Pavilions, 715 Pier Avenue. Join officers for coffee or shop with a cop. Veterans Day Ceremony. City of Hermosa Beach will honor our armed veterans, servicemen and women who served our country with the Veterans Day Ceremony. Veterans Are Timeless. The Veterans Are Timeless presentation on Tuesday, November 11th at 10:30 a.m. at the Veterans Memorial on the East Lawn of the Community Center, 710 Pier Avenue. A post-event reception in the Hermosa Beach Museum will follow the ceremony. Thank you so much for that, by the way. I hope you all can make that. It's a great honor to have that event and honor our veterans in the city today. And I'm proud to be able to be there that day. So please, all of you, come out. Public Safety Forum. Based on community feedback and interest, I've confirmed a public safety forum to be held on Thursday, November 13th at 6 p.m. in the council chambers. The forum will be hosted by the Hermosa Beach Police Department. Potential topics will include, but are not limited to, neighborhood policing, traffic enforcement, e-bike safety, and homelessness. We encourage in-person attendance, but for those that cannot attend in person, you can participate via Zoom. I want to just make a couple of little corrections here. I don't know if everyone knows this or not, but at our last town hall meeting that I had, the idea of e-bike safety, e-bikes, kind of hooliganism that's been going on in the city and somewhat, and speeding on the Strand, et cetera, it came up as a very large problem amongst the citizens. And from that, this meeting came of that meeting. And so I'm really honored to be able to host this meeting and have the chief there that night and answer questions, and not just answer questions. I think it's important for us to understand that this will be a great opportunity for you folks and the police chief and myself and the city to get together and talk about this. I think nothing ever happens unless we get started on something and talk about it. I know a lot of people say, well, all we ever do is talk, but that is not true at all. Nothing gets started unless you first talk about it and make a plan, figure out what we want to do, what we can do, and what we will do, and then get started on doing it. So please come to this meeting. It's very important. all of you who have had concerns about e-bikes, all forms of e-bike safety will be the topic of the evening there, along with other things, but nonetheless, the main topic will be e-bike safety. So please participate. It's very important. Thank you. And now, Madam City Clerk, the approval of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mayor?
Yes. Keith?
I was wondering if we could move 17E to follow 17A.
I will second that.
17E to follow 17A.
What is that?
17E will follow 17A.
17A, okay. So there's a motion and a second for that? Very good. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Now to approve the agenda other than that.
Motion approved, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion to approve from Mike
Second.
Mitoy. Second from Mr.
Is
Jackson?
are we pulling stuff from the consent yet, or no?
No. Perhaps we should do that now.
I'd like to pull
Oh,
15L.
well, actually, we have consent calendars coming up, so I'll wait on that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So let's move on with this. So the approval of the agenda, 17E to follow 17A. Okay, item 11, proclamations and presentations.
Would you like to take a vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't we? No.
You take a
Madam City
verbal
Clerk,
vote.
would
Yeah.
you call the vote, please?
Voting is now open. Councilmember Francois?
I punched in yes. Did you get it?
Yes. Mayor Seaman's having trouble, so I could take
No,
a roll call
I did
vote.
the same.
Oh, you did?
A little bit late there, but it's done.
Okay. Got it.
There we are.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's move on to proclamations.
Here?
Item 11A, recognizing Melanie Chavira for her service to the city.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were going to call me specifically. Good evening, Mayor Saman and council members. I'd like to take a few minutes to recognize the fantastic service that former city prosecutor Melanie Chavira, now Judge Chavira, provided to the city of Hermosa Beach. So Judge Chavira joined our team as city prosecutor services in 2014, so over 10 years of service to the city as our city prosecutor. And I think everyone in the council and the community, some community members may know, this is a contract we have with the Redondo Beach City Attorney's Office, which is now the City Attorney Joy Ford, who is in the audience tonight. So I just want to read some comments from City Attorney Ford and then just add a little bit of extra at the end here. So Judge Chavira managed a team consisting of 2 senior deputy city attorneys and an administrative assistant. She also coordinated closely with the Quality of Life prosecutor, providing guidance and support in managing the monthly outdoor housing court. In addition, Judge Chavira served as the office's dedicated domestic violence vertical prosecutor, personally reviewing approximately 100 domestic violence cases each year. And just a little additional there, we have seen a significant improvement in prosecution of domestic violence in the city of Hermosa Beach during Judge Chavira's time. Beginning January 1 of this year, all California prosecutorial agencies were required to implement a race-blind filing system, mandating the prosecutors make filing decisions without access to any information revealing the race or location of the involved parties. Judge Chavira led the office's successful compliance effort by ensuring that police department received training and had the tools necessarily to properly redact those reports. Through her leadership, the office achieved full compliance on the very first day of implementation, which other agencies took months, sometimes or weeks, sometimes months to achieve. Judge Chavira also oversaw the successful implementation of a state-of-the-art case management system. This system significantly improved the case reporting accuracy, enhanced case tracking, and will soon enable the office to operate fully paperless. Judge Chavira cleared a backlog of more than 80 bench warrant cases, ensuring that they were entered into this system and that prosecutors had immediate access to complete file information in court. In 2025, Judge Chavira was elected to the Secretary and Treasurer of the LA County Prosecutors Association, representing Hermosa Beach, and securing a voting position for the city within the association. Because of Judge Chavira's leadership, the office has developed a strong reputation for professionalism, fairness, and unwavering advocacy for justice at the Torrance Courthouse. The office is recognized for taking cases seriously, embracing challenging trials. They handle more misdemeanor cases, and this is very, very significant. They handle more misdemeanor cases than any other South Bay agency. That's pretty incredible. And the judiciary regularly commends Judge Chavira for her written motions and trial expertise. Victims and witnesses consistently praise her dedication and vigorous advocacy on their behalf. And that's from City Attorney Ford. And just want to add another little thing before we ask Judge Chavira to come up and say a few words. In the history of the police department, or at least for the last 20 plus years, we've used contract prosecution services, and no discredit or no criticism of previous, but since Melanie Chavira joined as the city prosecution team for our city, we've seen a phenomenal improvement in how we prosecute cases, misdemeanors in the city. We reported back in 2020 and 2021, we did a look, and we're averaging around a 95% filing rate. So every case that our officers receive, our detectives receive, it's not a felony that's handled by the city prosecutor's office. Approximately 95% of every case is filed, and that is not the same for other agencies in LA County. So we're very proud of that. We're incredibly proud of Judge Chavira, and I will ask her if she would like to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm still getting used to that title, I must say. I definitely love hearing it. But serving as the city prosecutor for both Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach has been a career highlight for me. I don't know why I'm getting emotional. I blame Joy Ford. But being the city prosecutor really allowed me to connect with the communities, connect with the police department in a way that most prosecutors aren't able to do when you work at a large agency with large police departments. And I truly enjoyed all of the collaborative work that I was able to do with the Hermosa Beach Police Department. My interaction began under Chief Papa, then it was with Chief LeBaron, and then I've worked with Chief Phillips since the beginning, 2014, and it's been really great to watch him ascend through the police department to now becoming the chief. Having a city prosecutor housed inside of the police department is such a special and unique thing. I mean, that not a lot of cities have, and I just hope that you as council members remain committed to having that in your city, because as prosecutors, we're able to just connect with the detectives, reach out to the officers if we need additional evidence and additional interviews, any additional help with our cases. We know how to get in touch with them. There's immediate communication, immediate contact, and that's oftentimes critical to the success of our cases. Just having that one-on-one communication. Having worked at several large agencies before, and now as a judge, I've seen a lot of agencies come into my courthouse, and I can honestly say that the level of sophistication that the Hermosa Beach police officers brings to not only their case preparation, but to their testimony in court, to the way that they've handled their cases with the city prosecutor's office is above par. And I've as a judge just recently, I've been able to see large agencies like CHP, LAPD, who just don't have that level of commitment that I've seen firsthand from the Hermosa Beach Police Department. And I think it's really special that this city, and I hope the community, really appreciates that these officers go above and beyond, and they really treat each case each crime, there's not a crime that's too small in the city of Hermosa Beach. And I have seen them on the phone, making calls, investigating the smallest of crimes that would not take place if you lived in a larger city with a larger police agency. So this community should really be thankful for that. I also have to thank the prosecution team, who's now led by the city attorney Joy Ford and the new city prosecutor Sydney Michelle. I've been so fortunate to work alongside them. They have been just a great team to be a part of. Also, the staff, Charlie, who is my executive assistant, is here, and also the Hermosa Beach Police Department has become family to me. Starla, you know I love you. Starla Smith, who does so much in the police department. I mean, she not only handles all of the prosecutors and helps us make sure that our cases are ready and prepared in court. She handles all of the evidence. She has so many titles in the police department, but she has been critical into the success of our prosecution team, and we consider her an integral part of the prosecution team. From the command staff, sergeants, detectives, regular patrol officers, all of the support staff, Jeanette Osborne, all of the record staff. I know Kelly's here. It was just really always a team effort, and I'm just truly honored to be recognized tonight. And although I love my new job, I did love being the city prosecutor, and it will always be a very special part of my journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Melanie, for that, and it's now my honor to present you with this award, this recognition. Whereas the City of Hermosa Beach proudly recognizes Melanie Shavira for her years of dedicated service as city prosecutor, and since 2014, Melanie has served the City of Hermosa Beach with unwavering commitment for justice, professionalism, and integrity, leaving a lasting impact on the department and the community that we serve. And Melanie's distinguished legal career spans over 2 decades, including her service as prosecutor and assistant supervisor at the Los Angeles County Attorney's Office, her role as a trial advocacy instructor, and her tenure on city prosecutor for Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach. And whereas on June 18th, 2025, Governor Gavin Newsom appointed Melanie Shavira to serve as a judge on the Los Angeles County Superior Court, a well-deserved honor recognizing her exemplary service and leadership in the field of law. And whereas the City of Hermosa Beach bids farewell with gratitude and admiration, we celebrate Melanie's achievement and look forward to the positive impact she will continue to make from the bench. Now, therefore, I, Rob Seaman, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby commend and congratulate Judge Melanie Shavira on her appointment to the Los Angeles County Superior Court and extend our heartfelt appreciation for her years of outstanding service to our community. This is October 28, 2025. Thank you so much, Melanie.
Oh, microphone.
Well, Melanie, thank you. Congratulations on your trip from the beach to the bench. That's pretty cool. And I like that. Yeah. So we like it too, but unfortunately, you're not going to be here anymore. But thank you so much. Here is your certificate, and we really do
that's so
appreciate.
beautiful.
Thank you for this.
Thank you. Thank you again.
There they go. There goes our audience.
Let's move on then to public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment in person and in Zoom?
Hi, Mayor, we do. First, we have Sarah Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and residents of Hermosa Beach. First of all, if you have not already heard, Hermosa Beach Library will be closing starting next week for our plumbing repairs as part of our ADA restroom and ADA entrance construction. We do not have a date yet for when we will reopen, but we will keep everyone informed on the website, on our social media, and via email when we have those dates ready. But in the meantime, we still have some great programs coming up for everyone. Tomorrow, Wednesday, October 29th at 3 p.m., we have the Zany Zoe Magic Show for ages 5 to 12. Magic Castle magician Zany Zoe presents a family-friendly, high-energy show that will have you on the edge of your seat. Also, Wednesday night at 6 p.m. for our adults, we have Edgar Allan Poe in The Shadow of the Raven. Broadway and film veteran Duffy Hudson brings his talent and fascination for Edgar Allan Poe to life in this unique one-man play, especially for spooky season. And then in November, we were able to move some of our programs over to the Hermosa Beach Museum and to the Friends of the Library bookstore. So on Saturday, November 8th, at the Hermosa Beach Museum at 10:30 a.m., we will be having noteworthy puppets. Original songs and beautiful handmade puppets come together to create an experience, especially for ages 2 to 5 with their parent or caregiver. On Wednesday, November 5th at 3 p.m. at the Hermosa Beach Museum, we will be having Wonders of Wildlife. Join us for a fun afternoon with Cheryl Rendies and her Wonders of Wildlife, featuring a variety of live animals from the savannas of Africa to the tropical regions of South America for ages 5 to 12. Our adult programs in November, our Rock People Workshop as a celebration of Native American Heritage Month on Wednesday, November 5th at 6 p.m. That will be presented by Lazaro Arvisu, and that is... Advanced registration is required if you are registered for that. That will be happening at the Hermosa Beach Museum. And our instructor-led winter paint night with Claudia Hindu on Wednesday, November 12th. Everyone who is registered for that program, that will be held at our Friends of the Library bookstore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Rick Koenig. And I believe that's the only, give me 1 second. Next, we have Rory.
Good evening. So, annual resident permits work fine in West Hollywood and other areas with permits. There aren't any problems, no complaints, and are not up for discussion every single year. So, for example, in West Hollywood, annual permits for residents, maximum 4 per address. Each permit is assigned to a plate or a VIN number and is non-transferable without re-registering.
Could you please bring the mic closer to you?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
What you'll need: proof of residence, utility bills suffice, valid photo ID, and current California vehicle registration. This does not have to match your current address or your city of residence. EV discount, DMV registration must show Motive Power E. This is so simple, but for some reason, the city of Hermosa Beach makes it harder to get a permit here than to get into Harvard. If you live at an address in Hermosa Beach, whether you travel for work or have another residence, it shouldn't matter how many consecutive days you are here. Your registration should not have to match the address you are in at Hermosa Beach. Neighbors who live or rent or own here, pay taxes, or support local businesses should be able to get a permit, even if your car is registered in Palm Springs, West Hollywood, or wherever. These are your residents, your constituents. Please listen to them. They voted you in. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Crispin.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, City Manager. Nice to see you all. I wanted to address holiday parking. I'm here tonight to speak in support of maintaining the 4-week free holiday parking program. It's become an important part of Hermosa culture and supporting our local businesses during the busiest and most critical time of season for our businesses. We understand the city's desire to evaluate return on the program, but the reality is, and I think y'all probably recognize this, is that we don't really have access to the kind of monthly data that you'd like to see in order to make a clean before and after comparison. But that said, there are other meaningful indicators that we can look at. We did survey our local businesses, and as was noted in the report that I gave city staff, the business owners reported a 10 to 40% sales boost in December. Some said that 4 weeks prior to Christmas, it makes up 40% of their annual revenue. In that report, we also included 9 pages of anecdotal statements from the 41 businesses that responded. It's clear that December is the economic high point of their quarter of these businesses, and the parking program does align with it. Retailers see a surge right after Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, businesses like restaurants, bars, and service-based organizations often see their peak closer to Christmas. Because of this, we are recommending keeping all 4 weeks to support the different business types. It's not just about the convenience. It's not just about the warm fuzzies, although that's a really big part of it too. It's about creating conditions for success during the most important time of year for all of the businesses in our downtown area. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to helping our local businesses.
Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards for in-person. We
All
do
right.
have virtual hands raised. Elaine, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, great. Good evening, council members. My name is Elaine McIntyre Kim, and I'm a Hermosa Beach resident and the vice president of the Marineland Community Association, which owns the Marineland Mobile Home Park. We're located just outside the city's residential parking permit boundary, and that small line on the map makes a huge difference. Our residents, families, and guests have no overnight parking options anywhere nearby. So what this looks like in practice, if someone comes to visit at 3 p.m., they have to go back out late at night to move their car because most spaces have a 12-hour limit. We used to be able to park overnight at City Hall or on Valley Drive, but that's no longer allowed. And while parking is often plentiful overnight on Bard and Upper Pier at the meters, we can't park there either, even if we're willing to pay. So that's problematic for, if we have family members or guests who come over. I reached out to Mike Granis, who owns and manages the professional building next door, to see if we could rent spaces overnight from 8 to 8. And he explained each condo owns its own parking spot, so it'd be too complicated. Since then, they've also begun ticketing and towing, which has made things more difficult for our residents. At the same time, the city counts our Marineland units towards its state affordable housing requirements, even though the original agreement promised those restrictions would eventually be lifted. When the time came, we were told they had to remain, which has hurt our property values significantly. Yet we continue to maintain our homes, pay taxes, and contribute to the community. Each single wide has 1 space and double wide has 2, but families have changed. Many now have roommates, teenagers with cars, caregivers, or visiting relatives, and there's simply nowhere to park that second or third car overnight without risking a ticket. So I'm asking the council to please consider extending residential parking permits or allowing Marineland residents to purchase overnight passes. We're not asking for special treatment, just the same ability to park near our homes responsibly and legally. We're proud to be part of Hermosa Beach and to provide housing that supports the city's affordability goals. A little flexibility here would go a long way in showing that Hermosa values all of its residents, including those who are already helping the city meet its housing commitments. Thank you for your time and for considering this request.
Next, we have Laura Pena. Laura, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm calling to reiterate what our President Michelle Crispin had mentioned about adding the fourth week back to our complimentary parking program starting November 28th, Black Friday weekend. Over the past week, I went door to door and talked with more than 22 business owners about this issue. And for many, this isn't just one extra week. Black Friday and Small Business Saturday are the official kickoff to the holiday shopping season. It's when people are out, ready to spend, and deciding where to spend. So let me give you some quick numbers. In 2024, the city brought in about $754,000 in sales tax revenue during the last quarter of that year. Downtown generated $171,000. Pier Plaza about 79, and Pier Valley Monterey added another 75,000. That means that our downtown core, the area supported by this parking program, made roughly 43% of all sales tax revenue in the city last quarter. So if you break that down, that's about 25 to 27,000 in sales tax per week, which equals about 2.5 million in sales generated. So adding one more week of free parking during Black Friday could easily bring in another million in local spending. Now realize this also aligns with what's in Plan Hermosa and our economic development strategy, that it supports local businesses, it's going to strengthen our retail base, and it's going to bring more life to our downtown. And we also need to be mindful of our neighboring cities. Manhattan and Redondo both start their free parking program on Thanksgiving weekend. If we shorten ours, we are literally starting the season a week late and giving other cities a head start with the same customers we're all trying to attract. It could mean fewer visitors, lower energy, fewer opportunities for that impulse spending, exactly when the momentum that helps sustain many of our businesses through the slower winter months. The behavioral research in retail economics shows that consumer habits are sticky. Once shoppers begin spending the early holiday season in another location, they tend to repeat that pattern year after year. This risks diverting early season spending and future loyalty away from our downtown. So in the spirit of this season, I'll just say this. For the cost of less than 0.5% of the city's budget, Hermosa can provide its small businesses and its residents a welcoming, walkable downtown that feels alive from Thanksgiving through the holidays. Let's make sure that our holiday season starts here in Hermosa. Thank you.
Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, Mayor Seaman, City Council and staff. Mayor Seaman, I just want a point of clarification from the closed session when I called in. I did not properly identify item 4B, which was I was calling in on. I just want to go and clarify that the allegations against 3 other council members of putting on a charade, I was actually in your defense. So just want to make that point of clarification. So as far as tonight, I'm going to be focusing on just on one item. Melanie Chavera, former city prosecutor. She's dirty. I have gone on record multiple times that she has actually on the take and taken money. I can't prove the financial incentive that she has taken, but I can prove that the fact that she is actually dirty and involved in cover-ups. And most importantly, Chief Phillips mentioned that Melanie Chavera had prosecuted the most misdemeanor cases in all of whatever jurisdiction. That's because their felony cases never see LA County District Attorney's Office. They go ahead and knock everything down to a misdemeanor, and they're probably on the take doing it. I can't prove the take part, but City Attorney Mike Webb from City of Redondo Beach went on record when he retired that he was pressured politically to go out and knock down felonies down to misdemeanors. Melanie Chavera is dirty. We're going to have to deal with this. She's been trying to prosecute me for 10 years. She was completely unsuccessful at all times. But the city is fully aware of this. They know about this. Our city clerk is actually covering up for her. And in regard to my case, I just want to go ahead and state, this is a message I received from the deputy city clerk. While detectives do write separate investigation reports in many cases, there are occasions where they do not write investigation reports. Now, I'm not involved in law enforcement, but I can assure you there is never a case where detectives don't write an investigation report. Melanie Trevera was involved in destroying evidence and covering up a violent crime. You'll hear more about this at a future date. I've talked about this in the past, and you'll definitely hear about me talking about it in the future. And Landon Phillips, Nepo Baby Cop, coming for you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
I'm sorry, no other?
No other.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then I will close the public comment, unless there's anyone else here. No? I'll close public comment. And, beg your pardon? Is there anyone else who would like to speak this evening on general? Please, come forward.
Good evening. I'm late, I apologize, but I understand tonight we're talking about the parking permits in the city of Hermosa Beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You can speak now or on the item.
I'll
Okay.
also let you know that this is public comment in general.
Okay.
And if you want to speak later, when we actually get to the parking issue itself, you will not be allowed to speak a second time. So you're welcome to speak now, or you can wait until the item comes up and speak then.
Why don't I bring it up
But
now
only
since
once,
I'm already
yeah.
interrupted you already?
No, that's okay. I just want you to understand.
Okay, my name is Robert Reyes. I own Sunny California Furnished Rentals on Pier Avenue, 200 Pier Avenue. I manage over 120 homes in Hermosa, Manhattan, and Redondo Beach. We used to call ourselves vacation rentals. I changed it to furnished rentals because my average stay is 6 months. So we do a lot of business with the local families. And the reason I would like to speak on behalf of those families is because it's become so difficult to get a parking permit for their homes. I have a couple of homes that are landlocked. One in particular is at 1701 Monterey. It is a half lot. It was allowed to be built, has no driveway, no parking, and the owners are from out of state. They hope to retire here one day. The problem is they can't get a parking permit because their car is registered out of state. And I think before it was their bank statements. The rules keep changing. But my point is, I don't understand why it's so difficult for an owner to get a parking permit, whether they're renting their house on a full-time basis or a part-time basis. It's become so difficult that I've had a couple owners that said we may have to sell, because we're not able to get a permit. And I know other people that are doing funny things to get around the rules, but I just don't understand why it's so complicated, why it's so difficult. If you own a home in Hermosa Beach, if you pay taxes, whether it's a second home, whether it's a retirement home, whether it's income and you've owned it for 50 years, it shouldn't be so difficult for these people to have to suffer and not be able to rent their homes because they have no parking. So that's my point. I don't know if anybody cares, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Last call. All right, now I'll close public comment, and bring it back to City Council. Do any of my colleagues have any comments to make? In general, yes, Councilman Francois.
Just a quick comment for those people that commented on the holiday parking hours. The council voted for 3 weeks on that, and it will be discussed way at the end of the meeting. If they so wish to listen then, there will be no action on that unless there's a future agenda item. But I just thought I'd clarify that for those people that may be wondering where that item is, or the time to participate was now, not later on. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Any other comments from anyone? All right, let's move on then to updates on City Council activities. This is the time for members of City Council to report on their attendance at ad hoc subcommittee or standing committee meetings, conferences, or other official activities as city representatives. Do my colleagues have any updates? Yes, Councilman Francois.
Thank you. On October 8th through the 10th, I attended the Cal City's annual conference in Long Beach, along with Mayor Seaman, City Manager was here, as well as the City Attorney, I believe, right? Okay, great. So there were a lot of helpful presentations, seminars, local cities dealing with many of the problems they encounter, some success stories. There were some success stories on some cities that believe that, it's interesting, believe that parking is not the way to bring revenue into the city, but it's a matter of just dealing with limited resources. So it's just interesting how different cities deal with things differently, but it was great to see different perspectives on all those ways of solving the many problems our local cities have. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. All right, let's move on then to the consent calendar. Any suggestions, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 15L.
Item 15L. Okay,
Motion to approve the balance.
hold on. Any other items? No? Okay. With the exception of 15L, there's a motion to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second, Francois. Madam City Clerk, would you open the voting, please?
Voting is now open.
Okay, I can't seem to get mine to go.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, so on to the consent calendar.
Item 15L, approve First Amendment to agreement with All City Management Services, Inc.
Mayor, we can move this to after the rest of the agenda, or move it to the end of the agenda if you'd like.
We're here now, and that would be great, but why don't we just go ahead and finish up? What was there a reason for, why did you pull it?
I pulled it because I did a survey of the item, and currently we have crossing guards at 13 locations and have had those for decades, and recently a new one was added in August, and it was done without city council approval. And I think that there's a process that needs to be followed to add additional locations. I mean, we have a long history of how these items were paid for. I mean, we actually even had a vote for a parcel tax in '94, which failed to fund the crossing guard program, which has, grown over the years. And I mean, the school didn't come forward and ask for this location. The PTA didn't. I never got an email or even a note ever on this item. I was unaware that there was a need for it, and then we just did it like out of thin air. It seemed to not follow a process, and I know many of my colleagues here like to follow a process. And there was no transparency, there was no documentation of a need, and then now we're appropriating $46,000 based on no data. The data we have is incomplete. It's kind of unorganized. It wasn't taken in a judicious manner, and it's a colossal waste of money. I mean, I sat there on Friday and on Monday morning, and 7 people crossed one day and 8 another. And we spent, each day we're spending in the morning, per person, we're spending almost $9 to walk each child across the street. We also have a crossing station 220 yards to the north, which saves no steps. In other words, taking this way or going to that location, there's no shortage of time, you don't save time, there's no benefit to crossing at this location. there's no reason to have this one because the traffic can funnel down PCH. And in fact, in my observations, Mayor, you wouldn't believe it, actually several of the people cross the street from the east side of 5th Street in front of the 7-Eleven, go to in front of Starbirds, and then stay on the same sidewalk and head towards the crossing guard on 8th Street and say hello to them as they then turn left and go down the street. So they actually, there was no need at all for that person. Another item I observed during my stationing there for a couple hours this past few days was that the person who does the guarding is on the wrong side of the street. He also is only there about 40 minutes. I think we're being billed for at least an hour and a half. This is just kind of government waste at its best, a jobs program that does very little value. All the value could be recaptured on 8th Street. And for efficiency's sake, we should drop this location probably by the end of this semester over the break and inform the 7 or 8 families that are using it to go down to 8th Street and save this $46,000.
Well, thank you for that. Are we going to have a review of all the crossing guards in the near future at all? Do we know that? When that is? Or the next scheduled review, let's say?
We didn't have one plan that I'm aware of. We could talk about mid-year budget, or if you just want, that's based on the money, but if you just want to talk about the program and whether or not the current locations are effective, perhaps the chief can speak to that. We'll have to get some data for you. We understand that the current folks do not collect data.
Yeah, okay. And data was one thing. It's interesting what Councilman Keegan can come up with a number of kids. And I imagine that was just one day or maybe 2 days. How does it go day after day, week after week, summer, winter, and so on? But more so than that, I know 8th Street has been our safe routes to school. That's the crossing point for that whole area there. And I was curious when I started reading this information about how does the funneling take place that's up on the hill there? Everyone knows that 8th Street is the crossing point, that the safe route then crosses PCH. You go down 8th Street and then you follow it off into Hermosa Beach to the different schools. So the kids that live on that hillside have to have some knowledge as to where do you gather to cross PCH. There's either 5th Street now or 8th Street. 8th Street has been traditionally for many years. And then, of course, there's Pier Avenue, which is a whole nother story. But 5th and 8th are only a few blocks apart. I'm curious why we need 2. I'm also curious, if we do need 2, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't understand why we're just going to rubber stamp this and send off, 43,000. That's not just for the one.
It's for 2 years.
That's for 2 years, but for this one crossing guard?
One crossing guard would be 23,000 a year.
So, okay.
So
I kind of like to look at this, and do we have to appropriate this money this evening?
Of course not.
Or within the next few weeks? Or?
No, I mean, it has been, you can blame me for this. This is I'm taking full responsibility for it. The chief approached me after hearing from community members, parents, that they wanted a safe crossing at this location. And he felt it was, so he checked it out, felt it was sufficiently populated with enough kids to go over there that it was warranted. And so I spoke with him about it, and understanding that once you start it, it's difficult to take it back. But we approved it on a temporary basis, paid out Prop C funds, knowing that we were always going to bring it back to council for if it was going to continue in the long term. Our estimates so far have supported the idea that it continue, but of course it's council decision whether it continues or not. That's why we brought it to council.
So, okay, so this appropriation and this extension of the agreement, amendment to the agreement and so on, has just come up recently, but when did 5th Street Crossing Guard start in the first place?
That started...
Not recently.
It was August 20th.
Right.
It was August 20th, first day of the school year.
August
20th.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. August 2025. So that's just not so long ago. Did we determine at all that 8th Street isn't sufficient? Is that why we wanted another one at 5th?
It was based on the feedback from the community. There was initially a little bit of urgency because the school year was approaching, and we had enough families and feedback from the community that this was unnecessary. We decided to do it initially for just the first 2 weeks, so the first week only being a partial week and the second full week. And based on those counts, there seemed to be enough pedestrian traffic which justified the additional crossing guard.
Okay. I know that light there, I think the largest threat to pedestrians there is when north and south on PCH and turn lanes on PCH are all red, and it turns green the other way, east-west on 5th, that cars want to turn left or right to get onto PCH. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and the light's very short, and then now it's here. They want to make their turn, and that's when kids step out into the crosswalk. And so the crossing guard, as I understand it, stays on the west side of PCH for the most part, and when the light changes, stands up and steps out into the intersection with the sign out a bit, maybe halfway across the street or close, and then the kids walk into it, and then he leads them across the last little bit, and that is where the danger is because cars want to just whip around that corner and make the right turn. And if there wasn't a guy there with a big red sign, that might not be so good. I think the left turn doesn't seem to be much of a problem at all. So I guess the question I'm trying to say is should we maybe leave this alone for now, but instead of just adding another crossing guard and adding another crossing guard every time someone says, gee, we need it here, should we possibly reconsider how those kids get directed toward either 5th Street or 8th Street or any other street for that fact, and that so that we could eliminate one or the other, not necessarily to save money, but just to make the whole thing more efficiently. I mean, I really don't understand how many more crossing guards we should put there before everything is perfect. So, has anyone done a study like that? Do we do studies like that?
We can certainly look at it. We have not studied from a citywide perspective on where the foot traffic is. To my knowledge, we haven't done a study in years. There was a survey as early as 2019, and that was partial basis for the crossing guard locations, the safe routes to school. So based on that survey and foot traffic is where we placed crossing guards. We know that things like Pier and Valley, Pier and Ardmore, those are major intersections for pedestrian traffic, for morning school traffic. So those are obvious, but the other ones, I don't know that we've ever done a detailed traffic survey for pedestrian traffic. We'll have to research what that would require.
Yeah, no, I understand. And again, I'm not interested in just saying, well, let's get rid of this one. It's $23,000. At what cost, removing a crossing guard to cause a problem there that we didn't have before. So I appreciate that. But on the other hand, perhaps we could take a look at, city manager, is there a possibility that we could do such a survey or somehow or another determine how that safe route to school is organized? And do we hand out flyers to all the mothers at the beginning of the year, once a year? How does that work at all? Do we know anything about that?
We can probably use current staff right now to take some numbers out there in the morning and afternoon. As far as talking to the community, we could put something together after that. But we can get some preliminary baseline numbers for you to look at.
Okay.
As far as directing, the children, or, I mean, adults use these too, and adults use the benefits of the crossing guard as well.
Sure.
I mean, we could always put signage or something else out there to direct them.
That was in my next question, was signage. So there's kids sitting there at 5th Street. Would it be possible to put up some sort of sign that tells those kids to go down to 8th Street? That's where you're supposed to be crossing in the first place.
We can look at that.
To kind of funnel things to the way they should be, without barriers or flashing lights and all of that business, but some sort of signage and stuff.
We can look at that.
All right, so if we were to leave this alone for the moment, bring it back, and wait to see the results of this, of some information on that?
Sure.
Would that be a viable idea? Okay, just one moment. Councilman Detoy, I know that you're new to the neighborhood, but do you have anything to add to this?
This public comment, sir.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, I have some questions of staff, if you don't mind, before we deliberate.
Well, just a moment.
Okay.
Don't want to, okay, thank you. We'll wait. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to open up some questions before we, crosswalks are always important for safety, but the $23,000 a year, 46 for 2 years, comes out of Prop C funds. So these are funds that we could otherwise spend on improving our e-bike control, road, sidewalks. A lot of other things can be used, and we use all of our funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we could utilize some of those funds, as the mayor suggested, to redirect people, put up signs, put paints on the sidewalk, and do other things to get people to move to 8th, which seemed to be a more possible good crossing that already exists.
As long as it's for transit use, I believe we can use it for that.
So, I mean, we could combine with fading out the crossing guard at 5th to informing them as they're crossing that it's going to be faded out and it's best to move to 8th Street. That could be a possibility of what we pass
It
tonight.
depends on council's direction.
Okay.
If that's what you direct, right now, our understanding is you want some counts. We'll bring back the counts as
Yeah.
to whether to keep the.
Well,
counts
I
there
guess
at
there's
all.
two different ways to do this. We could actually iron it out right now tonight by doing it something like that, right? Okay.
Whatever. At
So the
least
staff
three
report
decide.
has 189 crossings that it counted when I read it. And then in reply back, I heard that that's over the course of 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That was over the course of 8 days. It was, again, that first week was only 3 days, and then the following 5 days of school. So it's 8 days, I believe it averages to 23 pedestrians per day.
So we're down to 23 a day. And that includes adults and children, and this was implemented on the first day of school when a lot of adults walk their children to school. So is it possible that skewed it up even more, and it actually, the crossing could even be less than 23 a day?
It's possible.
Yeah, okay. So it doesn't seem to be overly excessive. We don't have the numbers of the other intersections, but it doesn't sound like it's overly excessive in the numbers. And I'm just wondering if you have, like we said, we asked about other data. We don't have that. ACNS, the contractor, does not count that data at all except at that intersection, correct?
They did at this intersection at our request. It's not their
Right.
regular practice to count at any intersection.
So a constituent contacted me and stated that when ACNS submitted their proposal, they actually offered to make counts for the city, but it's not in the contract, I guess. Is that correct? I looked at the contract we have, and it's not in there. So there's always ways that we could get them to make those counts in the future, correct?
We can make that request. I'd have to follow up with council to see if they can provide that. As, for example, Pier and Valley, that's a very busy intersection. That would be difficult for them to do the counts while doing all of the traffic control, but we can make that ask.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to kind of get this resolved tonight if we could, instead of bringing it back later, but that's all. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate your report. And there's no other questions of staff, then we'll close this council part of this and open the public comment. Madam City Clerk.
Now is the time to provide comments on item 15L. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. We do not have any speaker cards at this time.
Either in person or in Zoom.
We do have some virtual hands raised.
Okay. Could we go to Zoom then?
Yep. Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Okay, just noting again, it takes a long time for you to unmute. Listen, this is an interesting thing. I just want to point out to the council that Ray Jackson has been all over his Facebook page, which he's blocked me from, which is against the law, but that doesn't never stop him. He was, trumpeting about what a great guy he is. He got a crossing guard here. He says, like, look at me, and thus the hat and the selfies and all that. Look at me.
Please stay relevant, Mr. Kent.
I am. And so what I'm going to is that he's on Facebook trumpeting all the wonderful things he did. Now, I have no doubt that he strong-armed Steve and the chief. And I admire Steve for standing up and saying, hey, I did it. But we all know behind the scenes, Ray put pressure on him, and he's already taken credit for this whole thing. Now, I measured it myself today. I paced it off. It's about 225 yards. There is no crossing guard at 2nd Street, all right? 2nd Street is probably one of the most dangerous intersections on PCH. Why don't we have did no parent contact Ray on 2nd Street? How do we know how many people are going down there, right? So, this seems to be nothing more than a Ray Jackson grandstanding, and, he's going to probably run for election, and he probably gets 4 or 5 votes out of this thing. And, also on the staff report, it said 189 people. I don't know what person does a report that says there was 189 in 8 days. They didn't say anything. They didn't say it was per day, per week, per month. It's just 189 to 180, randomly 189 people crossed that street. Did not say in 24 hours. It did not say in 7 days. 8 days, that's a peculiar number to come up with, the crossing. How many of those people were adults? Are we providing crossing guards for grown adults? I have a suspicion that there's probably not more than 6 or 7 kids that cross that street a day. And yet we have no information, no basis. So here we go, Ray Jackson grandstanding again. Anyways, at least he wore a blue hat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, Mayor Seaman, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I appreciate Councilman Keegan pulling this. When it first came out, I saw this on social media that Councilman Jackson was promoting this, and it was one mother that had actually promoted this. So I would think that normally the normal process would be, and I'm glad Councilman Keegan brought this up since the school or the PTAs are bringing this up, but mothers in that general area who care about the general welfare and safety of their own children would have actually circulated a petition so we know how many people we're talking about. It makes no sense. I think this is a one-off that we're going to spend $20,000+ a year for one parent to have her kids be able to walk down 5th Avenue. Now, for those who were involved with the early on, and I think this goes back to 2016, the Safe Routes to School Street, it was a major issue, specifically regarding 8th Street, is because where they're going to do the sidewalks on one side or both sides, or do a hybrid of back and forth, and they did both sides, and a lot of people on 8th Street who were using the public right-of-way for their own personal amusement or whatever, lost it when we put in those sidewalks. But that was a major issue, that 8th Street was the safe walks to school route, and that was going to be used. So the only issue here is a concerned parent that wants their kid to walk down 5th versus 8th. So a concerned parent is saying their child is not safe walking down PCH from 8th to 5th. That's it. What's the problem? Why does a parent feel that their child is not safe walking on PCH? That's the issue here. This is a total waste of government spending of money, and I'm glad this was called out, and this was done for political reasons for Councilman Jackson. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, then I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council for deliberation, discussion, perhaps a motion. Councilman Detoy, would you like to make a comment?
My only comment is I know that, we need to be fiduciaries with the city dollar, but there is no, Fifth Street itself is a crazy intersection with PCH along with Second Street. 8th Street itself, walking down there is a one-way hill. I know it's a safe route to school from the east side. Fifth Street geographically kind of dips down the lowest on Prospect, and so it's kind of a natural collection point for the kids as they head down the street. It's a much wider street than 8th Street is. That being said, the question is, do you direct them up to 8th Street or not? There are people that live east of PCH. I know it's crazy to a lot of people in this room. And there are also kids that do walk from east of PCH to school, which again, I know people's minds are blown about that. It's not Redondo Beach. I currently use 21st Street. That will be changing soon. And the crossing guards are always great at keeping their kids safe. And I don't think any dollar amount is enough to see one of our children in the schools who are doing the right thing, walking to schools, get hit. So Fifth Street is, and I agree with some of the comments made, it is a crazy intersection, very short. And that is something is I would say, let's look at all the crossing guard locations. Let's also look at the timing of the lights. I know PCH and Pier was very, very short for a while, and we're able to extend that a little bit based on some comments we've had from the community. I think we should look at 5th and 2nd and 8th Street, because all of those lights are very quick as well. I know 21st Street, when you hit the button, you have about a 3-second lead before the lights turn green. And that is it at least gets you further into the intersection before you start crossing. So I would like to see more data on this. I would like to see a little bit of, we do have some time. We're coming up on holidays, Christmas. I know it's going to be the cold season. Not too many people are going to be crossing, but I would support looking at all of our locations. Again, we have a natural data point with our schools and our school board having those conversations together as opposed to us making decisions. But no matter what, I do think we need to look at the crossing lights.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the speakers. I spoke with the mom who sort of spearheaded this initiative over the summer and approached Chief and our interim city manager about taking a look at 5th Street to see if that was a viable option for a school crossing guard. As Chief mentioned, the numbers justified the crossing guard, and I think we should maintain that crossing guard at least through the school year. And then at the end of the school year, it'd be a good opportunity to assess the overall crossing guard program that should be coordinated with our school district. Obviously, we should not be doing that in a bubble. I think the more safe routes to school, the better. I mean, if you're saying, well, they can go, there's not one at 2nd, there's one at 5th, which is actually a better, sidewalks on either side of 5th that funnel down to PCH. We could say, well, they can go cross the street from 8th and cross at Pier. So it's only a few hundred more steps to the north. So, in terms of, there was a sufficient number of parents that expressed interest in the crossing guard, Chief, and thank you for your effort, and thank you, Steve, for your effort in taking a look at it. You went out there the first few days, justified the numbers, and that led to the decision. And then we came to you and said, hey, listen, we think this is a site worthy of consideration. We'll come back with the funding piece. The funding piece is here. I think we are there. It's been going on now since August, since the first start of school. There's an expectation that it would continue, because that's the word that we got. And I think we should at least see it through this school year, and we can then take a look, again, with coordination with our school district, at the overall crossing routes to see if we have the right mix and the right fit.
Great, thank you. Yes, Councilman Detoy.
And just for clarification, 5th Street is a safe route to school recognized by the city and the school district, along with 2nd Street.
2nd, 5th, and 8th.
Are all safe routes to school on the city map.
Okay,
Yes.
good information. Hold on a second. Councilman Keegan.
For
further comments?
My thing is the process. It kind of, we didn't follow any kind of process. And our council has brought this up on many times about how we're supposed to follow a process. This is not the proper process. I had to listen to lectures on that a few months ago, and now the person that lectured me is saying it's okay to meet in a backroom deal with the city manager and the police chief and create and spend city monies without the authority of the council. It's just reeks of hypocrisy. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways. You either follow processes or you just go out and make little deals and start projects and then wait and try and get more funding later. I mean, that's not how we want to operate here as a city. I think we should shelve this project, push the kids down. I sat and did just a 2-day survey. I'm happy to do a few more days if it makes you happy, but I positioned myself to see the 8th Street crossing. And 12 crossed one day and 13 the other day. So if we combine these, we have 20 kids crossing with one guard if we push them down to 8th Street. I don't think the guard is going to be overwhelmed with 20 students crossing. And we're not paying to cross adults across these streets. Otherwise, we should hire them for the weekends in the summer, on holidays. I mean, that's when people are going to get injured crossing these intersections. So I'm all for safety for the kids, but I also think, because 2 moms ask you to put in a $23,000 expenditure, that's not how you run the city. So I think this was done in errant. It shouldn't have been done. And I think it's $46,000 we could put into a project that we could all meet on, study, get numbers, collect data, and do better projects. So, I mean, to keep it going, to placate, 6 families, which could easily walk down the sidewalk. I mean, it's just crazy to me that we're going to keep adding it. Under this, guys, we should definitely put one at 2nd Street and spend another $46,000. I mean, there's got to be at least 2 or 3 moms up there. Let's go. I'll find them out, and then I'll contact Steve and the chief, and we'll get another one going. Just the wrong way to run your business. So, that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilman Francois.
Thank you. I'm certainly in favor of gathering more data, figuring out what intersections are the best and the worst. But I don't think that delaying this is really the best option. I think it's time to really nick it in the butt. And I'd like to propose a motion to continue this on a temporary basis with these crossing guards on 5th, and in the meantime, develop a signage program and an information program those crossing guards can give to the people crossing, informing them that the crossing guard will be terminated, and then come up with a termination date that's swift, so that we can return to keeping the crossing at 8th Street and eliminating this. Because I think if it continues on for a greater length of time, people will just get used to having it there, and it will be very difficult to ever turn it. So that's my motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Can you, it's quite a long statement. At what point did the motion stop?
Okay, I'll sum it up.
Specifically.
A motion to terminate the crossing guard at 5th Street, not immediately, but in a given period of time, so that those crossing guards can provide notice to those people that are crossing. The city can use some Prop C funds to put up signs, paint sidewalks, or other information programs to inform those that are crossing to continue crossing at 8th Street, that it will be terminated.
I'll second that motion.
Is that clear?
Ask
Yep.
Steve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that clear, Mr.?
No, signage.
Well, let's get to that in a moment.
So I understand. I mean, it would be helpful if we knew how long you're talking about in terms of.
Well, what's a good
2
time
weeks
frame? 1 month?
It's your motion, Councilmember.
Okay, 1 month. Sounds good.
1 month for what?
In 1 month, the crossing guard at 5th will be terminated. With that time period, we will go through information processes.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion, if you don't mind.
Okay?
And my motion would be this. I move that we continue with the card the way it is, that we do not appropriate any further funds to extend this contract at the moment, since there doesn't seem to be a time frame for that. So I would say that we continue with the crossing guard the way it is for the moment, that we order staff to do a survey of this area. We don't need to do all the crossing guards or the whole city or anything else. It's obvious from 2nd Street to Pacific Coast High, to Pier. Do a survey and come up with some reasonable idea of how many kids cross at each street. Do we need 4 guards? Do we need 1 guard? Do we need 3 guards? Come up with some ideas about how we can educate the hillside there about funneling kids to one particular spot or another, and bring back that information to us, and then we can make a determination of what we want to do exactly, how many guards do we want and where we want them, and then make a decision on this, on how many guards and how much money to spend on this. Is that a mouthful?
If I may, Your Honor,
I can make it easier.
if I can turn to the chief and just see if we can continue with it would continue the Prop C funding on a temporary basis. It wouldn't, can we continue on without an amendment to the contract? Is the vendor?
At this point, yes, because we're still paying those invoices on a monthly basis, so we can continue whatever hours they spend providing crossing guard services at that intersection. We will pay for that as we go.
All right. So in a nutshell, my motion would be this. I'd like to have a study on this information from 2nd Street to Pier Avenue. I'd like staff to come back to us with some information about number of crossing guards might be necessary, perhaps interview the school district. What do they think? Have the parents weigh in on this in the neighborhood, and get some information, and then make a decision on the whole area. And go from there at the next earliest, most convenient time. That would be my motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Discussion? All right, Madam City Clerk, would you call the motion, please?
Wait, there's no second.
Yeah, he did. He just seconded.
Oh, Councilmember Detoy, second. Your motion?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. I have some questions
We'll
for
be
you
voting on this
regarding this substitute motion. What are we going to study? What data are we looking for?
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah. So your motion is to study. What is that study going to entail? What numbers are we looking
How many
for? What are
kids?
the details?
How many kids use any of those streets now?
So which streets? Second,
Second,
4th, 8th,
fifth,
what?
8th,
So 8th?
10th? How many are there?
No.
I said between 2nd Street and Pier Avenue.
Correct, 2nd to Pier.
We'll go over it all over
Okay.
again if you want.
No, so you want data on the
Data
use
on the
of
number of
2nd
children
to
that
Pier?
use all of those, that's correct.
Okay.
And what is the possibility of either through signage or education or one way or another, funneling the kids to 8th Street? Or is it better to leave them at 3 different streets or 2 streets or whatever? I want information on
Okay.
all of that so that we can decide on what to do with it.
Okay. Kind of like a traffic study. What would that cost, Mr. City Manager?
We're going to see what we can do internally.
Well, internally, let's just say if it was done internally, what would it cost through?
It's staff time, so
Staff time.
we'll just reprioritize what they're doing to go out and do this.
20,000?
I wouldn't say that.
On salaries and benefits? 10?
They're paid to do the work, whatever they're assigned.
Okay.
I think it's irrelevant at this
Well,
point.
no,
We have a
it's-
motion on the floor.
It's 10 to 12, 10 to...
Madam City
Mr.
Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I just want
Yes.
to reiterate, you probably are going to do it. We have a school district too. Let's use them and the PTO and.
If they're willing and available, we'll reach out to them.
Perfect.
I'm sure they're all very concerned about the children's safety, and they would be more than happy to help us with that.
Sure, volunteers can be haphazard.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you call the issue, please?
Voting is now open.
That's fine. I don't have any vote, though.
Councilmember Francois,
Abstain.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, let's move on from item 15L. That concludes the consent calendar. Let's move on to number 16, public hearings. There are none. There was 16A, but that has been continued to December 9th. So let's move to municipal matters, item 17, the item of the evening, it seems like. 17A, review of the city's residential and employee parking permit programs, continued from October 14th, 2025. Presented by Revenue Services Supervisor Paul Avila.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Paul Avila, Revenue Services Supervisor, and I'll be presenting the much-anticipated parking permit program. Can you hear me?
Speaking.
Oh. Hello?
Is that thing on?
Is it on? Did it cut off?
You speak right into it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, just put your a little
A
closer.
little closer to it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we will be discussing the 2025-2026 permit season, along with the employee permit program. Also, we'll be addressing feedback and issues that have been presented to us by both the residents and employees. So starting off, here we have the residential parking zone. It outlines a total address of 5,300 addresses in the parking area. There's a total of 3,800 on-street spaces in the parking area and 7,400 on-site parking spaces. We also show a property count table, which also shows the property type. It includes condominiums as well. A couple of updates that took place during this current permit season. One of the biggest ones was the proof of residency requirement. So residents now, to obtain a vehicle sticker, need to provide a valid California driver's license and vehicle registration that both have the Hermosa Beach address. In addition, if they want to get a guest permit, they can provide the same documentation as a vehicle sticker, or they can provide a bank or credit card statement. I will touch on the proof of residency requirement in a later slide. In addition to that, we did launch the city's new parking permit platform that was implemented for ease of use for both residents and staff. Here we show the permit sales year over year, including the year-to-date permit sales for the current permit year of 5,900. We also show the permit cost year over year, which includes the current permit cost of $60 per permit, which is the same as last year's. With regards to the feedback, so the driver's license requirement, when this was implemented, it was stated that it was California law that residents must update their information within 10 days of moving to a new address, which is true. The issue we found with the current permit program is the DMV does not require residents to request new sets of documentation. DMV does allow you to update that information online. The issue with that is they block the entire address, so you can't view anything but the first 2 digits of your address. So residents can't provide any screenshot or anything online that shows that the address has been updated. That's led to a lot of complaints from residents. What they've been forced to do now is either go to DMV, and which can take several hours, to get a printout from DMV showing that the address has been changed. Some residents have been able to go to DMV kiosks, and that's been able to provide printout with the name and address that we require. Given all the issues going on with the Real ID, we've noticed that that doesn't apply to everybody. So in that scenario, residents can also order a driver's license via the DMV portal. That is a 3 to 4 week process, and it costs a resident $36 for them to receive that replacement driver's license. In addition to that, what's not actually listed here, with the guest permit, that has created some confusion as well, because we have essentially 2 different proof of residency requirements depending on the permit type, which hasn't been done before, so this was the first time doing it. A resident for guest permit purposes can either provide the driver's license and vehicle registration, or they can provide a bank or credit card statement. The confusion here is if a resident applies for a guest permit and 2 weeks later, and they provide a bank statement, and 2 weeks later apply for a vehicle sticker and try to provide the same bank statement that we've deemed sufficient proof of residency, they will then be denied for the vehicle sticker because the driver's license needs to be provided. And residents have informed us that it doesn't make sense that we have established proof of residency in one area, but now we're denying them for another area based off of the permit type. So that's one of the biggest factors with regards to the driver's license. It does tend to favor homeowners, and it doesn't accommodate renters, new residents, or part-time owners. With regards to guest permits, currently they are not replaceable, and that's outlined in the resolution. So if an address, and that permit is address specific, so if a permit has been issued to an address and the previous resident moves out, when a new resident moves in, they are unable to get a guest permit for that address because it was already issued to that address. So that's been a constant complaint from some residents. Bank statements are a little easier to apply for and submit versus a driver's license. So when somebody doesn't have that option, that's created a lot of complications on the resident side. The owner guest permit, this permit prevents non-resident homeowners from visiting their property, schedule maintenance, and is considered unfair by the property owners. Event permits, I do want to clarify how that program actually works because I've heard different comments from residents where the understanding is that those permits, residents can get unlimited amount of one-day event permits, which is not true. That system allowed residents to get 5 events per year. Each event, they can get up to 20 permits per event. The way the current pricing was is they charged $1 per permit for the first 5 permits. The remaining 15 permits were free. So if a resident was hosting an event and they only needed 6 permits, they would essentially still get the full 20 because regardless if you got 6 permits or 20 permits, it was still $5 to get. That since has been eliminated, which we've heard a lot of complaints from residents with regard to that. The 4th permit requirement, specifically the unique driver rule. When this was implemented, there's a 2-step process to apply for a 4th permit. The first process is vehicles need to be registered to different and unique drivers. That basically disqualifies almost everybody that's applied for the 4th permit at this point. These scenarios come into play when a household of mom or dad applies for the permits and the vehicles are all registered under his or her name. They would immediately be rejected for the permit based off of that ruling alone. The actual parking needs of the home is not looked at because they don't make it to step 2, which is considered the on-site parking review. So this is one of the things we're bringing up to council for consideration and modification. Beginning with proof of residency, some of the options that we've outlined for council is option A, keep the status quo, continue requiring the driver's license and vehicle registration. Option B would be accept alternative proof of residency, which would be a signed lease agreement. It's only used for new residents, or a utility bill, which also encompasses cell phone bills, cable bills, and internet bills, instead of the driver's license. Option C is a hybrid option that we offer. That could be the driver's license as the proof of residency, but if it's not available, we can offer a secondary document, which could be a utility bill as well. Guest permits not replaceable. Some of the options we've outlined: continue the status quo and not allowing any replacement of guest permits for the permit year. Option B would allow replacement with proof of new tenancy. So essentially this would be for a new resident. It could only be replaced if you're a new resident that moved in. If you're an existing resident, fortunately you would not be able to get a replacement permit for the guest permit. And option C would allow 1 replacement permit per address per permit season. Now again, the guest permit is address specific. Currently the way it is it really doesn't matter who it's assigned to. The address itself is what counts for that 1 guest permit per year. So these are some of the options for that one. The owner guest permits, 2 options that we've outlined is continue what we're currently doing and prohibit the owner guest permits. Option B could be reinstating the owner guest permits with restrictions, which could be cap the number of permits or increase the fee for that permit. Event permits, also, we could either maintain the status quo and just keep them eliminated. Option B could be to reinstate the permit with updated rules, which could be limiting the number of events per year, restricting the number of permits issued per event, and charge a nominal fee for each permit. Regarding the fourth permit requirement, again, specific to the unique driver rule, status quo would be continue to require that the vehicle be registered to unique drivers. Option B would be to allow households to obtain a fourth permit regardless of driver registration. This essentially is increasing the permit limit from 3 to 4 per household. Option C would be to eliminate the unique driver requirement and base eligibility on overall household parking needs. Now, with regards to the 2-year ban, this refers to a penalty for submitting altered documents when applying for permits or misusing parking permits. Currently, we have 20 residents that are listed under the 2-year ban list that we have. 13 of those are in there for submitting altered vehicle registration, 5 for submitting altered bank or credit card statements, and 2 for misusing permits, primarily in the form of being issued the permit to a California vehicle and using it on an out-of-state vehicle. One thing to note with the 2-year ban is out of the 20, starting this upcoming permit year, 19 of them will actually be eligible for permits this upcoming year because we caught them submitting the altered documentations in 2024. Only one was caught earlier this year in May, so that 20 would go down to 1 at this point. And the way we're doing that is on the month that they were caught. So if they submitted their information May of 2024, then May of 2026, they theoretically would be eligible for permits again. A couple of options with the 2-year ban. We could keep the 2-year ban as is. Option 2 would be to change or modify the ban, which could be shorten the ban or offer an appeal option, which currently there is none. Or option 3 could be remove the ban altogether. Moving on to the employee parking permits. Some of the updates that were made here, whereas the annual employee permit was changed to a quarterly street permit that's only valid on Hermosa Ave. The monthly Lot C permit was restricted to the top level of Lot C only. We do outline the annual permit sales, which is now the quarterly employee permit, and also the monthly Lot C permit sales for fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. The numbers are relatively the same. A couple of options here that we offer is to expand access for the quarterly permit. And this would be to extend the use of the permit to additional parking areas if council chooses to. Increase fees. This could be raising the permit costs to better align with demand and usage. Currently, the quarterly permit is $44 a quarter, and we took the full annual employee permit cost of $175 and just divided it into 4. We could also look at an employer-managed Lot C permit. This would allocate permits through businesses rather than individuals, and we could impose a limit per employer. We could also look at reallocate spaces in Lot C. This would redesignate employee-only spaces within the structure to improve parking distribution availability for employees. So this essentially is allowing employees in Lot C to park at more than just the top level. Before I get to the no change, one thing that isn't listed here is also if council wishes to consider any penalty for a business or employee that submits altered documentation to obtain a employee permit. We recently uncovered an altered pay stub that was submitted. We currently don't have anything in the resolution for that. So that's an option the council can consider as well. Or the last option is to make no change to the program and leave it as is. Here we have a map of the employee parking area. Essentially, we show the north end, south end, and central area, which includes lots A, B, and C. That's listed as 1, 2, and 3 on the map. This map actually highlights where the quarterly employee permit would be used. It's all through Hermosa Ave, and it's listed under I think they're orange here in this picture, but under the yellow dots on Hermosa Ave, that's where the quarterly employee permit is valid at. To conclude, permit sales will begin on February 2nd, 2026. The current permits are set to expire February 28th, 2026. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any further questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you for that presentation. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of staff? Yes, Michael Vitoy.
Thank you. I don't know who's the best person to answer this, either the city manager or Allison, or maybe you really know LCPs, and I'll be impressed. But if I remember correctly, when this whole conversation started with our journey to get an approved LCP, and part of that process was making sure that we have ample supply of parking, which is the whole reason why we had the parking study, which kicked off a lot of these conversations. So, what is the threshold or the appetite, or how much risk can we afford if our ultimate goal is to get an approved LCP, knowing that this is in the coastal area?
Great question. Dramatic pause as I try and stretch things out since I texted Allison to come in. So I think she's on her way. She was on her way out, but I think I caught her in time. It's from my own vantage point, I would say my lawyerly answer is it depends, right? Because given the amount of permits that were issued before, would it have an effect given that the number that we've issued now is 3,000 or more or less than that? That's the unknown. It all depends on what staff, the Coast Commission staff, and then the commission itself feels appropriate. I'm really trying to kill time here as I try and get her in here.
Why don't we go to some other questions?
Any other questions?
I have some questions. Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Now our city manager isn't here, but perhaps we can get an answer here. Under the new system, we've issued about 6,000 permits a year. Is that correct?
Correct.
And under the old system, it was twice that number. Is that right?
It was roughly 8,900.
Excuse me?
It was roughly 8,900.
8,900. So we went from 8,900 permits down to 6,000.
Correct.
I did make inquiries about costs, and basically, I believe you stated that the costs have been about the same as far as staff hours and implementing this through February through April, which is the time period it's most taxing on staff. Is that correct?
Well, with regard to costs, it's definitely hard to figure out what the cost is. The permit program, it's embedded in the day-to-day workflow that staff does, so it's hard to determine how much time is set aside for that program. We've just managed to get through it with our day-to-day duties.
Right. I mean, so basically, the permit program brought in around $380,000 per year.
Yeah.
And I guess your response was that the program pretty much pays for itself with that type of revenue of $380,000.
Correct.
Okay. So presumably, under the old system where we issued 8,900 permits, that was a lot larger amount. So I guess it's safe to assume that it's cost about the same, but we've issued less permits, so it's actually cost more per permit now because of these added rules that we've put on since we implemented. Is that a correct assumption?
Well, it's definitely more time consuming to review the documents that are presented. We're scrutinizing the documentation as they're submitted a lot more thoroughly, so it is taking a lot longer to review those documents compared to previous years.
Right, okay. With regards to the day passes or these party passes, we can take a look at that, including raising those fees. They seem to be alarmingly low, but if we were to re-implement that, we could look into raising those fees and making more equitable if we want to restore the party pass or the daily passes that people want. And probably when we get down to it, we're probably going to go through each one separately, Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming, but maybe we could go over the party pass section first, because that could affect how we might be making decisions on the other categories. Okay, those are the only questions I have right now. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Your Honor,
Let's bring back.
Community Director Becker is here, if you want
Okay.
to respond to Mayor Pro Tem DeToy's question.
Would you mind repeating your question?
Oh man, I said it so great the first time. Our ultimate goal is LCP. And so, that started off with the parking study as one component of getting an approved LCP, which would make a lot of people's lives a lot easier when they want to renovate their properties.
That's
So
correct.
keeping that goal in mind, have the reduction in permits helped, hurt? How much tolerance do we have for the future if we were to make changes? And would that help or hurt us in the eyes of the Coastal Commission, the staff there, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a tightrope, I would say, in terms of how much we don't have wide berth in making adjustments to the existing permitted program. You're, again, from a policy perspective, higher level. The goal of the Coastal Commission is really to assure access. And when it comes to parking, they're interpreting that as parking access. So you don't want to further constrain a visitor's ability to visit freely, right? So you're always kind of balancing around that higher level policy ambition. On our side, we're looking at taking care of our residents and making sure that our residents have adequate parking to live their lives as they want to here in town. And so our safest path is to play within the lines of our current permit.
Thank you for that. I know the tolerance is, the barriers are there. It's kind of hard to really describe and the unknown of it, but this does have ripple effects down the line, depending on whichever way we go. Again, balancing either residents and employees who work in our small businesses is, it is a tough conversation, and we're going to spend hours on it, I'm sure.
Allison, may I ask you a question, kind of a follow-up?
Of course.
So you mentioned that, since obviously we don't know too much about what the Coastal Commission would do, so we should play between the lines. Does that, in the past, I look and we've just recently mentioned that we used to give away, used to sell 8,900 passes. Last year, we did 6,131 passes. And so this year, we may change it again, and who knows if it goes up to 7,000 or maybe way over 9,000. But the point is in the past, as that number has fluctuated, the Coastal Commission doesn't seem to have had any problem either way. So I guess those are the two lines we're playing in between, right?
I think that would be a safe assessment, right? You kind of have described your upper boundary, and you have your kind of established kind of measure where you are now.
Yeah.
Again, the residential permit program was one of the first programs that were that received a permit from the Coastal Commission. So it is very long-standing in terms of a city permit. So we might not want to draw too much attention to that. And again, kind of play within, our well-established bounds.
Right. Okay. Thank you. How are we going on that local coastal permit?
Not on the agenda tonight, Your Honor.
Not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we don't have time for that. Never mind. Thank
I
you.
have a question, follow-up to Allison,
Yes.
if I could.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Allison, we have a follow-up question.
We have another question. Director. Allison, we have another question.
Hi. Just to follow up to the Coastal Commission approval, when we made these changes, we didn't go in front of the Coastal Commission for approval, correct? We did not.
When
as I
you
understand.
did the last time, not to my knowledge.
Okay. I don't believe we did. I think I inquired, Mr.
I wasn't here either.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I thought. So presumably, if we make changes tonight to this, we're probably not going to go in front of the Coastal Commission for any approval processes. I would assume, correct?
I mean, I don't know that certainly this staff on its own isn't going to volunteer to do that.
Right. The one thing that the Coastal Commission does approve is the district, the actual preferential parking district. If we were to change boundaries in that district, that would be something the Coastal Commission would approve.
They would be concerned about that, that's correct.
Right. For example, the businesses and residences on the north side of Hermosa Avenue were somehow carved out of that preferential parking district. We've heard from many of them complaining why they're not part of it. It's kind of strange the way it was carved out, but if we were to change something like that, that could mean a Coastal Commission approval.
Did you mean north side of Pier?
Yeah.
North side of Pier Avenue. The businesses and residents on the north side of Pier Avenue have been carved out of the preferential parking district. On the south side of Pier Avenue, they're in it. The north side, they're not. So, but anyway, if we were to change any of those, that would require a Coastal Commission approval, correct? Because we'd be changing the actual district. Yeah.
Yes. Again, I encourage you to just tread lightly.
Yep. Yeah. I know. But as regarding our local coastal plan, these changes we make here, this does not affect our local coastal plan, does it? We're going to develop a local coastal plan. It will include that preferential parking district, but it doesn't include all of this in the local coastal plan, does it? All these specific rules about who gets what, when, why?
Oh, yeah, no. This is this would be subject to a coastal development permit, right, which is different from your local coastal plan, and the coastal implementation plan, which we do not have, right? So currently, the city has a certified local land use plan from the 1980s.
Correct.
Right, and so we've been tearing off for many years from that founding document. And the residential preferential parking district was one of the early permits that was secured.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have an additional question for, regarding the past, two quick questions here. On the garage exemption, in other words, we allow an extra permit for those that don't have any parking available on their property. There were only something like 4, is that right, issued last year?
No, there's actually been just one. Sorry, I'm so close to it. We've only issued one. Since the 4th permit application process took place, one resident has consistently qualified for the permit. The other applicants that have applied, the primary reason why they're not eligible, again, it's because of that different unique driver rule. The residents that have met that requirement and go to step 2, there's been adequate on-site parking to accommodate their vehicles, so they've been denied for that reason.
Okay.
But the
So
primary
that-
denial
yeah.
is off of the different driver rule.
But there were some that were denied that extra garage, correct?
They've all been
The other-
denied
other
except for
permit.
one.
Do you have a number on that? I thought I read it was 5 or 6 that were denied.
This year, we've had 3 applications, which one of them was approved. Last year, it was 5, and one out of the 5 were approved.
So it's pretty insignificant if we were to just eliminate that garage rule, because it didn't allow for any real change in the number of permits issued.
Well, I think one of the biggest factors was residents. We do inform residents when they're applying or inquiring about the 4th permit of the requirements. That usually will prevent them from applying. The few that do usually will still get the results that we ultimately told them prior to applying.
Right, okay. And then my other question dealt with, and I appreciate the way you went through every section and the different alternatives, because that's a great way for us to line up our discussion one after another. I really appreciate that. But there was one alternative that I didn't think was recommended. I didn't know if it was appropriate from the starters if we made a motion to just go back to the previous method that we had 2 years ago and start over again from that. Is that something that could be easily implemented, or how would we go about?
That's a policy question. That's up to council.
But we wouldn't be able to enact that today. Staff would have to come back again, right, and come up with the previous system that we had and?
No, we definitely can make any change that council wants to. Essentially, what we've highlighted here is just recommendations based off of feedback and what we've seen
Yeah.
as staff with the program, but council can make any changes that they want.
Right.
We can
Okay.
implement.
Because staff was asked to review the program as it currently is and bring it back.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? All right, I'll close the, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
With regard to enforcement, I know we have some folks on the naughty list. So you mentioned there was an employee that falsified a parking permit. Is that the one that made multiple copies and gave them to their friends?
That's actually a separate scenario. The one that I was referring to was an employee submitted an altered pay stub to get the LOTC permit. That other scenario is something where at that moment we didn't really have an enforcement mechanism in place to do much with it. I personally contacted the business and informed him of what the employee was doing. But outside of that, there wasn't much we could do at the time, which is why we're trying to see if there's...
Was that the employee or the owner?
The scenario that Councilmember Jackson is mentioning, that was an employee who got a LOTC permit.
Okay. There was an owner scenario too.
Yeah.
And what happened with the owner scenario?
We just notified him of his employee of what he did, informed him that if we continue noticing that employees of his business are duplicating permits, we more than likely will revoke his ability to get permits. Outside of that, it was just a conversation.
So that employee, despite his deceitful actions, did he receive a parking permit?
He was.
Is he on our naughty
was
list?
eligible to get another permit, yes, because we don't have anything in place currently to prevent him from doing so.
But I thought our permit process, part of the enforcement was those that lie, cheat, or steal go on the naughty list for 2 years.
That's for the residential.
That's correct. It's only for the residential. What we're asking for council to consider is to add employee permits to that. Currently,
Okay.
it's only residential.
And currently, it's employee-driven, not employer.
Correct.
Right? So I come in with a pay stub, say I work for, pick your business, and then you give me a permit based on that.
Correct. As long as you have a current pay stub, and depending on the permit you're getting, if you're getting a quarterly permit, you do need to provide a valid registration registered to the employee's name, in addition to the pay stub.
Okay. But so there's an opportunity for us to take a look at that, as some cities do, and have it employer-driven. So an employer comes down and says, my CUP, my business license, whatever it is, calls for 20 employees. I have 20 employees, here they are, they're eligible for permits.
That's correct.
Okay, that's something we could do, which would then give us a single point of contact for that particular business and his or her employees.
Correct.
Okay. I've seen buses and semi-trucks parked on Hermosa Avenue and some of other. If a semi-truck is parked in two parking spaces, is that permitted?
Well, we have an oversized vehicle permit that they would need to apply for. Otherwise, it's not permitted.
Okay.
Yes, unless they're delivering.
Right.
Are you saying they're
Correct.
parking?
Right, but no, I mean,
If they're
hanging
just
out.
parked there, then
Right.
they would need to apply for a permit and get approved for it. Separate from the residential permits.
Okay. So we could ban parking of buses and RVs in our impacted zone specifically.
Council could, I believe that is an ordinance that was passed, so I'm sure there's amendments that could be done by council if you wish to do so.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions of staff, we'll close this. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, one last one. I already know the answer, but I just want the public to know. So the event party permit got taken away, but is there an ability for the public to get a daily pass currently?
So we do have daily passes. There's limitations to those. They're $12 per pass. They're only valid 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So most of the residents who are trying to get the event permits or inquire about them, they need them for a social gathering that they're going to have after 5 p.m. So it doesn't necessarily work for them in that sense. But we currently do offer a daily pass.
But again, it's a policy decision if we were to change the timeframes on that, at least give the people ability to host social gatherings later in the evening.
That's actually in the resolution, so council can make adjustments to those timeframes if they wish to, and maybe make that pass more. Maybe make that pass more available for residents if they want to, but we can definitely change it, or council could.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now,
I have a follow-up on that, if you could, just on the daily pass. Mr. City Manager, I thought I asked you about the daily pass, and I thought you had told me that the $12 a day pass is for contractors only. So are you saying that anybody can get a $12 pass to park during the day?
That's correct.
Resident or non-resident, anyone?
Correct.
Okay, that's...
We have contractors' permits. That's separate. That's $42. The pricing is different. They need to have a current business license in order to get that permit. That's completely separate from the daily pass.
Okay.
Right, that's what I was referring to, the contractor's pass.
Okay. So in addition to that, there's a $12 permit that people can still get, but we got rid of the party passes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
all right, seeing no other questions of staff.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
I'm glad you mentioned contractors because that was on my bingo card, but I forgot to mention it, so thank you. Currently, a contractor pays $42 per month.
Correct.
And with that $42 per month, they can essentially park anywhere that a resident can park during construction hours.
There's no limitation on, oh, actually, I'm sorry, there is limitation on hours today. I don't quite know them off the top of my head, but yeah, essentially they can park anywhere that the residential permit is accessible to be used.
Okay, so if I'm having work done at my house on the south end of town, contractor can pretty much go anywhere where they want in the city, similar to a resident.
Yes, now one
Bring
thing
my
to note,
family to the beach on a Saturday.
They do need to have a valid and current Hermosa Beach business license in order to get that. We don't just issue them to any contractors.
Right, but it's not area specific, it's...
Correct. It's just 24-hour meters.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions of staff, I'll close the public hearing and open it to public comment. Thank you.
Michelle, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello again, Michelle Crispin, Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I want to thank you all for your efforts to improve parking management. I can't even imagine the challenge it must be. The recent changes to the employee parking program have created some challenges, however. Currently, the only yellow cap meters that employees are allowed to park at are on Hermosa Avenue, and that is a problem. Hermosa Avenue, as you know, is one of our highest traffic business corridors. Those prime spaces should be available for visitors and customers. When people can't find parking, they often just go elsewhere. Expanding the ability for employees to park at any yellow-capped meter, as well as on residential streets, like the residential permits allow, and possibly even on more levels of Lot C, would relieve the pressure on Hermosa Avenue. It would reduce frustration for our businesses and their employees, and keep those valuable visitor spaces available where they're needed most. I have a little time, so as a resident who lives in the impacted zone, I live in a 100-year-old building that does not have a driveway or parking, and I have kids in college that I've purchased cars for, and I cannot get a parking pass for one of my kids. So I do hope that you will reconsider the multi-car families for parking permits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rick Kay.
Good evening. A little deja vu here. I want to start out by saying that my following comments are going to be regarding the residential portion of this. I have no knowledge whatsoever, really, about the employee parking. So, and I'm speaking right now for many of my friends and neighbors. It's no secret that Hermosa is a very small and densely populated city that welcomes hundreds of thousands of people every year. Those visitors who come to Hermosa Beach, spend money, enjoy our beach, are the reason we need a residential parking permit program. Getting home from work late and having to park blocks from your house can be extremely difficult and in some cases almost impossible. I'm speaking firsthand, 40 years in my house. This is an issue of priorities. Residents must come first, visitors must come second. As elected officials, I'm sure you'll agree. There was a comment recently that if you had adequate parking on your property, you don't need a resident parking pass. Not so. Many of my neighbors who have adequate parking only use their passes occasionally when they are expecting company. This allows them to park on the street and have their guests park in their garages and or carports when they arrive. The city gets the money and the passes are barely used. Win-win. There are dozens of similar scenarios, and due to time constraints, I'm going to not share most of them with you tonight. Speaking for myself and many of my neighbors, we formally request that the resident parking pass program be returned to the way it was for decades. If you have a vehicle legally registered in your name and you can prove you live in the impacted zone, then you should be able to obtain a permit to park on the street in front of your own home for more than an hour or two. And be issued a guest pass, especially if you require assistance from time to time, caregivers, etc. The key is enforcement. If the numbers on the sticker don't match the license plate or the VIN number, then how about a $500 fine for the first offense? Throw them in jail. I don't care. Let's catch the people that are abusing our program so that we, the residents, the hundreds of us that really rely on this, that affects us every single day. There are lots of honest people who have a real need for this program the way it was after decades of fine-tuning by your predecessors. Almost every address has a different set of circumstances, making recent policies unfair and mitigates the reason for the program in the first place. Once again, residents first, visitors second. Nobody moves into a small town wishing it was more like a big town. And I'm sure you'll agree, small towns have unique needs, and this is one of them. A motion, a second, and a prevailing vote is all it will take to put this to bed so we can get on with our lives. Thank you for letting my voice and the voice of my friends and neighbors who are not able to attend tonight be heard. Thank you.
Nancy Schroppach.
So I hope to do this overhead, but I'm not able to. So I'm handing out an earlier version of a thing that I put together.
You kidding me?
And sorry, I will be up there in just a second. Dodgers lost 6-2. Sorry.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, shoot. No, you can't possibly have gotten home and not known that. So Rick stole my thunder. Excellent staff report, by the way. As Allison said, the residential permit was approved by the Coastal Commission and was a compact made with families who lived in the impacted zone. The changes made in 2023 broke that compact. From my research, based on watching the videos over and over and over, based on what I thought were baseless concerns of abuse and fraud. My presentation relates to the impact on those honest families and property owners whose lives were subjected to a wrecking ball in 2023. If you look at slide 3, according to 2022 census data, the decisions made in 2023 impacted approximately 43% of Hermosa Beach households. The decisions seem to be driven by some fictions. One is that the residential parking pass is a privilege. As we've talked about, no, it's a right. It was a compact made with the people who live in the impacted zone to give us the same abilities and rights as our neighbors who live outside the zone. Second, each parking permit, slide 5, Each permit denied a family in the impacted zone results in one more available street space. As Rick said, that's just not true. I use my parking pass 6 times a year, but I pay the full amount. Many of my neighbors are the same. And then the former means of proving ownership or residency led to rampant fraud. I don't think that's true. I think fraud was the exception, and I think there are ways to handle it. I looked back at the January 22 and February 23 staff reports regarding the numbers of permits issued to see how many families were really affected. 95% of households had 5 or fewer permits. Only 12.3% of the total addresses had 10 or more permits. No further research was requested by council or undertaken by staff into these excessive permits. I agree, that's a lot. Staff recommended limiting permits to 4 per address. Instead, council imposed a limit of 3 per address. I'm in slides 8, 9, and 10 now. A 5 per limit address, so the limit of 3 per address impacted 591 families who purchased passes in 2021. This is more than 15% of the families living in the impacted zone were impacted by this. More than 4 times as many families as a 5 permit limit would have allowed, and twice as many as a 4 permit limit. And this doesn't take into account the unknown numbers of families denied permits because their licenses or registrations were not at their Hermosa Beach address. Please revert to the last program. Absentee landlords need these passes, as Robert said. The system wasn't broken. It was a compact made with your families. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards for this item, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there anyone online?
We do have some online. Brad Scott, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. First off, I fully agree with the last couple of residents that got up and spoke. And thank you for putting this back on the agenda and taking the time to listen to residents who are directly affected by this program. I've lived in the coastal zone of Hermosa Beach for nearly 30 years. Over that time, I've seen many parking challenges, but the restrictions enacted about 2 years ago made daily life far more difficult for residents without producing any improvement in parking availability. Our household, like many in the coastal zone, has multiple vehicles. My wife and I have 4 driving-age children that live with us or visit often. We use our garage every night, but we've also always purchased permits for our vehicles, even the ones that go in the garage, so that we can briefly park our cars on the street or when we're coming and going, or shift which car we actually put in the garage that night. With the current limitation of just 2 permits and 1 guest pass per household, managing our vehicles has become unnecessarily complicated. Often, we have to park several blocks away or feed the meters to avoid tickets, even though residents just a few blocks east face no such restriction and can park freely in front of their own homes. If I wanted to park my car in front of my own house overnight and on the weekend without a permit, it cost me over $230 per week. That's more than $12,000 a year just to park in front of my own home. That's an unreasonable and unfair burden on coastal zone residents who also deal with the heaviest visitor traffic and pay the highest property taxes. After 3 decades here, I can say with confidence that there's no more parking available now than before these limits were enacted. The real parking congestion happens on summer weekends caused by out-of-town visitors, not residents. The current system doesn't solve that problem. It only penalizes those who live here. The current policy limiting parking passes also has cost the city significant revenue. It's estimated over $150,000 a year by preventing residents from purchasing additional passes. And that shortfall has now contributed to higher meter rates citywide, which hurts everybody. There's a simple solution: restore the prior parking permit system, the one that worked nearly for 40 years. It was fair, easy to manage, and revenue positive. Residents could register all their household vehicles and purchase affordable 1-day guest passes. The city can and should enforce the 72-hour parking rule and require reasonable and practical proof of residency to prevent misuse. Reinstating that system would relieve an unnecessary burden on hundreds of coastal zone families and demonstrate that Hermosa Beach values fairness, livability, and practical governance. Thank you again for allowing me to address this issue.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, City Council and staff, Matt McCool. I'm not going to repeat a lot what everyone says, but there's an overall consensus about going back to the way of the past. And for historical context, the reason why the change was made was because we had a misguided city council that was engaged in massive groupthink, and they were focused on only the small percentage of people who violated and abused the system and altered the entire system for everybody. I moved into 321 Pure Avenue in 2012. I got my lease, a signed lease. I walked down to City Hall and I showed them my lease and I got a parking permit that day. Not that big a deal. At the time, like most people in Hermosa Beach who are renters, and I believe it is 60% people who are renters, my vehicle and my driver's license was not at that address on Pure Avenue. It never has been and never will be for as long as I have ever lived there. That was the biggest issue. You need to change this. Option A needs to be taken away. And there's also, it's just not the renters. I think there's the other people that have secondary homes in Hermosa Beach, vacation people who come to Hermosa Beach and have a vacation home there, who do not have a primary residential address in Hermosa Beach. Why are we penalizing those people? I personally think it's jealousy, but I'm not going to go ahead and call Raymond Jackson tonight. That would be wrong. But anyway, that's my time. That's my piece. I hope we go back to the old way. Thank you.
Next, we have John Burry. John, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Good evening. As I commented last time, a great staff report. Well done, Paul. I would like to have seen the public comments, the written public comments from the last meeting appended to the agenda for tonight, because this is a continuation. I think there's a fault line emerging in our city, and on one side of that line, there are people who feel like things like the parking permit program have worked well for decades, and you've heard them this evening. They think it's well understood, and they don't think it needed fixing. And on the other side of that line, we have some people who think that this city somehow needs to be reshaped or transformed. And they don't have a lot of regard for the history or the nuances of how we got here. And they tend to think that the role of government locally is to intervene, and that the best way to balance the budget is to levy and tax and to fine. And on this specific issue, I do think that the politics of envy are also in play, and only just below the surface. There's been some dog whistling about wealthy, multi-property, multi-car families. I think the contempt that has been shown towards part-time but fully property taxed residents really stands out. These people are Hermosans, and they create and generate real wealth in our town. Their cars don't just sit in the streets for months on end when they aren't here. Parking permits don't automatically equal parking spaces. A great deal of the time, the cars with permits are parked in the garages and the driveways, just like Rick and Nancy said, and the city still gets the revenue. And back on the data, this selective use of the outliers to support the changes that were made is really poor science. When you keep talking about some guy with 23 permits, he could have been dealt with through other enforcement. And that's like preventing tax-paying residents from parking their cars by Valley Park overnight just because some transients are camping in their vehicles.
Yes, sir.
By the way...
Mr. Murray?
Yes.
Your time is up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised. We have no other speakers.
That's it? Okay, thank you. All right, no one else here in chamber, so I will close the public comment and bring it back to council for some deliberation and so on. I have been thinking about this for a bit, and I believe that the best way to handle this is to take each of these improvements or questions, I guess. I think there's 7 of them, actually. Take them one by one. Open that one item up, discuss it, the options that are possibilities, decide on whether or not we want to change anything, and if so, why, how, and how do we want to change it, and then vote on that individually, and then move on to the next one. Seems to be the only logical way to do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can staff put the PowerPoint back up with the nicely illustrated
Yes, that'd be a great
options and
idea.
topics? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote on specific components of the parking program, I'd like an opportunity to say a few words.
I'm sorry, you like to what?
I'd like an opportunity to say a few words before we break down each individual component of the parking program.
Okay.
Now appropriate? All right. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. You know, parking is a challenge, particularly in our small coastal town. We have, 3,800 parking spaces? 3,800 parking spaces, and we've issued a couple years ago up to 9,000 parking permits. It's one of the most challenging components of our lives. I live in the coastal zone, and I completely understand the challenges of playing the parking game. We all do. Like everything we do in our city, we have to approach with care, thoughtfulness, and balance. And you all have mentioned a couple times, the emphasis is on the public coastal parking. There's no right. Just like when I lived on 2nd Street, I had parking challenges just like I do on Linden Street. We live in a tight town. And if you've got visitors coming, you got to figure out where they're going to park, and it doesn't matter where you live in the town. There is no excess parking anywhere. 5 years ago, this council did something that hadn't been done in decades. We took a look, a deep dive into the operation. This wasn't one guy or 2 guys. This was a majority of the council that made a determination that the residential parking permit program was for full-time residents, not part-time, not folks operating short-term businesses, not multiple property owners. The permit went to the resident, not the property owner. The resident who lives here full-time, who deals with the parking challenges full-time. Not part-time folks, not folks here for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, full-time. Our community development director mentioned the pact from the 80s that we have with the Coastal Commission. Our city has changed significantly from the 80s, at least we forget. In the 80s, we had a lot of single bungalows. We had small driveways, small garages, with very limited ability to park. Since then, we've got parking minimums. So all those houses, the majority of those homes that were here in the 80s are gone. Obviously, there are still a few remaining, but they've been replaced. And with that replacement came parking minimums. 2-car garages. Some homes have 4-car garages. 2-car driveways. Parking minimums were the standard. But we never relooked the parking program at all. And it was crystal clear to anybody that the original intent was gone. We started to see garages used for other than parking. You want to convert your garage into a gym? That's what people did. Offices, our driveways and our streets became storage units for car collections, car sales. People had any car that they had could be parked on the street without any connection to how many parking spaces they had on their property. if I can, many of us pine for the good old days. That's what we've talked about. If I could have my slide, please. We want to go back to the way things were. And I think it's important for people to understand the way things used to be. What's this? Where somebody could get unlimited permits.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Jackson, I appreciate your wanting to say something before we get started here, but we're looking at another presentation here that's not the part of the staff report. And to be quite honest with you, we have an awful lot of work to do tonight. We have several items that we need to discuss.
Mr. Mayor, this is clearly within exactly what we talked about. How is this? This is part of my deliberation before we vote, as you want to do, on different aspects. So we've had folks say, let's turn it back to the way we were. And I want to make sure people understand this is part of the way we were, where
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that council members have the ability to submit documents to the city clerk for their own presentations. We went through these policies and procedures before, and I thought we eliminated that.
Mr. Mayor, you've had slides showing
I believe this is out of order.
Excuse me, let's just
I believe it's out of order. This document should be taken down.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Could you
We'll get
rule
to
on
that
that?
in a moment. Thank you.
Could you rule on it? Is it out of order, or are we going to continue to let
Mr. Mayor, if
council
I could
members submit documents?
No, I'm not going to address this just yet. Pardon me.
Mayor, he does have a point of order, so under the rules, you have to address the point of order before you do any other business.
All right, well, then it's up to me as mayor to make that a decision, and I believe that this is should not be part of this display right now. This
Thank you.
video here, these
it's not a
pictures
video.
and so on.
It is
Pictures.
Pictures.
Is it a
Thank
picture?
you. Thank you very much.
I don't think it belongs here right now.
Thank
And
you.
to be honest with you, it's a little out of order to be deliberating at this point. I appreciate you wanting to make some comments.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor.
I was willing to allow that, but I think now it's time for all of us to begin
I thought we were
discussing
deliberating.
each item one by one and
Right, but
deliberate, and all of us deliberate.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think it's important for the community to understand the history, and you've been a part of these discussions, as
Yes.
have others, who have been unanimous in the fact that this was a 5-0 vote, that this was a residential parking permit program. And this is the way it used to be, where I could get unlimited parking spots, not use my garage or driveway.
Councilman
So
Jackson.
how is that out of line, or how is that not consistent with the discussion that we're having?
It's out of order because this is not the method in which I decided that we should be doing this. We're going to take these items one by one. We're all going to discuss them and vote on them, and you'll have ample time to discuss each one of them as we come up. And in the meantime, Madam City Clerk, would you please remove this display?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now,
I just want to,
if you would sum up your comments, I'd appreciate it, and we'll move on.
it's unbelievable. We keep talking about freedom of speech, but because we have certain members of this council that don't like the speech, they're trying to stifle my speech. And
I have no problem
take
with your
exception to
speech,
that.
sir. I have no problem with your speech. It just doesn't belong here right now. At the end of discussions, we will have a motion and a vote, and then we can deliberate and
Well,
so
isn't
on.
this part of the discussion, is my ability to
We deliberate
discuss?
afterward.
We'd closed questions. There were no more questions, Mr. Mayor, so what was next?
Oh, I would like you to go ahead and sum up your comments so we can move on.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm not able to show my visuals? Is that your ruling, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is that now and later as well?
Yes?
And why is that?
What's the point of it? None of us have that. We were not given any.
Mr. Mayor, you've shown slides during some of your discussions and deliberations.
When have I done that?
You've shown slides in the past.
When?
We can go back on the record and look. You're telling me you haven't never shown any slides?
You can discuss this at a later time. Right now, we're
Wow.
going to move on to item 1, residential parking permits, the driver's license requirement of residency, and so on. That's what we're going to do first. Then we're going to discuss those proof of residency options, and then we're going to vote on that. Then we're going to move on to guest permits, not replaceable, and those options, and then we're going to vote on that.
So we're not going to talk about the history of the program
No,
and how, Mr. Mayor, you sat here on 3 occasions and voted in the majority, 5-0, for the program that we currently have before us.
Great, that's past history. I don't deny it. I'm just saying that's got nothing to do with this right now.
It's everything to do with this. The fact that the residential parking permit program for 5 councils, it was unanimous that the parking permit program is for residents.
Well,
You
I've
must
only
be a
been-
full-time resident, right?
I've only
I'm
been-
showing the history because we have folks in the audience that are claiming we need to go back to the good old days. So I'm highlighting the good old days, right? Where people had unlimited parking spaces. We had a council member from next door with a parking sticker. A council member from next door with a parking sticker. That's the way we used to be, where I could put my cars on the street unlimited. We have car sales. And then we changed it to 3. That's pretty generous.
Is there a point here?
There's no point in this anymore.
Is this not
Please-
part of a discussion?
Please stop. We haven't even started yet.
Well, I
You-
asked
You're
for-
having your own discussion about the history of the parking permit program.
That's part of the discussion,
It is
Mr. Mayor.
irrelevant to this right now because we are going to be discussing residential permits and the driver's license requirement. Okay? So we're done with this history and all the 5 councils passed. I've only been here for 1 of those, so.
Actually,
you
that's
know,
not true, Mr. Mayor. You voted 3 times.
I've been here 3 years.
And can I make a point about the local coastal plan and coastal and all that? And
No.
Oh, thank you.
No.
I didn't know you were taking cues from the.
I'm not taking cues from
Phoenix.
anybody. I'm telling you no. Told you earlier before, now I'm asking you to please
Okay, so you're
stop.
saying you are denying me the opportunity to discuss any of the issues before us this evening?
No, I'm denying you the opportunity to discuss anything except item number 1, residential permits, requirements and proof of residency. That's the topic of discussion now. I'm not going to go back and forth with you over and over on this. We've wasted enough time on this.
This is too important an issue. This is not a waste of time,
It's
Mr. Mayor.
not- it is
Mr.
very
City Attorney,
important.
can I ask for a vote of council so that I
Vote of
can
council for
continue?
what?
So I can continue with my comments and not be cut off? Because
Yes,
we have
fine,
a couple
if that's
folks
what
that
it
aren't
takes.
happy with it.
Go right ahead.
Yes, you can.
Okay. I would like to move to continue with my comments either now or later to include my illustrative slides.
Is there a second? Motion fails on lack of second. Let's move on now with driver's license requirements, proof of residency, item number 1. So we have driver's license requirements, guest permits are not replaceable, and so on. Options and solutions for the proof of residency, let's take that first. Option number A is to continue requiring a driver's license and a matching registration for all permits. Option B, accept alternative proof of residency, signed lease agreement, or for new residents only, or a utility bill instead of the driver's license. Or option C, a hybrid approach, require a driver's license when available, but allow secondary documents for special circumstances, new move-ins, part-time residences, and non-drivers. It's open to discussion. As far as option A, B, or C, do I have any questions or comments from council?
I have some comments.
Do we
Mr.
have, we
Mayor.
have to open this to public comment, don't we?
No, we had.
We already did that in general, that's true.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
all right, so thank you. So, option A, B, or C, I'll begin. I think that we should choose option B and accept alternate proof of residency, signed lease agreement for new residents and/or utility bill. I think the driver's license was too restrictive, made it too difficult for people who should have gotten a permit, who couldn't because of that requirement. So, option B is my choice. Is there anyone who has any other comments or
Is that
suggestions?
Mayor, is that a motion?
No, that is that's my suggestion, that we take option B.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, you have
Thank
a
you.
comment from over there.
Yes.
We instituted this driver's license requirement a couple years ago. The great majority, if you want to know if something's been successful, the fact that we've received a couple dozen complaints about the program shows that this has been a success. We've reduced the number by 40%, and that is that has allowed more parking for residents and visitors. Part of that is you have to be a permanent resident. So folks that live in Florida and Nevada and outside of Hermosa Beach were not permitted to get a residential parking permit, period. That was the decision that we made because they are not full-time residents of this city. Part of the reason we were able to determine that was the driver's license requirement. Some people have vehicles registered here, but they pay taxes and live outside of the city and the state. The driver's license requirement cured that. And we've only heard from a few dozen people when the vast majority of people have not had a problem with providing this. And it's not that onerous when you look at what it is that they're getting. Premium parking, a block from the beach or 2 blocks from the beach. So this is not only overly onerous. Anybody who lives a block away from the impacted area would gladly show a driver's license if they could get one of these parking permits. So I think in order to keep to the spirit and the intent of the residential parking permit for full-time residents only, then we maintain the California state requirements for vehicle registration as well as driver's license.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other comments? Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you that option B seems logical. Eliminating those who don't drive that may not have a driver's license, I think is wrong. So I agree with option B. And do you need a motion and a second for each one of these? Is that how you want
Yes,
to do
that's
this?
how we're
Okay,
gonna
I'll
do it.
make
Yeah,
that
yeah.
motion for option B on this one. Thank you.
So that's your motion?
Yeah, my motion for option B.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Just have a question for the motion maker. You said no supporting people who don't have a driver's license. Why would they have a car permit if they don't drive?
Oh,
Well,
that's
if
quite obvious.
you're going to get a guest pass,
We can do that right now, though.
you need a driver's license to
Not for a
prove your
guest pass.
residency.
Not for a guest pass. No,
I
you
have a
don't.
friend who's elderly and does
Yeah.
not drive. She has a garage, but no car. And
But we can give
occasionally-
them a guest pass right now. That is in our current rules that I made sure of it last time for the caregiver piece, that we currently give guest passes even if you don't drive.
Not for a
This is driver's license as proof of residency. I
We're
think
talking
it's
about
wrong.
permanent stickers. We currently, in our rules, we do offer guest
So
passes.
are you not for option?
I want to make sure that we're talking about facts, that this is like, we made sure of this last time that a caregiver, there's a transferable hang tag that a person who does not drive can get.
That's correct. So for the guest pass, a driver's license is not required. As long as you have a valid form of ID, you can get the guest pass along with a current bank or credit card statement. The alternative is the driver's license and vehicle registration, but it's one or the other. So if you don't have a driver's license, as long as that guest pass hasn't been issued to that address, you have a valid form of ID, you can get it, provided that you have the current bank or credit card statement with the Hermosa address.
I'd like to point out, too, that on option B, I'm not concerned so much about, you were referring to the caretaker pass and so on. This also affects renters who have just moved into the neighborhood. Their driver's license maybe not even be California yet.
why don't
They
you look
haven't
at option
changed
C?
that. But excuse me, but nonetheless, they do live in an apartment building in Hermosa Beach in the zone, and they'd like to get a parking permit.
Can I speak?
So this affects quite a few people, and I think it's a very positive thing for us to do this, and that's why I'm in favor of option B. Yes, Councilman Keegan.
I'm in line for option B, so maybe we should vote.
I was just wondering, you spoke about why not option C, which requires it, but there are special circumstances.
This is much simpler on option B.
So I was going to say, there is a motion on the
There's a
table that's been
motion and a
seconded,
second
so
on
I
the floor,
recommend you
yes.
vote, and
That's
if-
correct. So
unless
I'll
there's
call-
any questions on that, then vote and see how it shakes out.
Thank you. I'll call the motion. Madam City Clerk.
Voting is now open. Councilmember Francois?
Yes, well, it's not working, huh?
Yeah, mine's not even-
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson? Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
No.
Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, item number 2. Proof of residency, we just did that one. Next one, guest permits not replaceable. Option A is to continue the policy with no replacements. Option B, allow replacements with proof of new tenancy regarding a signed lease agreement, a utility bill in the new tenant's name. Allow only, or option C, allow only one replacement per address per permit season. Anyone have any comments?
I think that option C seems fair, but we should probably charge for the replacement, obviously the regular fee, but maybe make it a little higher.
Okay, appreciate that. I favor option B here, with one exception to that. It's a lot of times with tenants, and I've had rentals for a long time, and the tenant takes the permit with them, and they can't find it, he won't give it back. He thinks he's going to use it at his new address and so on. And so the new tenant can't seem to get one because the old one's still there. I think those permits should be replaceable. I think he should be able to show his new lease agreement and get a new pass. I think the old pass should be deactivated, and if it does pop up and someone's using it, I think that person should be subject to the punishment, the 2-year rule. That doesn't seem to be mentioned in here, but I think what happens to the old pass is important too. We can't just go, okay, here's a new one and let it go. Someone's abusing the old pass, they should get the 2-year treatment. But I favor more option B for that reason. Should be quite easy for a person to get one as a new tenant here. Now, allow only one replacement per address per permit season. Within a year, option C, if within a year, people have 1-year leases or 6-month lease, which is perfectly legal, and they 1-year lease, for some reason, they make an agreement with the landlord to leave, and then we have a new person with a new lease. I think more than one is necessary, so I would say no to option C, and my opinion would be option B. Any other comments? Yes, Francois.
I have a question. The guest permits, can they be tracked and invalidated, or does the community service officer just drive past it when they see the guest permit?
So with the guest permits, along with the vehicle stickers, we have an ability to void the permits, but outside of that, visually, you wouldn't know that permit is voided. So the CSO would somehow need to inquire about that permit number in order to know that it's not a valid permit. Internally, we can void it, but that's really as far as it goes.
Well, is that something the ALPR can take care of in the future? I'm getting a heads up from Ken over there.
It could. I think the issue we may run into with the guest permits is those aren't tied to vehicles. So ALPR will look at the license plates as associated with this. So it works for vehicle stickers, but I don't see how that would work for a guest permit.
Got it.
Thank you.
And is there a way to do a combination of B and C, for example, a hybrid approach, one per address, but offering more than one per address if they bring in all those other proofs? Would that be a possibility of combining the two?
That would be an option for council to consider.
I would support something like that. Thank you.
All right, any other comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
with the exception of a few folks, this has not been an issue at all. It has significantly reduced the fraud that we've had, and I see no need to change it.
I appreciate that. I think it is of considerable concern to renters who come in. I've had many people talk to me and complain about, I just moved in and they won't give me a permit because the old guy has the permit and I can't get one. So I think it's important that the people who come in here as renters, they should, if they have a lease, they should bring the lease in. They should be allowed to get a permit. It should be quite simple. So what happens to the old one? I would think that we would have some way to eliminate it and then track it if someone's using it or abusing it. But
And Mr. Mayor,
if that's not doable, then I understand that.
and with regard to renters, we're talking about full-time Hermosa Beach residents.
I'm talking about anyone with a lease, a legal lease that is not a short-term rental.
So
A legal lease.
So we are going back then on the residency requirement, and we're going to permit shorter term, less than a year, non-residents?
Yeah, essentially, yes. I've been a landlord for a long time. It happens all the time. It's not a short-term lease in any way for a person to come in and say, I'm only going to be here for a short time with a job, and I need a 6-month lease. And if they're a good tenant and looks good and everything, then go ahead and rent it to them. There's no reason not to.
So why are we subsidizing that short-term renters?
It's not short-term. It's 6 months.
They might stay.
All right, thank you. I'm not talking to you there. So what we're essentially then doing is going back against what we voted on for the last 5 years in terms of the residency requirement. So you're saying any renter is now entitled to a parking permit in our city regardless of how long they're here?
And a guest pass.
Any renter.
And a guest pass.
Any renter with a legal, long-term lease. That's more than a month.
More than a month.
Any renter, any person at all.
Without
with
without consideration for current off-street parking.
Same consideration everyone else has gotten here, sir. And as far as now we're going to change something we've been doing for 5 years, that's what we're here doing. We're here doing to look at this and say, is there something wrong with this? Is this one okay? Is that one not okay? There's people complaining about these things, and what I think we should be doing here tonight is finding solutions for those complaints so that people don't have to go around saying, well, I can't get a permit and I can't do this, and so on. We shouldn't just give it up and just go, oh, well, and let's go back to the way we used to do it. What we're trying to do here is improve the program. We can do this tonight and let this go on for a year, and at this time next year, do it all over again. If this turns out to be a horrible idea, well, let's change it again. We can change it again as many times as it takes until we get it right. So going back to the way it was, I don't think is a great idea. And arguing about every little thing because this is the way we've been doing it for 5 years.
Mr. Mayor, I would submit what you're doing now in terms of unraveling and permitting folks who were not entitled or authorized to apply for permits is exactly going back to the way we were.
Well, I disagree with you.
That's exactly what we talked about specifically.
I appreciate your point of view, but I disagree with you. I think it's a matter of semantics. We're not okay, so maybe we are unraveling this. You know what we're doing? We're re-raveling this back together again. And then next year, what are we going to go? Well, we did it all year this way. We can't change it now. Yes, we can. We can always change things and make them better. And that's what I think we're doing here. So I would suggest option B. Is there any other comments? Okay,
I'll make a motion for option B.
All right, I'll second that. Madam City Clerk.
You're good?
I just wanted to clarify with the lease agreement, it does require a minimum 6-month term, so we don't accept month-to-month. Well, when we accepted the month-to-month lease agreements, that was primarily to avoid short-term rentals or people who are only here 30 days or less from getting an annual permit. Most of the lease agreements are annual lease, but occasionally you get the 6 months, so that was a minimum 6-month lease.
Most landlords like a 1-year lease.
Correct, yeah.
They don't want to go through all the trouble of everything and then just for 6 months or less.
That's correct. But we wouldn't accept a month-to-month lease.
And when you're faced with several tenants at the same time, tenant applications at the same time, and these 5 over here are all 1-year leases and this guy only wants it for 6 months, that's certainly a factor to consider when you choose who you rent to. So I'm fine with 6 months. I don't have a problem with that. So we have a motion on the floor.
I have a question on this. So this doesn't apply to tenants that have a lease less than 6 months.
That's right.
That's correct.
What if they're on
your
a
lease
month-to-month?
then that we wouldn't be able to use a lease agreement. You would then need to provide, in this scenario, a utility bill for proof of residency. Okay.
So what 1-year leases often go to month afterward.
Well, but some people would be on a month-to-month lease from the start. So
and that wouldn't be accepted we would only take a minimum 6-month term. That was how we were previously doing it.
So would it be after they lived there 6 months, they would get one, or how would?
No, when they would provide the lease agreement, we would review the term. As long as it was a minimum 6-month term, we could accept it. If it was a month-to-month term, we wouldn't accept it, and they would need to provide an alternative proof of residency. And again, the lease agreement, it's primarily for new renters and new residents that move in because they have no other form of proof of residency. Outside of that, we didn't accept amended lease agreements at that point because you technically should have some documentation that you're a resident. But for new residents that move into an address, it was a minimum lease agreement with a 6-month term.
Okay, motion on the floor.
All right, great. There's a motion on the floor. Madam City Clerk, let's just go to the voice.
One moment while it processes. Councilmember Francois,
I just hit submit. So, yes, thank you.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toy, Mayor Seaman,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to number 3. Guest permits and property owners' guest permits eliminated.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I think we should prioritize residents and not property owners, and I think status quo, and I'll make that motion, we keep it option A.
You make a motion to do what?
Yep. We're going to put it up in a
Keep
second.
option A.
It's not up yet.
It's in the staff
All right,
report.
that's,
And I'll second that.
I'm sorry.
okay, so there's a motion on the floor.
What's the motion, Mr. Mayor?
I think people are
Sorry.
kind of waiting for the.
I'm
We're
sorry,
trying-
could we take a
slide.
quick recess? Our Zoom is
On
having
page
some technical
6.
difficulties.
Let's take a recess.
Oh, okay.
We just need
I
like
think we can
a
get that
couple of
voting.
minutes.
Should we restart our computers for the voting, or what's?
Now, I think we should just go
Yeah.
on with voice for the moment.
Just one moment. If we could take maybe a 3-minute recess to restart Zoom, that'd be great.
We wanted to put the slide back up, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's not up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I said maybe we could restart our computers. Is yours working? Yours isn't working, huh? When we said that residents aren't allowed to provide, we'll need our council members. We made that rule. I don't know, ask your city manager someday.
Right.
He'll fill you in.
Right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please sit down and may I have your attention? Our recess is completed. We have our little problems ironed out here. We have our technical problems ironed out. We're good to go. So we are at the property owner's guest permits eliminated item, and I believe there was a motion on the floor. Motion and seconded. Where do we leave off?
Motion and second.
You were about to vote.
What's the motion?
We were about to vote on issue
Did
3.
we? Well, okay, so there was a motion and second, but we were still deliberating a little bit.
We already passed this one. It's a new one.
On property owner's guest
You were
permits?
moving on to the next one.
We're moving on to the next one.
Oh, we did? We voted on it?
Yeah.
I don't recall that.
No, this slide.
This,
Yeah, this one, this is what I'm talking about. We haven't voted on this
We haven't
yet.
voted on
The
that.
screen in front of you is different than your laptop, so there's a little confusion.
Looks pretty much the same.
It wasn't, they
Property
just
owner
switched
guest
it.
Yeah, okay, so
Permits.
let's be clear. We
Same
have
sheet
not
music.
voted on the property owner's guest permits elimination yet.
You're correct.
Correct. You
But
had
there
a,
is a
you had,
motion on
you
the
had a
floor.
motion for option B
A.
Right.
that was seconded, and so they were going to take a vote, and,
Option A.
Oh, it was
That's
option
when-
A.
excuse me, option A.
Right.
And we were waiting for this to come on the screen.
I
and it never
understand,
came.
okay, so was there a motion and a second?
For
Could you
option A.
please
There was a
repeat
second,
the-
but
Motion A, option
Councilman
A.
Keegan wanted to have this on the screen so he can see what the
Yeah.
options were.
Okay, and I appreciate that.
If I could just have the maker of the motion and the seconder.
Okay, so
Motion
who?
for option
who
A.
Motioned for option A? Who was the motion? G. Toy. And the second? Jackson.
To prioritize the residents over the property owners who do not live there.
Okay.
They can speak to that as well, if you'd like.
Okay, go ahead.
As we talked about earlier, there's daily passes available. There's other methods for contractors to show up and everything like that. But, so I think just prioritizing, this is a residential parking pass.
Thank you very much. I'd like to weigh in on the same thing. I've been a landlord for many, many years in Hermosa Beach, several different properties, and it has never really been a problem to go over there and meet a plumber or a prospective tenant and so on. So I agree with option A, to continue prohibiting owner guest permits. Any other comments? Yes.
Thank you. I've received complaints from property owners that want to be able to work on their own property. They want to be able to show their property to prospective tenants. This means going over multiple times in a day, several days in a week or a month. They might want to do their own work on their property. They may have a plumber to come in. And I think all those reasons, I think, facilitate a reason that a property owner should get a guest permit with restrictions, cap number, maybe one per owner, even if they own multiple properties, a higher fee, proof of ownership, and possibly putting in a limited duration. So I'm leaning towards option B and would not vote for option A. So
Thank you. Any other comments?
I would just point out that, staff, how many of these do you think we'll get? How many of these applications are going to come forward?
It is a little hard to determine. I think the last thing we sold gas permits, we were selling within a year 748, but those requirements were a lot looser, so it allowed the owner to get one gas permit per unit, per address.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to determine now what that number would be.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm saying is that it's just sort of like, starting in crossing guard. Maybe we should just start it and see how many people use it and then evaluate it in a year and then bring it back. And if it's a huge number, we'll know that there's a lot of property owners that are doing work on their properties, or it may only be a handful, 20 or 40, and or just helping out some people trying to do their own maintenance work, or trying to contract a little cheaper, and trying to, skin the cat a little easier. Sometimes people are, these properties have mortgages and they're using the money to live on, and I think that we should try it and evaluate it. I mean, if it's a huge number like 740, that is unacceptable. That's too many. But if we put it in place, Mayor, and there's 30 of them, is there a big harm in that?
Mr. Mayor, you just heard that there was over 700 4 years ago. You used to get one per unit that they own. So if you own a 12-unit apartment, they used to get 12.
Right, so this is only one per property.
I know, that's what they're, correct. I'm just saying before, it was a lot.
So we've already made a
Mr.
great
City
improvement.
Attorney,
I agree, you made a
guess
great
we probably should have
improvement.
started this conversation with who lives in the impacted zone, and also who owns rentals in the impacted zone that could possibly benefit from this program, see on the dais for transparency's sake.
I'm sorry, what was that? I missed that last part.
That's fine.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
I concur with your statement, Mr. Mayor, and with the maker of the motion. The folks who are asking for this are acting as if there's nowhere for them to park. The majority of these properties have off-street parking. The great majority have off-street parking. The great majority of those folks who will have a hang tag associated with that particular residence. So if the property owner needs to go over to do business, then that property owner can coordinate with the tenant, which is what they're going to have to do, as you've alluded to yourself, Mr. Mayor. And, when this was eliminated, there was a member of this council who was upset because, we also have a problem with short-term renters, right? So folks will use this hang tag to supplement the off-street parking for their short-term rental property. So I agree that continuing this prohibition, no property owner, if they're not a resident, is permitted a hang tag, period.
All right, thank you. If there is no other comment, Madam City Clerk, would you call?
Councilmember Francois?
This is on option A, correct?
Correct.
No.
Councilmember Keegan?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem DeToy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Still don't seem to have the voting thing down, but, all right, event permits eliminated. Options and solutions. Option A, the status quo, maintain elimination of event permits. Option B, reinstate event permits with updated rules, limit the number of events per year, restrict the number of permits issued per event, and charge a nominal fee for each permit. I've kind of gone back and forth on this one, but at this point, I think I'm willing to support option B. I believe that from time to time, people were going to want to have a party, and without being able to get multiple permits, and again, the number of permits per issue per event and the number of events per year is open for discussion as far as I'm concerned. And the nominal fee, I think it should, I agree with that too. But I think we should maybe open this up and try this for a year, see how it goes. Whether or not it's 2 events a year or 10 events a year, which, believe me, that's not what I have in mind. But between what that number is I'm open to discussion, and how many permits do you get per event? I'm open to discussion on that too. But I think option B is fair. We should try it for a while and see how it works out. If it just totally messes the system up, and on certain days, Thanksgiving comes around and 20 people on the same block all want 10 permits, how will that work? There are some problems there, but that's my personal opinion, is that we might want to consider option B. So is there any other?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, there's no greater good by reverting back to the event parking permits that we had. I remember specifically the night we discussed this, and we all laughed at the fact that for $5, anybody could get up to 20 permits 5 times a year. That's 100 parking spaces that are potentially encumbered to the detriment of residents and visitors because somebody's having an event. I mean, I have events, we all have events, we figure it out. It's not the city's responsibility, it's not the government's responsibility to figure out where your guests park. I mean, we live in a very congested area with limited parking. So we've got a couple dozen folks who have been saying we want to be able to, I'm entitled to park 20 of my friends on the street at pennies an hour when we're losing money, right? So again, we're supplementing that. And then when, the kids are driving around trying to find somewhere to park, they can't because Ray Jackson is having a party on 4th of July or whatever your days are. But 20 permits at $5 was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that we summarily removed that. And so I think we should maintain the elimination of events permits. Again, we are permitting to the exclusion of others, and that is treading dangerously, as our community development director spoke about.
So, Councilman Jackson, let me ask you this then, in the spirit of just discussing this. I have to totally agree with you. $5 is that's ridiculous. 20 permits is kind of off the scale in one direction also. What would you think would be a fair number of permits, if you were even going to consider this? What would be a fair number of permits per event? And what price do you think that they should be?
Well, we have day passes now, correct?
Uh-huh.
We do, and they're $12 each, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And that's pretty darn generous at $12.
Yeah, but that's from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. You're having a party, doesn't really fly.
Right, but again, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe it's the government's responsibility. If I live a block away and have the exact same parking challenges as everybody else. I lived on 2nd Street. Parking was a challenge on 2nd Street. We figure it out. You tell people to Uber or bike or walk or park your car up the street and you walk.
Yeah, okay. So what do you think would be a fair amount? And how many passes would you consider?
I think nothing outside of a day pass, and if we continue the day pass, then that price should be increased.
To 20, 30? I mean, I just want to get some numbers here. I want to get a point of reference for you.
Well, we're talking about $3 an hour with the change in our meter rate.
Right.
And this is an 8 to 5 proposal.
Right.
Right, so that's 8 hours.
Well, it's not really 8 to 5, but...
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yeah. Yes.
Remember that you're not supposed to make money on these permits.
No, I understand
so
that.
we're not going to charge retail for it,
consensus.
so let's not waste time on it.
I'm trying to make some consensus here. So, Ray, let's go ahead and kind of wrap it up if you could, please. You want to just give me a ballpark ideas on that?
Well, this is the event permit specifically.
Yep. Yeah, how many do you think would be fair?
For the event permits?
Per event, how many?
Option A. That's different, because this is different from the day pass.
Okay, all right.
This is different from the day pass.
Well, fair enough. Thank you so much. Councilman DeToy.
Thank you. I also will support option A, but also put a part of the motion, how about this? I move that we approve option A, status quo for elimination of event permits. However, change the daily pass to from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. is a maximum threshold. So if people are having a dinner party, they can get a daily permit, we can hang out, keeping the price the same.
Just to clarify, it
We're
would
not
be,
really discussing the event of the day passes right now.
Correct, but these are tied together in my opinion.
Okay.
Well, we'd have to call them a different permit, that's all. We couldn't confuse the two.
Yeah.
Why
I
daily
think
pass would just be from 8 to 10, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Talking about two different
$12.
permits. One
It's
for,
two different things. So let's finish this first. If you want to add that to the list, we could talk.
Well, I think this motion ties both of them together, which is important. We're keeping the status quo of eliminating event permits, but we're allowing the daily permit to instead end at 5 p.m. to end at 10 p.m. So if you're having people over for a dinner party, you can.
At $12 a pass. I'd second
$12
that.
a pass.
I'd second that, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, what, were you going to say something?
No, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem clarified what I wanted to know, which
Yeah.
the start time, 8 a.m., so 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Just changing the closing of the
For a
daily
day pass.
Regarding the start time, if that is something council is considering, I would recommend moving it to 10 a.m. because that's when enforcement begins.
10 a.m. We'll do 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. It is even better. Thank you, Mr. Avila.
So if you could just, for the record, clarify your
Okay,
motion.
I will clarify the motion that we continue the status quo of elimination of event permits, and then also our daily permit would be available for purchase for $12 from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Excuse me, and how many
For
can you, those
$12.
can you purchase?
Each person can.
There's an unlimited amount.
But is there a second?
No, wait a minute, I want to just be some clarity here. So you're again mixing in the event permits with the daily permit. So you're saying you don't want to have any event permits, but you do want to have daily permits,
Yeah, correct.
which
This
are
would, this would
in a
be-
way event permits, but nonetheless,
I just want to make sure there's a second before we continue.
Yes.
There's a second.
Okay. So this would put the ability to purchase the permit on the person actually visiting, not the resident who is hosting a party that could possibly then resell these on a holiday weekend or whatever, buying these unlimited passes. So I'm coming over to Thanksgiving at your house. You tell me, hey, go down to the city, make sure you get this permit for Thanksgiving Day. Probably not Thanksgiving, but, you know.
aren't these I appreciate that. Aren't these day passes designed for instance, plumbers and so on who are going to be working at an address all day, so they buy a day pass so they can just park in front of the place?
I believe the intent of the permits are really for visitors. That's why they have the hours up to 5 p.m. It's, from my understanding, it's visitors who want to visit Hermosa, go to the beach, and they have up to 5 p.m. to park with that permit.
All right, so, okay, any other comments? All right, I am against the idea of mixing the two together at all. I don't think they are connected or should be the same thing. We can talk about day passes and changing the dates and times and costs and so on, but that's really not this item here. So if you want to make the motion, you want to keep the motion together with both those things on it, and it's motion and second, and you're both all right with that?
I think,
Is there any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just to less than what someone would be feeding the meter. And so if someone wants to use this for a special event, family in town, whatever, at their personal residence, 20 cars going to a single residence in this town when I'd guess that the average home is 1,200 square feet is crazy. That's 30, 40 people that could be showing up.
There are dozens and dozens of homes on the Strand and up in the hills, all over Hermosa Beach in the zone that are huge and could easily have 50 people over at a time.
Correct, and these are just in the impacted zone.
Yeah, in the impacted zone, yeah, absolutely. I actually have been to such parties once in a while, and they have guests and they want to buy passes for them so they don't have to hire.
1.4 square miles and
all the other
rideshare
business.
programs are
Yeah,
everywhere.
I get it. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to make a substitute motion that we go with option B and that we reinstate event permits with updated rules, limiting the number. Since I can't seem to get any other consensus out of anyone, I'll just make my own idea up and put that out there and see if anyone wants to agree with it. The number of events per year should be 2 to start with, and we should restrict the number of permits per event to 10. And the charge a nominal fee, I think it should be something greater than $12 for 12 hours. That's crazy. I don't know what that nominal fee, but we should determine a nominal fee
We need to
for
set
each
it.
permit.
Set one.
We need to set that, you think so? Well, okay. Any
$5?
suggestions?
$5.
$5.
8? I don't know.
I think more than that.
I'd say 8.
I'll say 10.
Okay.
How's that?
Let's go.
So
you
the
can have-
person having a party is
have-
going to have to pay $10 for each permit.
That's correct. It's not a lot of money, and if you have a house big enough and want to have a party large enough for that many people, $10 isn't a lot of money. So 2 events per year,
Mr. Mayor,
excuse me, 10 permits per event, and a $10 fee. Yes,
exclusion from holiday weekends and holidays.
good point. Yes, it should be. Yeah, excluded,
Excluding holidays, sure.
excluded
Okay.
from holidays.
Parking anyway.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Holidays is too much trouble parking anyway. All right, that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have moved and seconded for a substitute motion. If there is no other
I
discussion.
just wanted clarification on the holidays. I heard
yes, on the
holidays and
event
I heard
permits.
holiday weekends.
On the event permits, I'm sorry, the motion would be option B, to allow 2 events a year, 10 permits per event at $10 a permit, holidays excluded. This does not work on Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter.
So I think the question, though, is it holiday weekend or
Holiday
just the
weekends, I
holiday?
think it's better to use the whole weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yes,
Yeah.
holiday weekends.
Holiday
So holiday weekend.
Point.
So if Christmas
Mayor?
and
Oh, wait, excuse me. Yes, Madam City Clerk, what?
I just wanted to be sure that staff had the clarity.
So excluding a holiday and holiday weekends?
Mayor, can I make a point, please?
Yes.
This is pertinent. Why don't we say it's holidays that fall on the weekends, it's the weekend, and holidays that don't, it's just the holiday?
Well, you got Mondays, what do you do?
No, I think holiday weekends, it's much simpler and clearer,
Okay?
whether it's weekend or not.
And so July 4th is on the 4th, so it's just that day. And then if it's on the
That holiday day
it's
is a-
Fridays,
yes.
then it's the whole
Oh, I
weekend.
see. So you're saying if the holiday's
It's
on
on
a Friday or
Friday.
Monday, make it the weekend, but if it's in the middle of the week, you can make it just a holiday, I guess.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So I guess I was saying, if the holiday occurs on a Monday or a Friday, it's the weekend, and if the holiday is midweek, it's just the day.
Is that your suggestion? You seconded it.
Yeah, I second,
Yeah.
amended the motion.
All right, I'll accept that.
Okay.
That sounds reasonable.
So, Madam City Clerk, is that clear? This is the
Yes,
substitute.
So this is an
substitute.
amendment to the substitute motion. Just
Yes.
want
Got
to
it.
just clear the record. Okay.
All right. Okay. Call the issue, please.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Party pass, 5. Oh, boy.
Event permits, 4th permit requirement. So, option A is the status quo. Maintain the requirement that each vehicle must be registered to a unique driver. Option B, allow households to obtain a 4th permit regardless of driver registration, subject to verification of household residency. Or option C, eliminate the unique driver requirement and base eligibility on overall household parking needs. On option C, eliminate the unique driver requirement and base eligibility on overall household parking needs. Can you explain the overall household parking needs? What would those needs be that would allow you to have this extra permit?
So that, that part of the requirement would actually be sent to community development for their planning department to review. Essentially, the household need is they assess the on-site parking available with the number of vehicles that the resident has, and a determination is made with also an illustration that's submitted by the resident and photos of the on-site parking that they do have. At that point, community development makes a determination if it's deemed eligible, and they would approve it. So this would be a community development process that they would look at.
And you just said this has to go to a planning commission?
Planning, no, the planning department. So a planner will review the application and determine.
The application process, I got you.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, so they would determine how many spaces you have available?
Yeah, one of the scenarios that our previous city attorney outlined is if a property has a garage and the resident has 4 vehicles, essentially one of those vehicles can park in the garage, so only 3 vehicles require a permit. So in that sense, that application would be denied because there isn't a need for a permit, for a 4th permit. But they do a different style of verification in addition to that, but that would be through community development.
All right, but if the numbers were a little bit different, you had 1-car garage and 5 cars, then they
Then-
would be allowed the 4th permit.
That's a determining factor, but there's different options that community development will look at. But that is an option that they look at.
Well, I think we need to know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know if Allison is still here, because when that application comes through us, we verify if the vehicles are registered to different and unique drivers. If they're not, it goes over to community development. Essentially, we get an approval or denial from them. I'm semi-understanding of what they review, but not fully understanding onto what the full process is of what they're looking at. The application does outline that the resident needs to provide an illustration of their property, photos of on-site parking, and we also indicate how many vehicles they have, and that's part of the determination. Anything outside of that, I'm not too familiar with.
And why isn't that a simple math question right at the counter there? And then you have this many cars, you've proven that. You have this many spaces, you've proven that. So there is a need for an extra space, the 4th permit. And why wouldn't you be allowed to get one without sending it to the Department of Community Development?
Well, I do know that part of the illustration and the photos that are submitted, there's measurements that are looked at from planning where they look at if the garage that's there can fit a certain number of vehicles that are listed. Again, that was part of the 4th permit application process that was established. That can be changed if council wishes to, but that's currently how the process is.
So you're saying that they say, well, the driveway says 62 feet long and the standard parking space is 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet. And so you say that, well, you only have you have 3 spaces there, but in reality, it's only 2.5 spaces.
Essentially,
Fit
yeah.
3 cars in it.
Now,
now there's a dispute.
Yeah, if council wishes, we can look at just the on-site. If there's a garage, that's considered an on-site parking where one of the vehicles can park, and we can verify if there's additional vehicles that need permits. If there's more than 3, then there really wouldn't be a thorough analysis of the overall need of a 4th permit for that property. We can just determine that based off the on-site number, if council wants to simplify the process. But the way the 4th permit application was drafted, just for context, I personally worked with former Finance Director Vicki Copeland and former Community Development Carrie Tai on drafting the 4th permit application based off council ruling. And through countless hours of reviewing that council meeting, this is what came out of that meeting. We're happy to amend it if council wishes to.
So this is part of the status quo also?
Correct.
Okay, because since it was separated out.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm sorry. What we only brought to council is strictly the unique driver, because essentially that was limiting anybody from getting to step 2 to even see if there was an actual need for a permit, for a 4th permit, because most vehicles are registered to 1 resident. And so there really wasn't a review process from community development because they wouldn't be able to get to step 2 of that process. So this would allow the step 2 process to actually take place. Again, currently it's sent to community development. If council wishes to change it, we could.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, comments. Councilman Detoy, Francois.
Thank you. So option C sounds like we're still implementing some kind of rule that creates this extra steps and bureaucracy. And I believe earlier you stated there was just a handful of people that applied for this extra one and was denied or accepted. So to simplify all this and allow a 4th permit to every residence, option B would be the one that we would want to favor then. Is that correct?
Well, option B will essentially increase the permit limit from 3 to 4. So
Right,
yes.
from 3 to 4. We could even make it 5 if there was a consensus
If
to make it
council
5,
wishes,
which
yes.
I would support because I was actually against all of these regulations. I wanted to go back to the way we had it before, but in any event, I would support option B. on that one. Thank you.
So you just say that you get a fourth permit, subject to verification of household residency?
Yes.
So you prove you live there,
They get a fourth one instead of
and
three.
you get a fourth one?
Yeah.
So children can get one.
Right.
Yeah, children of
Girlfriend.
All right, well, that's
Fiancés.
all right, that's
And
enough.
the reason I would go to 5 is because I think there's renters that are, there's married couples in homes and.
One step at a time.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
anyway.
baby steps.
Okay, well, baby, I could make it 5, but I'm going along with option B.
You could. In your world, you could do whatever you want.
Oh, gee, thanks. Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I'm-
Are there any other
whatever else
comments?
says.
Yeah, just question.
Yes.
Would this, they'd be able to get 4 stickers and still get a hang tag, or would the hang tag be one of the 4?
Oh, that's a good question.
We currently only allow one hang tag per address, so the hang tag would be one of the 4. So it could be 3 stickers and a hang tag, or 4 stickers if the resident chooses to do that.
One more sticker.
So you get 3 stickers, 1 tag, or 4 stickers, no tag?
Correct.
That's up to you.
And that's up to the resident.
Well, no, one counts as a guest permit.
Right.
We get people confused about this all the time. You're allowed a total of 4 permits, one of which can be a guest permit.
That's what we just said.
That's correct. So the guest permit counts as the total number of permits allowed.
Yeah.
So it's part of the 4 or part of the 3 currently.
Okay. Good question, thank you.
Can I make a motion from option B?
Just a moment. Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could, please. I have 2 kids, 4 cars. My kids are gone. Part of the reason we made this, because I remember all these conversations specifically, is because, for example, a guy that lives around the corner from me, 3 kids, none of whom live with him. Prior to the changes we made, each one of his kids, who doesn't live with him, had 3 stickers on their cars. So he had 3 stickers for his kids. He had a sticker. His wife had a sticker. And then he can park 6 cars on his property. But none of his cars are parked on that. So what we're looking to do then, if I can show slide 2, please, because this is a factual situation, is we are not taking into account current capacity. So, for example, if I have a 2-car garage and a 2-car carport, and I can park a car to block my driveway, that's 5. Then I get 2 stickers and a hang tag. That's 8 vehicles. 4 on site, 4 on public property. And now we're looking to expand that to 9 without any true requirement, because I've got a kid who doesn't live at home, but he can get one, or a girlfriend can get one, or, without any consideration for current capacity. If I could show the slide, please.
Mayor, would that be okay? Just want to
You said I'd be
verify.
allowed to show the slide there, Mr. Mayor?
No, just what we have right here is fine. I'm asking you, let me ask you a question.
It's illustrative of the typical situation, Mr. Mayor. I would ask for your indulgence.
Yeah, I think we can imagine what it looks like. Option C would solve your problem then, because that's based on household parking needs. And that's where they submit pictures and drawings or whatever then.
But what's the need? If I have 3 cars,
No, I'm saying they have to prove how many spaces they have and that they have a need for an
well,
extra.
I guess the question is, what is a need? If I have a car collection, I have 2 Porsches.
It's not what it says.
What is? All right, so you have to have a unique driver. Or does that driver have to be a resident?
Well, so again, this part of it, it's to eliminate the unique driver requirement, so that the need of a 4th permit is actually evaluated. Currently, the unique driver requirement essentially prohibits people from meeting any of the requirements, so they're not eligible for a 4th permit.
Right, so my kid who doesn't live at home is not a unique driver to my house, and therefore is not eligible for a parking sticker.
Well, the unique driver requirement, it's for all vehicles. So every single vehicle that you currently have needs to be registered to different drivers. It can't be 2 vehicles registered to dad, for example, and the third to a son or daughter. That would still eliminate them from being eligible for a 4th permit, because every vehicle needs to be registered to a different driver. the way it currently stands.
I think what's missing from C is the definition of household parking needs. What is that? I think that's.
That was my first question. My first question before we started it.
Was household parking needs is not defined. I think that's where the problem's coming with the discussion on C.
Right, and what we determined is that they need to show us by drawings or pictures or so on, how many spaces that they actually have. And then I was questioning why that it would have to go to the Department of Development, and I can see the need for that now, because that department could go out there and actually measure and check and so on and so forth and make a determination on if those parking places are legal parking places and allowable. Yes, interim city manager, you're looking at me kind of funny.
No, just I'm putting out the questions. We haven't defined needs, or we haven't gotten to C because nobody gets past A. Is that what you want your community development department to be doing?
I have to agree with that.
Given everything that's on their plate.
But I started on option C.
Understood.
Yeah. And I wanted an understanding of what a household parking needs are.
And just for
that's what I got
clarification, my
from that.
understanding is currently an application that does make it a community development. They are not sending somebody out to assess the property. That's my understanding of what they're doing right now, is they're not sending anybody out.
Okay, so, yes, Dean Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, this is one of the crucial, important points that needs to be resolved. Many complaints have come from residents that are frustrated that they're only allowed 3 permits, whether it's roommates, whether it's children. You know, if we could just make it easy and move it from 3 to 4 and eliminate this bureaucracy of the garage and the driveway and the measurements and this idea that people are parking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars. I don't get it. It's just going from 3 cars to 4. That would be option B. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I live by myself and have 4 cars, do I get 4 stickers and a hang tag? Regardless of the fact that I have a 4-car garage and a 2-car carport?
Well, currently with the 3.
No, I'm asking under this.
Go ahead and answer that.
4th permit requirement, or if I have 4 cars, can I get 4 stickers?
You would. The address would allow up to 4 permits if we increase it.
He gets 4 stickers for 4 cars. No, he's the only driver.
We can get 3 now.
You get 3.
No, you don't get 3.
No,
You don't
that
get
was
3.
his question.
You could get 3 stickers.
You get 1. I get 1 and a guest as a single guy.
No. Every address is entitled to 3 residential permits. That could be 3 stickers or 2 stickers and a guest
That's
permit.
if unique driver.
No.
My wife can get 1, I can get 1, and then we get a guest permit.
So I think the confusion there is that's the scenario that's looked at if you're applying for a 4th permit. If you're only getting 3 permits, you can be a single person at home and have 3 vehicles under your name, and you can get 3 vehicle stickers for those vehicles. The 4th permit is where that's looked at differently.
Yeah.
For the
So
3
I can,
permits.
wow. All right, so I can park 4 cars on my property, but I can get 3 stickers to park on the street, then a hang tag, and then possibly a driveway blocker.
You can get 3 permits currently, yes.
The hang tag is part of the 3.
Correct.
So,
And we're proposing a 4th when there's,
That's an option for council to decide.
okay. So this is a wants base, this isn't a needs base. And this is not going to withstand any straight-faced scrutiny at all, as our community development director said, because every space that we give, as we've seen in the past, will be used, oftentimes improperly, and that's a space that a resident can't park or a visitor can't park, because we've seen it. You can talk to any of the CSOs in the PD department, and they can tell you because they see it every day. So,
Yeah, I think basically it's just a numbers. So under this, the fourth is just, if you have that house, you're allowed to get 4 permits.
Another 1,000.
Yeah, it's just
It's
a
another
numbers
1,000
game.
permits we're going to give
Yeah,
out.
it's that. So option B is it's just that. It's allowing 4 permits. Right now, it's 3 permits. Every address gets 3 permits, as long as you have proof of residency. And if you're getting stickers, you need your vehicle registrations. Option B would allow 4 permits instead of 3.
And option C, you would have to prove a need to have a fourth sticker.
Correct. They would complete the application, provide the documentation, and then it would be reviewed currently by community development.
And that is an undefined need.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't, and that's why I started with option C, and tell me what household parking needs are, and he explained that to me. I didn't think it made much sense at the time, but it does now, that you can't just walk in there and go, well, here's my driveway, and, it was some numbers and stuff, and go, okay, you can have it. No, he needs to go through the process, and then it may go to the department to be checked. I get that. And if there is a parking need there that he can prove, then he should get the fourth permit. Not just give him one, just because he's already got 3. It's not the lottery. Okay, yes, Councilman
Mr. Mayor,
Francois.
what if we did option B, but we required the 4th permit be registered by a separate residence so we don't allow someone to hog 4 permits? I mean, basically, it'll be a little modification to option B without going through this new bureaucracy down here, and just say maximum of 2 permits for 1 driver, something like that, to prevent this
Yeah,
duplication.
I appreciate, I know you like to do the easiest way,
Well,
and
it's just that a lot of people complained about the moving it from 3 to 4, and we've heard all.
yeah, and I'm trying to help that
Yeah.
situation, but I'm not going to just give an extra permit to everybody who wants one. And make it simple, just because it's simple and easy doesn't make it the right way to do this. So I'm in the unfortunate position here. I get this feeling that no matter which way I vote, I'm going to win.
Oh.
I know, it's kind of weird, isn't it? That's
The swing vote.
Yeah, I know. I don't really care to be the swing vote, to be quite honest with you. I would prefer a consensus
Well,
here,
that's what I'm thinking of, a
which I
compromise.
have tried to make here, yeah.
Yeah, a compromise on
So,
B.
okay, all right. So where are we on this? We have no motions, we have no seconds, we have no anything at this point. Is that correct?
I'll make a motion for option B.
Okay.
Will you allow a friendly amendment, option B, but the 4th, no more than 2 permits to any 1 driver?
So amended.
Okay, I'll second that then,
Okay.
as a compromise.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. I'm going to make a substitute motion. Yes.
If I may, if we're going to look at who's registered to what vehicle past 2, that actually it'll delay a lot of the permit issuance, because there's going to be additional verification that's going to be done on top of what's already done. As a recommendation, I think we should either have a base limit for permits, whether it's 3 or if it's an option for 4. But if we move for that other motion, that will slow down the process, because there's an added layer of verification from the staff level.
Thank you for that.
But it would be
The motion that you
less
have now.
troublesome than option C.
It would
Correct?
be more troublesome.
What?
It would be more troublesome
More
for staff.
troublesome.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
We would have to verify
Not the easy
additional
way.
documentations. We would have to set the limit of our current permit platform to 2, because we can't just streamline more than 2, and we have to verify the 3rd one. So that's additional verification the staff has to do.
What if we just made the 4th one a different driver?
That could be the option.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
similar
we
to
have
this.
a motion on the floor.
Yeah, so amended.
Okay. Thank you.
Paul.
So,
Wait, so
Now,
but
yeah.
you had said you were going to do a substitute motion.
yes,
So is that
correct.
still off the
I'm not
table?
sure if we need to untangle this one first, but let's not do that. My substitute motion is option C, plain and simple, just the way it is. Option C, we eliminate the unique driver requirement, and we base eligibility on a 4th permit on overall household parking needs. This gives relief to those people who have 2, 3, 4 roommates and there's no place to park. They got the number of cars. 3 just isn't enough parking passes. And at the same time, it doesn't just open the door and throw out an extra pass to 1,000 people. It's in the middle there somewhere. It provides relief for this problem. And it's based on household parking needs. So that is my substitute motion, is option C, the way it is written.
I'll second it for conversation. The cons on that, the second part is requires clear criteria for eligibility. So what were you looking for in guidance on that? What were your thoughts on it, Mr. Mayor?
On the household parking needs?
Correct, on the staff report.
Criteria,
It has
yeah.
pros and cons, and it says requires clear criteria for eligibility.
I think there's a direct correlation between the number of cars you have. You have 3 permits already. Let's assume that, first of all. You have 3 permits, the maximum, and you have any number of cars. Let's pick 3 cars, but you only have parking for 2. So there's a clear need for another parking pass. And so you apply for the 4th one. Let's say you have 4 cars and you only have 3 car parking, and you have 3 passes, but it's still not enough. You need 1 extra pass. And so overall household parking needs, if you need another pass, then you get the 4th one. And I don't see anything wrong with having that verified by the department.
Your Honor, just to clarify, so you're basing it on the car ownership and not garage space or carports or things like that?
Well, no, I'm basing on both of those things.
Well, I didn't hear it, that's why I asked.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So as it was explained to us, you come in and you go, I need a 4th pass, and they go, okay, well, how many spaces do you have? You could say, I have 2-car parking and 2-car driveway, and you've already given me 3 permits, but I need another one because we have 4 cars, we have 5 cars, whatever the number is. And so then we have to go down and verify those spaces to make sure that they're appropriate spaces. They're 8.5 by 20 feet and so on and so forth. That they're not substandard spaces and so on.
Just to clarify, that is requiring then community development to send a staff member to the property to assess it.
Yeah, I'm not expecting this to be hundreds of people applying for this. And if once in a while a staff member has to go out and do that, that's fine. I mean, we have building inspectors who could go put it on their route and do it. They're perfectly capable of that. And, so I don't see that as a problem.
No, Mayor?
So I would, that's my motion, and do I have a second?
Mayor.
Well, hold on.
I'm going to rescind that just based on the staff's answer.
No second, okay. Councilman Jackson?
Can I ask for clarification, Mr. Mayor? I'm still not sure on the needs component, so I will use me as an example. I have a 4-car garage. I can block my driveway and park 3 cars on the street right now. So that's 8 spaces. I have 5 cars. Am I eligible for a sticker?
A 4th sticker.
A 4th sticker?
Sorry, Councilmember, can you repeat that?
What?
Can you repeat
okay.
the question?
If you'd allow me to show my slide, it would be illustrative of the exact scenario I'm speaking of.
I think the scenario you mentioned is perfect. You have the number of cars and a number of spaces. Is he allowed to have a 4th sticker?
I can park 4 cars off property. I can block my driveway. That's 5. I can currently park 3 on the street. That's 8. If I ask for a 4th sticker, can I get a 4th sticker?
You wouldn't in that scenario.
Why is that?
Because you're referring to on-site parking, right? You have 5 cars that are parked in your property.
I have 4 that are on my property. A driveway blocker, that's 5 on the public street. That's 3, 2 stickers and a hang tag. So that's a total of 8 vehicles that I can park. Am I eligible for a 4th?
That scenario, you would have to let us know, Council, if you
That's
want
what I'm
to
trying to,
consider that.
that's what I am not clear on, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think it is pretty clear. If you have a number of cars and a number of available off-street spaces. It's quite simple.
Do I get a 4th with, I can park 8 cars right now? 4 on property, 4
You're
on.
asking me, I say no.
But I'm
He's the
asking the
one that
maker.
you should be asking.
But I'm asking the maker of the motion because I'm not clear on when is somebody eligible for this 4th.
So
If I have 6 cars. I'm a car guy. I park 4 on property and none on the street. But I've got my wife and kids. How many, can I get a 4th sticker there?
Well, so I would say this, when the scenarios were brought up when they drafted the 4th permit application, the scenario took into consideration on-site parking. I will just simplify that question, if I may. If you have, kind of like what I said previously, if you have 4 vehicles and you have 1 on-site parking, essentially one of those vehicles can be parked at that on-site parking, whether it's a driveway or it's a garage. So then that household only needs 3 parking permits.
Correct, right.
So they wouldn't be approved
Eligible,
for a 4th
right.
permit, correct?
So is that essentially what your motion is,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor?
Option C, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so in the scenario, then back to my situation.
Okay,
2-car garage, 2-car carport,
that's 4.
3 on the street.
No, that doesn't count. You have 4 off-street spaces.
I have 4 off-street.
Okay,
How many stickers can I get?
And how many cars do you have?
What if I have 5 cars?
Well, go ahead, pick a number.
Okay. When am I guess my question is, when am I entitled to a 4th sticker?
You aren't on that scenario.
In that scenario, you wouldn't be allowed because you have enough on-site parking to accommodate the vehicles that you own.
If I owe 6 cars. I'm a 4-car family, but I have 6 cars.
Then,
4 spaces, 6 cars,
yeah,
and he already has 3 stickers. Is he allowed a 4th?
he theoretically would be allowed a 4th permit.
See, this is fraught with,
But again, these are rules that we would want council direction on. If you wish to change, however,
Right.
the illustrations were previously.
because
then
the
that's what we
intent of the intent of the 4th sticker was if capacity exceeded requirements, right? I've got a big family. I've got 4 kids that are at home, and I've got 4 parking spaces. My 4 kids have cars. My wife and I have a car. That's 6. We can still park those 6 vehicles, right?
Not in 4 spaces.
No, between the spaces and the road, the public space.
Well, yeah, anybody can. Sure.
So I'm still not clear, because that was the previous rule was if my capacity off-street and on-street exceeded my requirements, meaning number of drivers living with me with vehicles, then that would trigger a 4th.
So yeah, if you have on-site parking to accommodate however number of vehicles you have, if the vehicles that still require to be parked on the street are more than 4, then you theoretically would be allowed a 4th permit. Again,
Or more than-
this process typically goes to community development. As I've mentioned, that's one of the factors that they're looking at, but I can't speak 100% to the full scope of what they review and approve in those scenarios, but that is something that's.
Because it sounds like we're confused and
Your
you're
Honor,
confused.
and for that reason, staff's happy to take this part of it back and work out some scenarios, bring it back to council at a later date for approval.
The 4th?
Yes.
The 4th permit requirement.
So it remains as 3 for the time being.
Until
2
we
and
bring
1.
it back
If we
and council
decide to do
makes a
that.
decision, yeah. If you agree that, to give it back to staff to bring back at a future date.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we have staff bring this section back at a future date.
Second.
Okay.
So the motion is to can this for now and bring it back?
Yep.
Specifically, just issue 5.
Okay. I'll just make another plea for option B. Currently, under the program, a household gets a guest permit and 2 permits for their cars. And option B simply raises it to the household getting a guest permit and 3. And we've heard from numerous residents that this is the easiest way to fix it, and forget the bureaucracy, forget this, my goodness, over how many actually passes were applied for this 4th. And it just seems crazy that we can't just go ahead with option B. So, but we had a motion here, but we still had this motion on the table.
We have a substitute motion Oh, I didn't get a second for that, but now we have a new substitute motion.
No, we got a second. No, yours.
You seconded mine?
Right.
All right. So you did second.
So he did a substitute, so you did a substitute motion, and then Mayor
He
Pro Tem.
seconded it, Jackson seconded it.
No, Mayor Pro
That's what I
Tem
thought.
seconded it, and then he took it back.
Right.
And he did a substitute motion over yours.
Now there's a new one.
So the substitute motion that was just made
Yes, and
for it to come
seconded.
back and second it, that's what's on the table right now.
That's on the table right
Thank you.
now. Great, thank you. Well, I'll say I'd like to do just about anything but option B at this point. I think that's absurd. So, Madam City Clerk, would you call the?
Councilmember Francois?
No.
Councilmember Keegan?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before we go into employee parking,
Yes.
could I bring up a topic that has been discussed previously?
Sure.
The what?
I move that
Well, first we're over on the two-year ban, but go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah.
So this would be issue 6, I guess, to create 2 parking zones for the residential parking permit. One would be north of Pier Avenue and one would be south of Pier Avenue. Effective 26 parking permit.
That affects 26?
No, 2026 to 2027 parking. The next year, we'd break the city into 2 zones, north and south.
All right, I appreciate that. I don't really care for the idea personally, just to make a comment. I think the city's too small to have 2 zones. I appreciate the fact that some people may have a parking permit to park at, let's say, Mickey's as an employee, and they can use it at the north end or in that neighborhood. I think that really happens, and it's just too much. It's just another restriction. Just
These
keep
are
trying to tighten this thing
for
more and more
residential
and more.
parking permits so people can park by their homes, not north a mile and a half from their home and park all day, actually for 72 days.
Excuse me.
72 hours.
Councilman, so if you're by the border, you won't be able to cross the border then? So say you make a dividing line. So
Wherever
now-
you draw the
so
line,
now-
yes.
So now you cut 50%
But one of the public
that.
commenters brought up West Hollywood. There's 11 zones in West Hollywood. It's actually in our parking management plan to break the city into zones, to actually make it more residential parking, like actually for residents, not so you can go to the north side of the town or south of the town.
Okay, well, first of all, let's back up here just a little bit. You're proposing that we skip over the next 2 items that we have?
No,
and
we're,
go to this item now?
we're still in residential parking and this item wasn't,
Yeah, but this new idea of zones.
it's not a new idea. We've discussed it
Well,
before.
for tonight it is, and it's not on the agenda, although I suppose it could be.
Yeah, it's really not on the agenda for tonight. It would have to be a new.
It actually is, it's a review of the city residential parking permit programs, which is pretty broad. And
There's nothing.
we can get our opinion from our council. This has been talked about in previous study sessions. Previous staff reports have mentioned zones.
But it has not been agendized even the last meeting when this was
This is-
continued to this meeting.
It's criteria for the city's residential parking permit program.
Place this was brought up or discussed.
Go ahead and make a motion for a new agenda item if you want. That would be in order, but, you know, there wasn't a second anyway, so.
Your Honor, Ken has some information that might be helpful on this topic.
Hi, so our current permit right now at Coastal is only for 1 zone. Anything we'd want to split up, I think we'd want to bring back at a later date to explore and kind of dive into that more. But currently our permit's only for 1 zone in the entire residential permit area.
I think that if you want to, you're welcome to bring it up as a future agenda item, and it can be discussed at a
Then I'll do
later
that.
date. All right, let's move on to the 2-year ban. We have 2-year ban options. Keep the 2-year ban,
So
change
moved,
or
Mr.
modify
Mayor.
the ban. Beg your pardon?
So moved.
Second.
To keep the 2-year ban, okay?
I think
All
I'd
right.
go to 3, but that's me. And then a second offense would be a lifetime ban.
Yeah, well, right now, we're talking about the way it is now and just keeping it the way it is. Any other discussion on this?
So,
It's pretty simple. Keep it or change it. Or remove it. That's it. Those are our 3 choices. We've had weeks to read this stuff and know it, so.
I think I'd like to make a substitute motion to make it a one-year ban.
Well, hold on a second. I don't think this motion was even seconded yet, was it? Oh, okay, moved and seconded. What do you want to do?
Substitute to make it a one-year ban.
Option 2, you mean?
Option 2.
One-year ban. I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a substitute motion. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, the original motion, keep the 2-year ban as is.
I don't think we have to do
Madam City Clerk?
Well, you don't need a motion for that.
We already have a motion.
You
Councilmember,
have a motion in second.
Yes, we do.
Well, we currently have it. It's already in place.
We have a motion and a second. Yes. Madam City
We're going to
Clerk?
reaffirm it.
Councilmember Francois?
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Keegan?
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yes.
your motion failed, and now we have to vote on the next motion.
But if it's already existing in place, the motion's out of order. But it's too late. I believe it's out of order because no motion is needed. It's existing, it currently exists.
There's several different options
Yeah,
besides the
but
one that we voted
If we
on.
keep something the way it is, motion's out of order. I abstained. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Mayor Pro Tem, the one issue you had mentioned, I recommend future item if you'd like to do that when that time comes up.
Excuse me?
I think he's addressing the toy.
Addressing the previous item that was brought up that you've moved on for.
We do that as a
Future, yeah.
a new agenda item, right. All right, let's slog on here and get this finished, please. Updates to employee parking permits. Permit options, expand access for the quarterly permit, extend the use of permit to additional parking areas, increase the fees, raise permit costs for better alignment with demand and usage, employer-managed Lot C permits, allocate permits through businesses rather than individuals with limits per employer, reallocate spaces in Lot C, redesignate employee-only spaces within the structure to improve parking distribution and availability for employees, or no change at all.
Mr. Mayor?
I would like to ask a question of staff first on, yes,
We may be thinking about the same question, but
okay. On the reallocate spaces in Lot C, we are currently under construction there, we're going to be.
Correct. We are now.
Yes, of course. A number of spaces are not available because of the construction work itself,
Correct. About half of them.
and they're at the top.
The third floor and half of the second floor right now, and possibly more, given the shoring and other work that needs to be done.
All of the third floor.
Yes, all of
And
the third floor.
half of the second floor.
Yes.
And maybe some of the first.
Potentially more, depending on what we find.
But for the moment,
Yes.
yeah, okay. It's kind of interesting that we fix the top first and go down. I usually, construction, we go, well, let's get the bottom squared
Well,
away so it doesn't fall over, and then we'll.
I can't say we've fixed the third
Yeah.
floor, but we're working to get
Okay,
there.
yeah, maybe that wasn't the right term. Okay, so if we're talking about reallocating spaces in Lot C, what do we do on a temporary basis for now? And I imagine construction will take several months. So what kind of plan do we have for that?
And this is what I wrote to council previously, and what we did was we opened up the yellow meters downtown to employee parking.
All yellow meters now?
All yellow meters, unless council wants to withdraw that and change it.
Okay, and we did that for the duration of construction?
Yes, which will be about, we're looking at 5 months probably now.
In the downtown area only? Hermosa Avenue, both sides from where to where?
The yellow meters,
All the yellow meters, but it goes all the way from Mickey's to the north end?
correct,
And all the way up to the top of Pier Avenue?
correct.
And does that satisfy the number of employees?
We haven't received any complaints since then. In fact, we've heard some thank yous from doing that, yes.
Okay. Well, I think while we're talking about this, since we can't really make a decision on which one of these we might want to do without discussing that situation, I think maybe we should talk about that a little bit.
Sure.
Seems like we're taking a giant bite out of street parking in downtown Hermosa for employees. I realize there are not that many of them, but they get a permit like everybody else, and we don't know if they come back and eat dinner here or do their laundry or whatever they're doing, or they park in front of an apartment on Hermosa Avenue and spend the night there using their employee parking permit. How do we make some sort of arrangement so that we need to take care of them? We need to find a place for them to park while we're working on the lot. I totally agree. But what should we do instead? Now, at an emergency level, I get it. I understand. Let's put them on the yellow meters for the moment now, and at least now the problem is solved and we can get to work and get going and so on without causing a problem. But maybe we should look at a little bit longer solution to that, which may work into what we want to do with the rest of this. So
Sure. The parking is still limited by the number of permits issued. And so what we did was expand, because before they could park in Lot C and also on Hermosa Avenue.
Right.
So they could still go down to Mickey's.
Yeah.
And park all along Hermosa Avenue. But this opens up some of the side streets for them because it's supposed to take the place of Lot C parking that they've lost.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Pier Avenue and from about 10th to 14th is silver meters, which employees cannot park there. It's going to be north for 10th to 14th.
Yeah.
It's just the yellow.
North of there is yellows, south of there is yellows. So the downtown quarter, which you were talking about, is more protected, is protected for visitors.
Yeah. That's kind of the area where the employees should park. No?
This allows them on some
Maybe
of the
they should
side
be
streets.
parking in a lot somewhere, like Lot A or B or something, on a temporary basis until we get Lot C finished. Yes, Councilor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a fan of using any of our highest producing lots for our visitors. I've spoken with the chamber. I've also spoken with our interim city manager about the 24-hour fitness and their 250 plus parking spaces that sit vacant most days. And that's an opportunity for the chamber to explore employee parking for employees, as well as a potential parking program for their guests and visitors that they can possibly look to validate parking. So, I mean, I would support the continuation of Hermosa Avenue, and you know, the chamber can explore options with that parking structure under 24-hour fitness, and you know, that's ideal because that gets people off, to your point, off of the meters, and folks who are coming to town to spend money actually have a place to park.
What's the status of that 24-hour fitness parking idea?
It is open.
You and I have talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Yes,
Where
exactly.
are we right now?
So it's open and available. I had a very lengthy discussion with the gentleman who runs the show there, and he is willing and able to discuss with the city and or the chamber parking options and partnership possibilities. And he's not looking to, you know, get rich. He's looking to cover basic expenses. So as I've said before, I think it's a great opportunity. I mean, for example, this evening, there's limited parking for folks who want to come to City Hall because we have employees.
Sure.
And so if we could, and certainly something to consider as we look at potential construction, you know, if we can move employees to safe, secure, covered parking and free up spots for folks who want to come to City Hall, the same thing with regard to the businesses. The businesses can work out a program with the owner there for parking, and employees can park there, and they can also have a program for, you know, someone who's going to get their hair done, they can get the parking parking validated by the respective business.
So he's willing to do this and at a reasonable cost.
Yes, sir.
And so on and so forth. All right, so can I suggest then, interim city manager, that we talk to this gentleman at 24-hour Fitness about
I was going to jump in, Your Honor. Staff did reach out to the property owner last week, and we're just trying to set up a time to talk.
Okay, so for the time being, let's leave the employee parking on the yellow meters. I think that's a reasonable thing to do for the moment. I think it's not the best thing we can do, but the best thing we could do is make arrangements with this gentleman to use that parking structure down there. And all of them could park there.
It's going to require some sort of program and incentivize them to go there and disincentivize them from using the downtown. So, yes.
Well, the disincentivization would be to say that you're not doing that anymore.
Right.
Parking lot C, we're working on it, sorry, and we did this temporarily for you for now, but now your employee permit works in the underground parking only.
If we can set up a program like that or validation or something, it's just something we're going to have to work out.
Yeah, okay.
And
All right.
I'm sorry.
No, so I'm suggesting that we go full ahead on exploring that idea, relieving parking lot C employee parking on all 3 levels, and relieving this street parking in the downtown area of the yellow meters. So I like that very much. That's may end up being a semi-permanent idea. So, all right. With that in mind, did you have something to say, Ray?
Yeah,
Councilman Jackson?
I had a brain cramp. I'm sorry. I forgot what it was.
Oh, that's okay. It'll come back to you.
I'm getting old.
All right. Well, let's,
Mr. Mayor?
let's move on to employee parking then.
Sorry.
And see what we
I know what I was going to say.
Okay.
To the extent we can loop the chamber in, because that might be something they can look at doing long-term as well, providing, the incentive is it's guaranteed parking too. You don't have
Right.
to drive around looking for a spot. You know you're going to have a spot.
Yeah, I'm suggesting we don't make it either or. We make it from
Right.
now on, your employee permit works over here. So
Right.
that's where you park. If you don't park there, your employee permit doesn't work on the
Right.
street anymore.
And when you go and get your hair done, you could park there, guaranteed spot.
Yeah.
And, the business can
Yeah,
potentially validate the
absolutely.
parking for that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, all right, so let's move on to the item itself.
Mr. Mayor, I have a
Yes.
comment on this. Lot sharing agreement. I've talked to members of the chamber and businesses. The chamber doesn't have money to pay the owner of that garage. He's going to need to be paid something to park cars. Businesses aren't willing to pay for that. And people can park on Valley and Ardmore for free anyway. They can park on those side streets for free.
Councilman
So
Grant.
I think that this kind of separates this issue of what are we going to do to change or improve employee parking permits. Are we on that discussion now?
Not yet, I'm trying to
Okay,
explain
thank you.
something to you.
Thank you.
Number one, the idea of parking in the area there and making a deal with this person is already underway.
Well,
And we're not discussing it anymore because that's what we're going to start to do. They'll come back with a report.
Mr. Mayor?
And we'll have an opportunity
Yeah,
to
okay.
talk about it later. That's number one. Number two, I don't think the chamber has anything to do with this.
well, someone's got to pay the owner of the
Yes, the
garage.
parking permit fees that they pay for this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
seeing that it's already 10:30, this is our first item. Do you want to add this to the other parking item that's coming back?
Yes, that's what we were going to suggest. We'll report
Agreed.
back with what the discussion is.
Yeah, okay. So let's just finish this one and then,
No, this would be added to the other parking item that comes back.
the fourth
So
permit
it'll be
is
done
is
with
coming
this
back.
item.
We're done with that.
We can bring them both back.
Yeah, fine.
So 17A would be done.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're done.
But now we still need to do this.
No, this is part of 17A. This would come back with the fourth permit.
Unless there's objection.
Can I?
Motion's approved with.
Well, I disagree.
Well, I would just do a simple motion for direction or
Yeah, motion for direction on the parking, employee parking.
to bring it back.
Can I get a second on that?
No, I want to finish this tonight, now.
Yeah, let's finish this employee parking.
All we've talked about is the
subject.
possibility of
Oh.
having the employee parking in the building.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Why don't we just-
Mr. Mayor, what I think we haven't discussed also is the quarterly employee permit. So right now the focus has been on the Lot C employee permit. I don't know if that's part of the options that we have listed on the slide.
Yeah.
It's option one to expand access to the quarterly permit. So currently the quarterly permit's $44 a quarter, Hermosa Ave only. That's separate from the Lot C permit that was being discussed.
Yeah, okay. So there's still the possibility to increase the fees. There's still the possibility of employer-managed Lot C permits, whether it's underneath the building or in Lot C, whatever it is, Lot C permits. Allocate permits through the business owners rather than individuals with limits per employer. That's something we need to discuss and vote on. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. And then reallocate spaces in Lot C, well, I think we've already done that. So, questions and comments on employee parking permits? Any suggestions? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of allocating the permits through the particular businesses. The business knows how many employees it has on its books, and I think should be the single point for permits for its employees.
So the employer-managed permits.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Could we clarify, Your Honor, if that's beyond Lot C? Or are you just
I
talking
think
about-
that should be
That's why I'm asking.
over, yes, no, I think
should
that's a
be
great
overall.
question. Thank you. I think it should be overall.
Overall.
Okay, yeah, it's just that this says Lot C permits, so
Roger.
you're saying overall.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
How do we audit this? If business is down, are they going to get in the business of selling black market permits? I mean, like, how do we know?
They
going
get,
to-
they get the permits and they put the employee's name on it.
Oh, and we can add a provision that if there's fraud,
To your ban.
They
misdeeds,
go to jail forever.
2-year ban,
Yeah,
consistent
2-year
with.
ban.
So I think the ban, the naughty list should be consistent with regard to residents and.
Pardon me.
Actually, it should be easier to track. I'm looking at Ken too, my delegate, because if they're issued to the employer, and if the business goes out of business, we should be able to take those back or just cancel
Right.
them out. So this should be easier to manage than the individual.
Right.
Correct, because it would be one request from the business owner essentially. So then they would be issued to that business owner. We would just identify a limit of how many permits and then just take it from there.
And
They
we
could all say that you're not on another shift until next Thursday. And I got these 4 guys over here who are going to be working tomorrow and the next day and the next day, so give me the permit. And they get it, they use it, and so on. And it goes on and off at their own check, what they pay for their parking and so on. See, so much simpler to do this and so much better. If we
And
could switch to the
I apologize if I'm
employer-managed lot.
repeating, but just for my clarification, we know we're discussing Lot C, but we aren't doing anything with the quarterly permits. Those are staying as is. Is that my understanding?
Say this again?
Are we not doing anything with the quarterly employee permits, the ones that allow, because we have 2 different types of employee permits.
Yeah.
So I know we've discussed Lot C permits. I just want to clarify if the quarterly employee permits will remain as is, or if there's any changes to that.
Well, those quarterly permits are transferable too, right?
They're hangars. They're assigned to vehicles, but they're essentially hangars.
Yeah,
but
so
they're only for
But
Hermosa
where
Ave.
can they park?
Hermosa Ave only.
Right, so these aren't Lot C, this is Hermosa Avenue. The question is, do you want to allow them to park at other yield meters like we're allowing them now under the emergency construction of Lot C, or do you want to keep it just Hermosa Avenue?
Well, we were talking about this employer thing at the moment, right?
Yeah.
We're not mixing
I thought,
apples and oranges.
unless someone's making a motion,
I mean, I wanted to make a comment about I think it's an undue burden on employers, frankly. It develops a fairness issue. So you have an employer that works for 3 days. He's got to get his car, drive back to the employer, hand it to his boss, who it might have been closed by then, and then return it to a different employee the next day who has to then pick it up. It just seems like a cumbersome burden upon employers and a fairness issue when you can just issue it for the car.
I talked to several business owners that are just this position, and they go, why can't I just take care of this? The guy, he lost his permit, and I got to get another one, and they won't give me more than 3, and it's a big mess right now. And then an employer goes in and he goes, I want to buy 4 of those. He buys them, and he distributes them, and he gets them back. And the guy loses it, he has to pay for it.
What's the mess, though?
What's the mess?
Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever worked in a restaurant?
No, I mean, as far as employees.
The point is that they
Employees-
don't show up, they quit, they're there, they're not there, there's too many people some days, you have to go home early. The point I'm trying to make is that who better to manage the parking permit but the person who owns the business? Instead of the city.
Then you got a manager one day, a manager the next day, he's collecting permits.
And an employee pays for a quarterly permit, whether he uses it for 2 days in the quarter or 10 days in the quarter.
Wow.
And this way, he doesn't have to. So, all right, let's take these one at a time. Expand access for the quarterly permit. Is there any comments on that? Any questions? Any suggestions? Leave it the way it is then.
Yep.
Okay. Increase the fees. Raise the permit cost to better align with demand and usage. Any comment on that?
Concur.
To raise it?
To better align with demand and usage.
Beg your pardon?
I think we should hold off till we're done with all the construction on the lot. I mean, I don't think now's the time to raise prices when you're in the middle of a 5-month construction project.
I'm okay.
Well, I
That's
have to
good.
agree too, because I think they're paying a lot now. It's pretty expensive for the permits, and these guys, a lot of them don't make very much. And I have to agree with that.
And also, after we spend all the money fixing the garage, it'll be easier to justify the increase.
Right. Okay, so without voting on each one of these individually, so we've already got 1 and 2 and 3, I think we're okay with that? To go to the employer-managed Lot C. Reallocate spaces in Lot C, we've already talked about that. So I'm going to move that we do not expand access for the quarterly permit, do not increase fees for the permit costs, go to the employer-managed permits overall, not just Lot C, and reallocate spaces, we've already talked about that. That's my motion.
So I hate to do this, Your Honor, but
Yes.
when you say don't expand access for the quarterly permit, is that after the emergency reconstruction, exception that we've made now where they can park in any yellow meter downtown, or do you want to take that back now?
No, I think they should be able to park in the yellow meters as we've done.
Okay.
And if we can make a deal with the parking lot under the
So
24-hour fitness, we should do that too.
Okay, so once Lot C is open again, though, we'll take away the additional parking beyond Hermosa Avenue?
Yeah, we can look at that again.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's my motion. Do we need to break these up?
My recommendation would be to break it up and do.
Okay.
It's just, there's just a lot here, so.
That's fine.
But you don't need a motion for keeping something existing.
We're gonna do each one at a time. Okay?
don't need a motion for it.
Here's how we're gonna do it.
Anything status quo, you
Right.
don't need a
I
motion.
move that we do not expand access for the quarterly permits.
You don't need a motion.
You don't need a motion, it's existing.
Let's go to,
Well, we just said we're gonna go on these one at a time.
but we don't.
No,
need a
just address them, just
All
address
right.
one at a
number
time.
3.
Employee increased fees, we're not gonna do that, okay? Employee managed permits,
That's the one we need.
all right? I move that we go to employer-managed permits overall, not just Lot C.
I'll second that.
And that's been seconded.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Have we talked to business owners about this, like thoroughly, not just ideas? Should we do this starting in '26? Should we do this mid-year next year? I mean, I feel like there needs to be education on the employer front before we pull this lever, because it will be a big change in how we do business.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
Understood. This has been advertised. This is a public hearing. It was at the hearing before, the meeting before, to provide opportunity for input. We will certainly reach out after and let them know what the new rules are. But this was one of the options that was on there, so it's council's discretion as to whether or not you want to have an education campaign before it's implemented, do it right away, or bring this item back.
Mayor, I think we should do it after the new year, not in the fourth quarter implementation,
I think you should do it now.
in the holiday season.
Yeah, well, it'll be free parking anyway, so.
We'll probably have to cycle through the current permits.
Correct, yeah, because we
Yeah,
currently.
this is for the next cycle anyway.
Okay, that's what I
All of
said,
this.
not in the fourth quarter.
Just for clarification, so what's presented is specifically to Lot C. I know we've mentioned overall, just to provide information. The quarterly permits, those require the employee currently to provide a vehicle registration and to show ID to ensure that that vehicle is assigned to that employee. If we're moving to make that an employer managed permit, I don't know if we would still require that or not for the quarterly permit. I'm assuming the employer at this point would just say if they want quarterly permits or Lot C permits for their employer, and maybe there may be a limit of how much we're issuing, but that may just eliminate that requirement that we currently have for the quarterly employee permits. Because if an employer comes in and just requests quarterly permits without that documentation, then we would just eliminate that requirement if that's what council is deciding to do.
For that item, for that reason, we might want to wait and see what the 24-hour fitness lot results in, because just like Lot C, some of these quarterly permits could be pushed to the 24-hour lot.
All right, that's reasonable. Do you want to just bring this back then?
Yeah, let's bring
We
it
can
back.
bring this back.
With the other item? Sure. That's fine. All right, so I'll withdraw my motion, and we will move the employee parking permit item to be returned.
Okay.
All right, and that puts us at the end of the parking permit program. Yes?
A couple of things that I want to just briefly touch on. We talked about contractors this evening. Do we want to look at what contractors are currently paying and a potential limitation on their ability to park? Right now, they have a permit that's akin to a residential permit in terms of being able to park anywhere every day.
From 8 to 6 and 9 to 5.
8 to 6 and 9 to 5
For the contractor permit?
for the contractor permit at $42 a month, I think it is.
That's correct.
8 to 6,
Monday
And
through
9 to 5?
Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 on the weekends or something like that.
you
That's-
can't work on Sunday, so,
Shouldn't be available on Sunday, they can't work.
But 6 days a week, $42 a month to park anywhere in the city. And that's a hang tag.
I don't think we
Actually,
should
is
be
that a
doing that
hang
at
tag?
all.
It's
It's a placard.
yeah,
placard.
basically.
Right,
Well,
so-
not
Paper
necessarily a
thing you put in the
placard. Yeah, it's like a
dashboard.
paper permit.
Right,
Put it on the
okay.
I would recommend that we bring this one back because it's not on the agenda.
Correct.
That's fine with me.
So,
Well,
since
as a
we're
future
already,
agenda item
as a
with 3
future
votes.
thing, since we're already bringing something else back,
So future
so
parking.
we'll add this
Future
to.
parking
Okay.
business will
Yeah.
include this.
Can-
Will include zones, perhaps.
Yes.
And the other items that we
Yes.
continued.
What about a specific prohibition on buses, RVs, and tractors outside of deliveries within the impacted area?
Don't we already have that?
If there's a tractor parked in 2 parking spaces, that's okay, if they're paying the meter, right?
Well, maybe we should work
Well-
on
Or a
enforcement.
bus.
more.
I think that's
I
an
mean, we
enforcement issue.
have buses and tractor trailers that are parking on Hermosa Avenue on occasion.
So that is correct. If there's a tractor bus that's taking up 2 spaces, if both meters are paid, they are allowed to be there, as long as both meters are paid. If they're
what's
taking
wrong
up
with
2 spaces, they are required to pay for those 2
And
spaces.
3, likewise, same thing.
I'm sorry?
3 spaces,
3 spaces, they are required to pay all 3.
So what's the problem?
pay all 3, and then
Yes.
they're good to go.
Yes. If one is expired, they can be subject to citation.
Well, I think then we should just, that's a matter of
Enforcement. yeah.
enforcement. So,
So I guess the question is, do we want buses and semi-tractors parked within our impacted zone, taking up
That's
residential and visitor parking?
That's
paying the
up to
freight.
council
not
discretion.
on a regular basis, no, of course not.
We're not gonna
Again,
stop.
up to council discretion, whatever you guys decide, make that decision.
I would
We'll enforce based
see if
on-
there's any support for specifically restricting buses, RVs, and tractors.
Is this a problem?
I live on Hermosa Avenue, I see it.
Is this a problem?
We do on occasion see buses, RVs, tractors around town.
And is that a problem?
And they're also parking after hours.
We've seen that after hours as well.
'Cause after-
Define a problem. We see it. It's out there.
It's a policy
I mean,
decision.
I see delivery trucks
Because,
all the time
you know,
parked
is it a problem?
illegally.
Yeah, I said
For
specifically
us, we look
outside
for
of
enforcement,
delivery.
are they paying the meter? So the problem is a policy.
This would be another good one to.
Agenda.
Because it's not on the agenda to
It's the residential.
So now we know,
parking.
so, you know, staff can do it and.
Okay, well, one last one.
Well, we need to get a consensus whether we want to bring that back or
Yeah,
not.
I
You
think
need
we
at
should
least
bring it
3
back.
people that
Yes.
need to agree to that.
So do we have?
You don't need a motion, you just need 3
Do
to
we have 3
agree.
people just by nod of heads or something that there's 1,
All right, well, I agree with Ray Jackson, we should talk about it.
2, do I have a third?
Do I hear 3?
Dean's got the.
Okay,
or-
3.
I mean,
3 somewhere?
Detour.
3. So add that to the list.
All right.
Then one last thing. We've talked about this the last couple of years. Anybody that owes the city money in terms of administrative citation fees or other outstanding fees, not being eligible for any parking permits until said fees are paid in full.
All fees.
All fees. So if I owe the city money for whatever, you know, I've failed to take down whatever and you fined me, and I should not be eligible for any parking permits.
And I
Sounds
think
illegal.
if that's the case, it would be recommended to add that to the resolution because we currently have that same structure for parking citations. If there's an outstanding parking citations, residents can't get permits. So that can be added to that portion if that's the direction council wants.
So this would be another one to go back and then first to see if it's doable to do all that. And so do I have a second and a third to add this to the list of consideration? Okay, I do, so I see it, so.
Mr. City Attorney, I thought this was brought up before, and we got a legal opinion that it couldn't be done before you were here.
That what couldn't be done?
That
I believe
it
that was,
becomes a problematic issue to try to figure out how you're going to come up with a program that eliminates giving permits to someone. You got all these issues of you owe the money, you don't, the red car wasn't registered to you.
I believe that
We'll
was.
find out about it when
I
they
believe
bring
that
it
was,
back.
yeah, I believe that was tied to a development permit. That's why I asked about it. And so we'll take a look at it and bring it back and
Okay.
clarify with you.
Yeah, this is a perfect situation
Okay.
for to get a new legal opinion because you had a new legal guy, so.
Yeah, all right.
More
So
money on the
three
meter.
3 agree that we should bring it back.
Thank you.
I was just thinking it's a silly idea.
Okay. So we're bringing that back to, that's 3.
Yes.
All right, let's move on
Ching, ching.
then, please. And we decided that 17E, excuse me, we decided that 17E would be following 17A, a little bit out of order, and 17E, pardon me. Madam City Clerk, would you announce 17E, please?
17E, update on homelessness efforts.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah, and I'm a Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. Tonight, staff will present the city's approach to homelessness along with an update on the new camping ordinance. The initiatives, which are coordinated by the City Manager's Office, are funded entirely by partnerships and grant funding with minimal impact to the city's general fund. Currently, the city has over 10 initiatives that play a vital role in our strategic approach to homelessness. As council is aware, the city received a $1 million grant from Congressman Ted Lieu's office to provide the city with a mobile mental health and crisis response program. The program ended September 29th, 2025 due to lack of continued funding. A new partnership with the COG called Heroes Community Services will provide ongoing support services to individuals experiencing homelessness and play a critical role in helping them achieve outreach in their time of need. In March 2025, Council adopted an ordinance regulating camping in public areas. Since that adoption, there have been 57 calls for service related to the word camping. There have been 16 citations and 4 arrests. Police officers remain diligent in working with the homeless individuals to provide them with necessary support services. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions to staff?
We finished the Hermosa Cares. monies. What do you think we got? What was the highlights of that program? Did we get $1 million worth of results?
So we're in the ending reporting phase of the grant period, and so I believe we have just concluded the financial reporting, and I think we spent a little over $700,000 of the $1 million grant funding. As far as the other data, we're still collecting it at this time and hope to have more data and information at a later date.
That answers that.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. And I know you guys are tied in with the COG and the Measure A funds that are potentially out there to help us with our services.
Correct.
Right. Question with regard to, I've been getting a lot of calls and emails about, particularly on, what's the storage unit street? Is that 11th?
Right out here.
Right out here.
No, the next one down over by Resin.
Oh, that's 11.
11th Street. Yeah, I've been getting calls about, we've got a residential homeless that are living in vans in particular. When we leave here tonight, you go to Clark and we're going to see the usual, and I actually saw a few new ones that have moved in. And there have been some concerns because they're pushing into the neighborhoods off of 11th. We know they're on Ardmore, Valley, and South Park. What can we do? I mean, do we knock on vehicles at night? Because right now, I mean, they're very astute in terms of playing the 12-hour game, which is the limit on parking. So I know we had a big discussion on the ordinance in terms of in terms of camping, and that addressed primarily those folks that were sleeping in the parks and on the beach. But we've got these dozen or so, there's a couple from Utah. I mean, we see them every day. What can we do with regard to those folks? And does that require action in terms of potentially limiting parking ability for those folks that we know are sleeping in their vehicles?
It's a good question, and it's complicated. It's not something, so yes, we can attempt to make contacts with the occupants of those vehicles. Regarding the parking, really the only thing we have is the 72-hour ordinance if we're looking at strictly parking, and that's easy to circumvent. As the ordinance is written, camping includes camping in a vehicle. So as we've discussed over the last several years, we're always going to start with an approach of making contact, giving advisements, trying to get them connected to services, working with our housing navigators to get them connected to services. If it continues to be an egregious nuisance, we will escalate and eventually start issuing citations. We did have an example of a local resident living in a vehicle and was given multiple citations. The vehicle was expired registration beyond 6 months. The challenge with something like that, once you impound the vehicle for registration violations, now you have a person who is completely homeless on the street, still in the same area. So we've just pushed the problem into another area of the city and another impact. So we have done it where we, and one case I'm thinking of, where we eventually impounded the car. It turned into enforcement, later turned into arrests, and still working on that. And as we discussed previous, all of those violations later turned into a stay-away order issued by a judge for certain areas. It's a long process. So I will say that on these examples of the known vehicles in known locations, we would ask our residents if there's something that is a nuisance that's causing a problem, please let us know. Our officers are not knocking on every car in the middle of the night. We can't, that we don't have that capacity. But if there are known issues that we don't see as egregious violations, please call us. Let us know. We'll respond and start building that history that we need to try to find them some help and some housing. And if that doesn't work as a last resort, we'll turn to enforcement.
I appreciate that. Part of the challenge, when we've talked to all of our outreach folks, And one of the things that they said specifically with regard to our program was that it's very comfortable for some of these folks because they park for 12, move over, park for 12, move over, park for, and they just do that indefinitely. And unless we make it less comfortable, there's no incentive to get off the street, which is ultimately what we want. So if we continue to just, wait for something to happen, we're going to continue to have these folks that are monopolizing all this parking and not refusing services because we're helping set the conditions to make it easy for them. And I think that's something we need to look at ultimately in terms of, restricting parking, particularly overnight parking in certain areas to make it less comfortable and to force them, again, we don't want to force them somewhere else, but I think we want to get them off the streets and into temporary or permanent housing. So that's something I think we need to look at a later date.
Any other questions of staff? Yes, Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Mobile Crisis Response Center, which we don't have available to us anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they were to assess the impacts and provide a report back to us. Did they do that?
We have 120 days for that report, so we've just experienced 30 days, so they still have 60 days left to give us a report.
So we're waiting for a report from them, and it's due?
Within 120 days.
Okay. Maybe we could come back when we get that report and try to follow up with what our next step would be. I think something needs to happen. There are chronic homeless people that are somehow getting around the system. I don't know if increasing any more parking restrictions is the answer, but if people are living in their vehicles or sleeping around on streets and in parks and elsewhere, we need to do something about it. Do we have Harbor Interface still available?
No, we do not. We have Hero Community Services now.
Okay, we no longer have Harbor Interfaith. We have...
The COG ended the contract with Harbor Interfaith.
Okay.
They feel this is a better group.
And what about the group that Manhattan Beach uses? Were we in the process of seeing if we could utilize them?
I believe they also have Hero Community Services. It's a Beach Cities contract with the COG.
This is part of the grant that was received from for Redondo, Hermosa, and Manhattan.
So that's who we're using that then?
Yes, all three cities are using.
Currently? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? So this is an information item only?
Public input, Your Honor.
Excuse me? Yeah, yes, of course. Is there anyone who wants public comment? Madam City?
Mayor, we did receive a speaker card, but that person isn't here anymore. And we do have 2 virtual hands raised. The first is John Burry. John, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Are you going to give me 3 minutes this time or just 90 seconds like you did earlier? I do really hope that the member of staff who just spoke is right, and we are going to get a report back. And we are going to take some time to study that report and think about the lessons that we've learned while we've spent the $1 million of grant money. The $1 million doesn't seem to have created much residual infrastructure. It seems to have been spent. If we were given another $1 million tomorrow, what would we do differently? Because the homeless problem in our city is not getting better. It would appear by both the data and the anecdotal evidence to be getting worse. So it's simply to say that I hope when the time comes, we won't bury that report. We'll spend the time having a thoughtful conversation about how we've learned lessons and what we might do differently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have Nancy. Nancy, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Unmute. Okay. Hi, thank you. I'd like to echo John's comment and my comment. I really trust that the new management team, especially if Steve is leading it, which I hope he is, will implement a data-driven approach to this issue. And there's the old management axiom that you cannot manage what you cannot measure or aren't measuring. So for an example, 1 year ago, almost to the day, Hermosa signed on with the South Bay COG Functional Zero Homeless Initiative. And according to the press release issued at that time, open quote, cities participating in the Functional Zero program conduct weekly case conferencing with the South Bay COG's Homeless Services team, at which time a roster of individuals is updated and person-centric interventions are discussed, period, close quote. In that same press release regarding the HB Cares mobile unit, the city made a commitment as follows, open quote, the city is assessing its impact on reducing police demand and aiding homeless individuals to see if it can be expanded regionally, close quote. So I think from what we're hearing today that we're waiting on a report, perhaps, hopefully, to address that commitment that was made a year ago in the press release. And I also want to say I'm familiar with HIPAA. You know what that is, the privacy laws. And I believe anonymized data and reports could be made available to at least council, if not the public, in order to make sure that we're honoring our commitments under Functional Zero, and we are working to address the needs of our unhoused and also the legitimate safety and health concerns of our residents. Thank you for your time, and thank you so much for reconsidering this issue. I really look forward to the Public Safety Town Hall, which Mayor Seaman and Police Chief Phillips are going to be holding. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
All right, thank you. So I'll close the public comment and bring it back to council. Any other further comments, questions?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we receive and file and have this come back. We get a presentation on the report when it is delivered.
Any other questions or anything? Very good. I'll second your motion to receive and file. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem DeToy, Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, so let's move on back to order here, 17B. Approve an agreement with Rec Technologies Incorporated to provide a recreational management software. Community Director Lisa Nichols. Hello, Lisa. How are you?
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight, staff is recommending that City Council approve a professional services agreement with Rec Technologies, Inc. for a recreation management software platform for the Community Resources Department. We currently use Active Network as our primary recreation management software, and then we have since 2014. This system supports our activity registrations, our memberships, facility reservations, and program scheduling, as well as generating programming, facility usage, and financial reports for us. While our current software has supported us for several years, we've identified ways we'd certainly like to improve the user experience on both staff's end and our community's end.
To provide a few examples of how we'd like to improve, we want to improve how our services are presented to the public so that users can more easily navigate our programs and services and find what's right for them. Currently, customizing how information appears on the public website is very limited, and we'd like a system that provides a more intuitive and flexible way of displaying our programs, services, and facilities. We also want to simplify the facility reservation process so residents can complete reservations independently and confidently. At present, we have to provide a full page of directions to help our members navigate the online reservation system, and that's for our tennis and pickleball courts. We haven't expanded and allowed for facility reservations online for other facilities because of the complexity of the current system and the limitations within the current system. In addition, we would like to provide a more flexible experience for users, such as allowing guest checkouts while still maintaining secure account options for our regular users. Guest checkout is not a current option. It's difficult for our one-time visitors or one-time event attendees to purchase multiple tickets to an event or purchase tickets to a program. So most recently, we did receive feedback on frustrations with this procedure for our Carry film screening for those who wanted to buy multiple tickets online. And we are also seeking a software partner that offers responsive customer support, one that can address our issues quickly and work with us to find solutions in a timely manner. Lastly, we would like a pricing model that aligns with our community's growth, one that supports our success rather than scaling costs because of it, and I will touch more on that later. So to address these goals, staff conducted a comprehensive review of available recreation management systems and issued a RFP in August 2025. We received 13 proposals, which were independently reviewed and scored based on the city's needs, relevant experience, cost competitiveness, and administrative compliance. We did not include a list of all the cost proposals from all the vendors within the staff report, as including such a list could be a little bit misleading because each vendor provides a different pricing model and has different service offerings, so it really would not provide an apples to apples comparison. After the initial evaluations, the top two companies, Rec Technologies, Inc. and Explore Recreation, were invited for interviews and a final demonstration of their program. The evaluation panel included Recreation Coordinator Cambria Vint, Senior Management Analyst Ken Bales, and GIS IT Analyst Alex Hildebrand. And following a thorough review, Rec Technologies, Inc. was ranked highest overall. They demonstrated a strong understanding of our operational needs and the RFP scope. They are able to meet all the goals that I had previously outlined. The company was founded in 2022. They serve 61 cities, including 25 California cities, such as Malibu, San Francisco, and Torrance. Its team includes employees with experience at leading technology companies such as Google, Uber, and Amazon. So currently, our contract with ActiveNet, our current recreation management software, is structured on a revenue share model. So we pay a percentage of each transaction as a service fee to Active. In fiscal year 2024 to 2025, that fee totaled approximately $127,000. Under the new agreement with Rec Technologies, Inc., staff would be able to transition to a flat fee structure annually, which would provide cost predictability and budget management for us. The proposed cost with Rec Technologies would be $75,000 over the life of the contract, and that results in an estimated cost savings of up to $100,000 annually for the city. In summary, staff is confident that Rec Technologies, Inc. provides the most cost-effective, user-friendly, and scalable solution for the city's recreation management software needs. If the City Council authorizes staff to award the contract to Rec Technologies, Inc., we would begin the software transition with an anticipated go-live date in August 2026. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Any questions of staff? Thank you, Lisa, for your presentation. It was very thorough and everything, and I'm quite impressed with the report.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give a special shout out to Cambria Event, our rec coordinator, because she did a lot of the legwork for this.
Great, thank you so much. All right then, thank you. There are no questions. Let's open it up to public comment. Is there anyone out there who would like to speak?
Do not have any speaker cards, and we do not have any virtual hands raised via Zoom.
Joe or Landon? Nobody? You don't have any questions? Waited here all night and still don't get, okay. All right. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the council. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Mr. Mayor. Staff's recommendation.
Motion to approve staff recommendation, I'll second that. Without discussion, let's, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, let's move on to 17C. Adopt a resolution and award a sole source construction contract to AM Tech Total Security, Inc. for CIP 685, Real-Time Crime Center. Captain Eric Cahalan. Eric's not here tonight.
Sorry, I'll be doing the staff report. Just working. There it goes. All right, Mayor and Council, coming back again for the last portion of the Real-Time Crime Center grant. This is the federal grant through Ted Lieu's office, where the city was awarded $963,000. We've already come to council for 3 of these items, which includes our parking ALPR readers, our Peregrine technology software, which integrates our systems, and the replacement of computers in our police vehicles, which supports all of the software that's going to be used. These are very wordy slides, so I'm going to just give the highlights. We currently have a camera system. Actually, we have multiple camera systems with the police department. Some is our old downtown camera system, some of our camera systems at our station, our jails, and a few places around City Hall. We need to consolidate all of this. A lot of these servers that support those camera systems are end of life and in need of replacing. So this is going to bring everything onto one platform using one camera system, one software, all integrated. So we previously worked with the vendor Amtech Technologies, and they were awarded a grant separate from this. It was part of our Shish Gap grant to upgrade some of the camera systems in our downtown camera system. That did not include upgrading the servers. In that, and this was just over a year ago, we did do a complete RFP process. We had multiple bids. We narrowed it down to Amtech. They had the lowest bid, and were able to provide more cameras and more service than any other bidder. In doing that, they were able to learn the intricacies of our infrastructure, where everything was needed when it comes to radio microwave technologies, antennas to be able to transmit video wirelessly. Amtech understands it. So a couple of things. We had to work with the federal COPS office to get approval to use a single source vendor in this case because the contract is over $250,000. We're able to secure that approval from the COPS office. That was before the government shut down, so that was fortunate. And here's some of the reasons why we thought and we recommend that Amtech is the right one to go with. It's sticking with the same vendor, same camera system, seamless integration, cost efficient. It's using some of our existing equipment. It's not replacing everything, but it is replacing the supporting equipment, as I said, the servers, and we've just had great experience working with this vendor over the last year and a half. I've already addressed that. And again, this is all coming from the federal grant funds. So we're recommending the purchase of 4 servers, 18 cameras. This will all integrate into our mobile command center. The radio equipment is the antennas needed to connect all of the cameras. This is not done through any type of fiber network. So we will have a little bit of radio microwaves that are communicating all this back to the police department. So our recommendations are to adopt the findings that this is, to approve the contract for CIP Project 685 in the amount of $494,000 plus. Authorize the Director of Public Works to establish a contingency amount which equals 10%. Determine that this CIP is exempt from CEQA. And adopt the attached resolution of the City Council of the City of Hermosa Beach to approve the capital improvement project for the Real-Time Crime Center pursuant to Government Code 830, establishing a project payment account and awarding a sole source contract to Amtech Total Security, to authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract and the city clerk to attest, and finally, to authorize the Director of Public Works to file a notice of completion following the final completion of the project, and the city clerk to record the document with LA County. And if there's any questions on the intricacies of that camera project and this contract, happy to answer any questions. That concludes staff report.
Thank you, Landon. I appreciate it. Any questions to staff? Questions? Nope. Thank you. Seeing none, I will open the public comment.
Matt McCoy, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I'll be super brief on this item. I completely support Police Department moving forward with this, but I'm going to advocate my viewpoint that I've advocated for several years now, that the City Council at some point needs to have civilian oversight of our police department, which we do not have. And Landon Phillips has a track record of abusing his power. And this type of system is only going to enable him to abuse his power even further. But someday, somehow, we will have civilian oversight of our police department. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised at this time.
All right. Thank you. Joe, your last chance.
Mr. Mayor, move that we approve staff's recommendation, which is not on the screen.
Right, we're getting it refreshed right now, apparently. Sorry. We're getting it refreshed right now. There's a
I could read it in the time, maybe.
technical issue, yes. It turns off automatically at 11:13.
Determine that the capital improvement program, Project 685, Real-Time Crime Center project is categorically exempt from CEQA. Award a construction contract for CIP 685, Real-Time Crime Center to Amtech Total Security.
There it is.
There it is, or what's on the screen, if you scroll down.
It's correct on my screen. It was just the back area.
Perfect. I move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I'll second it. Comments?
Nope, call a question. I mean, let's vote.
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes?
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy? Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. The item 17D.
Item 17D, approve fourth amendment to agreement for an on-call civil engineering design services with Civil Works Engineering, Inc.
Mayor, Council?
Let's keep it brief.
Will do. The item here before tonight is to renew a contract with CW Engineering. Contract dates back to 2019. CWE is our on-call consultant that did all the structural evaluation for Lot C parking garages, as the engineer of record on the project. Contract was kept at $300,000. Expiration is coming very soon, December 3rd. So we're looking for two things: to increase the spending authority and also do an extension of time. The consultant is working on some critical review of structural issues identified during construction. So it's important that we continue their services, that they can help facilitate that work so we can get some speedy repairs to get to project completion for CIP 699. So very briefly, the actions tonight are to increase the contract from $300,000 to $530,000. That will be the amount necessary to perform the assessment and any potential structural assessment and design work that may fall for repair needs that are identified during construction, or at least at this time. We are looking to also appropriate funds from the RTI Undersea Cable Fund to help supplement the CIP 699 budget to help pay for these critical services. And then we would be doing a time extension till December of next year. That concludes my brief presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, thank you, Joe, I appreciate it. I'll open it up to public comment. In the meantime, Joe, would it be possible to turn the air conditioning down? Do you have a working knowledge of that at all, or maybe a hammer handy or something? Can we, no?
I don't have the controls with me.
I'm working on that now.
Okay, thank you. All right, I appreciate it, thank you very much. So,
Ask the engineer to come in and figure out how to turn that off.
What do we pay it for a late call? All right, so let's move on, and public comment?
We do not have any virtual hands raised for this item.
Shocked. Okay, let's close the public comment then and bring it back to council. Do I have a motion? Comment?
I don't want all the credit tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Madam City Clerk, would you?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, so on to 17F.
That's me. This item is to introduce an ordinance to amend sections of Title II of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code to update terms of office, appointment, and responsibilities of City Commission. So the background of this is that City Council currently appoints members to 4-year terms for the city's 4 commissions, and that includes Civil Service Board, Parks and Rec, Planning Commission, and Public Works Commission. What we're trying to solve for today are that we have our city's commissions on different cycles, which has really just created some inefficiencies. The proposed term alignment is displayed on the chart below, and this will make everybody cycle in and cycle out at the same time, so that instead of having multiple staff reports and special meetings and all of the above, it's all done at one time. Why we're moving along and trying to get this wrapped up is because we are working with NetFile as our new system to manage our online commission applications, streamline the onboarding process, and all required reporting related to FPPC forms. The city clerk's office would like to launch this as soon as possible before the next recruitment cycle. We have heard a lot of just feedback from members of the public about, the difficulty with navigating our PDF application and having to email everything manually. So streamlining the ordinance will really just ensure a seamless transition onto the online platform. For Civil Service Board, this will mean ending their term about 15 days before their current term. And here I list out the current commissioners and their terms and what their new terms will be. Next, we have Parks and Rec, and we have no changes required here since they're currently ending on June 30th. Same with Planning Commission, no changes would be required. And for Public Works Commission, we would, an estimate of about 4 months, that we would shorten their terms so that they're all in alignment. The future recruitment cycle schedule is listed here, where we have approximately anywhere from 2 to 4 recruitments. In 2028, we would have 5. And so in addition to those updates to the municipal code, we're also just doing some cleanup work, removing references to the design review board, adding the 12-inch removal to the Public Works Commission responsibilities, which is already codified in other sections, and deleting the outdated provision prohibiting members from the Parks and Rec Commission, should they be a part of the Hermosa Beach Community Center Foundation Board, which is no longer in existence. So our recommended action is to introduce and waive first reading of the ordinance and to shorten the terms as listed to make them all aligned with the same end date. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Myra. That's a great report.
Thank you.
Questions of staff? None? Thank you. All right, then I'll open the public comment. Is there any public comment?
We do not have any virtual hands raised.
All right, close the public comment and back to council. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for staff recommendation.
All right, I'll second that. Madam City Clerk?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Number 18, future agenda items. Tentative future agenda items. Council comments and question. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am seeking support to have staff come back with an assessment of what it would take in terms of costs, staffing, and operational requirements for our police department to establish a more consistent, visible presence along the Strand, our beach, and in our parks. Basically, dedicated park officers focused on visibility, proactive engagement, education, and enforcement in our most heavily used public spaces.
I'll second that.
All right, we have two. Anything else?
I wanted to read a quick little.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. So there's two, so that's informational item.
Yeah, okay.
Future agenda, okay.
I just wanted to read a little note and then make a future agenda item. It's
Wait, regarding this, it's just an info only, no suggested action? I mean, if we get a third, could there be some
Could be.
recommended action, or?
Nope, right now it's
All right,
informational.
okay.
So this is from the manager of the Green Store. I am Lana Iswana. I'm currently running the Green Store and have been running the store for the last 9 years. I've met you on several occasions when you've came in and brought me bagels from your bakery. I'm writing you today to personally thank you for bringing up the topic of encroachment fees at the City Council meeting last Tuesday. I plan on writing your other colleagues to inform them and to refresh their memory on this topic. I spoke to Mike DeToy about this about a year ago when he came into the store, but I felt he didn't have any recollection of the encroachment fees. I want to thank you for your support and your stand on my position. Sincerely yours, Lana Iswana. And the reason I just sent you to this is the item I brought up last time about getting an informational item only about encroachment fees on the north and south end of town with relating to a couple businesses that have encroachment permits and are paying for those. And I just wanted to get a report back from staff, kind of comparing them to other areas of the city. And I was hoping I could get a second person to agree to that, to put that as an informational item to be brought back at the convenience of the staff.
I'm sorry, you're referring to the patio areas?
Correct.
Dining decks?
Correct.
And you think that the encroachment fees for the dining deck, let's say at north and south ends, you were talking about Mickey's, let's say?
Mickey's, the Green Store,
Green Store.
and there's probably a couple others.
So they're paying the same rate per square foot that they're paying on Pier Plaza, let's say?
Correct.
And Pier Avenue, for that fact?
Correct.
And you think that's too much?
Well, I just think that a lot of those don't actually have service on them. Like on Pure Plaza, for instance, it's waiter service and waitress services. So they really have a much higher per square foot gross sale. These places, buy food inside, you walk out and set it outside and eat it, and you're really not getting as many sales dollars per square foot. And so I just wanted staff to evaluate that and maybe come back with some ideas or a recommendation. And I just needed someone else to agree to that, and we could do that.
Oh, I think there's merit in that. I'll support that.
Thank
you. I'd like to have a look at it and a report and talk
So
about it.
look, just take a look at all the fees then regarding encroachments.
No, I don't want to do
No,
that.
not that big of a lift, just the
Well,
ones on the
but we
north
would
and south.
need information citywide to
I'll let them
figure out whether we're coming up
determine,
with anything,
I'll
right?
let, the staff has the direction, and I made the motion, and I got a second, so we're done with that one.
Unless you're interested in participating and make it an action item. That would be up to you.
No.
Okay, so we're good there, two there. Anything else? Anyone else? No? Okay, that's oh, I do have one. Just when you thought it was safe to park. So a few weeks ago, I brought this idea up of wanting to discuss a side issue of the Planning Commission decision, and I only wanted a discussion about parking. It came to my attention then, and it again comes to my attention with the builder's remedy, which I do not want to disturb. But there is a point to this, I guess, what I'm trying to get to. These buildings and every ADU that we approve of in the city do not have appropriate parking requirements. They're short of parking requirements, mostly because of state mandate laws. Okay, that's what we're supposed to do. We're doing it. They're building ADUs. If you have a garage, two-car garage and you decide you want to take the two-car garage out and make it an ADU, you can do that. You do not have to replace the two-car garage. So now your residence is 2 cars short. That ADU you put in there does not have any parking requirements, and it may have 1 or 2 spaces that should have been required. And so now there's another space or maybe 2 more spaces that are short on that particular property. So here's the question. We just spent hours discussing permits, parking permits for residents in Hermosa Beach. Should we issue a parking permit to someone who's just moving into a brand-new ADU when they did not provide parking in any way, shape, or form for that unit? Should they be allowed to get permits and park on the street? Same as the person next door who has parking or no parking and through no fault of their own? So that is my question. That's what I would like to discuss. What do we do about units that have no parking or substandard parking, and they're just they're not even, some of them haven't even been built yet. And when they are done, those folks that are going to live in them are going to come to us and say, I need a parking permit. Why are we issuing them a parking permit? They're living in a unit that never provided any parking in the first place. They had an opportunity to do that, but they chose to go by the state mandate rather than the city mandate.
So you're suggesting an action item to consider eliminating residents the ability to get a parking permit if they've moved into an ADU. Is that what you're suggesting?
Into the new units, yes.
New residents that move in.
All residents move in forever.
What about existing? Existing residents in an ADU or new ones?
I'm saying that we are now currently, we have been faced with a few of them. One was a condominium project down around on 2nd Street there. And they had residential, 2-unit residential, fine. Their parking was substandard, but it was okay. They added an ADU to that, no parking whatsoever. The neighborhood seemed to be concerned about whether or not that ADU was going to be used for commercial purposes, and then they would really be underparked because there would be no commercial parking. Well, that is the least of my worries. My point is that that's going to be a residential ADU, and the folks that move into it are going to want parking permits because they have no place to park. So we're kind of stepping on our own
Your proposal
feet.
is to exclude them.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what you're
or
doing.
discuss it somehow. I mean, we have to think about, can we do that?
Well, Rob, but what about developments that are forced to put an ADU in?
That are forced?
Yes, because say that you have right now, if you have a lot that's 4,000 feet and there's 6 units on it and you want to redevelop it, you have to build 6 doors.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of them are going to be ADUs, and
Right.
there's going to be no parking for those.
Right.
But you're forced to do that to redevelop your property.
Yeah,
So
well-
you want to punish those people by...
Punish them? I want to say, why are we giving you parking permits? People
So you're
are-
saying don't
Here we
redevelop.
are scrambling over, should you get 1 or 3 or 4?
So you
How many
wanna-
spaces do you have? How many cars do you have? And these folks build this thing, move into it, and then they just...
You want to exclude those addresses that are ADUs?
I want to discuss it, yes.
Yeah, that's what you want to discuss.
I certainly do. If it's even feasible to do such a thing.
I think it's a good idea if it's done on the purpose of just creating one and not being forced. If you're forced, I think that's not the same.
I would encourage a discussion with Allison, and then after talking with her, then bring it back, because, you would be bringing in people, the different variables here. An ADU, it might be something they rent out. At some point, they can sell it. So you might be preventing someone from getting a parking permit who had nothing to do with the actual building of it or choosing to make it. and you're going to not give them a parking permit. So
No, that's true, but the person who built it and is now renting it is making money off of it, and his tenant is going to get a parking permit.
but just to work through that more, though, I would suggest talking to Allison, bring it back if you're not happy with the answers
Okay.
given to her.
That's fine. I just want to open the discussion. I want to find out what the legal ramifications of that is. Like, for instance, the builder's remedy. I don't want to upset that at all. I think we are where we are, and I'm pleased to be there. But they have substandard parking in that building. So are those folks going to want parking permits, and should we give them? Yes, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, sir. So just to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking for, if a developer chooses to build whatever it is without sufficient parking, is the city therefore required to provide parking? Right?
That's
Can
parking
the
permits.
city?
Parking permit.
Parking permits, right. No, I got that.
And perhaps there should be a deed restriction on that.
Right.
Go ahead and build your units, okay, fine, we're not going to argue with you.
Right, yeah, you build a 4-story, whatever it is, and without sufficient parking, and that's part of the whole SB, what do you call it, 67, what is it?
SB 9,
SB 9.
10, or 12, or 50? Or
No, the one that you can build on the transits. 79.
Oh, 79.
SB 79, right? It's an SB. We don't have that here.
Yeah.
But something akin where there's no parking. So I guess the question is, and it's really a legal question, maybe we can discuss this offline and then decide whether we want to.
Right, I just
Try
want
to
the
come back.
discussion. I want to talk about it and get some information and find out.
Right,
Maybe it's illegal to even
So
do that.
Why don't we have a discussion with Allison and maybe our legal counsel and then see if we need to bring it out for a public discussion? Because I understand your question is, do we have to give parking if somebody chooses to build without?
Yeah,
So,
okay, all right, that's it then. City manager's report.
Wait, so
Oh,
that's
I'm sorry, do you have something else?
Yeah, I do. But that was an information item? Is that what's coming back on that, or?
No, we're not going to do
Checking
either of that. We're going to have a meeting with Allison
Oh,
and
okay,
discuss it,
fine.
and the city attorney probably.
Yeah, no action at this time.
Yeah,
Okay.
no action.
All right, thank you.
That's it?
Yep.
All right. City manager's report.
Thank you, Your Honor. You mentioned our Veterans Day ceremony earlier. This is just some housekeeping to let folks know that the City Hall and Community Center offices will be closed on Tuesday, November 11th in observance of Veterans Day. Street sweeping and PCH tow restrictions will not be enforced, but all other parking regulations will remain in effect. Trash collection will proceed as usual, and no construction work is allowed that day. Second item, park mobile issues now resolved. Yes and no, this report actually isn't correct. So I'll correct it as I go along here. City staff identified and replaced about 150 single-space park mobile parking meter stickers incorrectly. Okay, and in the downtown area that incorrectly show the locations other than Hermosa Beach where the money would be going to, subjecting or potentially subjecting those cars to citations. We're going to dismiss any citations that were issued to those cars. We have removed all these stickers from those parking meters. In a week's time, we'll get new stickers that point to Hermosa Beach. But in the meantime, those meters are still working, and you can pay for them with your credit card. You just can't use the mobile app to pay for them. So the parking meters are in effect. They are working. You can pay for them by credit card. You just can't use the mobile app until we replace the stickers. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Let's move on then to number 20, informational items. 2025 complimentary holiday parking program dates. So where we left that was that it's going to be 3 weeks, and we were leaving it up to the chamber to decide.
You asked staff, you directed staff, council directed staff to reach out to the chamber and get their feedback on what dates would work best for them. The chamber made the choice not to provide input on which dates were best because they prefer the 4 weeks rather than the 3 weeks. They did take a poll, though, of their members, and the ones that responded staff took that and also felt that the best days were the same days that the majority of those who responded favored, and that was December 3rd to December 24th. Staff, the goodness of the heart and the spirit, added the 25th. Council, of course, can reject it, but this is informational. So it's December 3rd through December 25th for the holiday parking based on the direction provided by council.
Okay. So that's it.
That's the informational item. There's no more to provide on that here.
Los Angeles County Fire and Ambulance Monthly Report.
Wait, I have a question on this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for providing the attachment of the correspondence from the chamber on this. The chamber did provide some initial foot traffic trends, sales track trends, stated that in fourth quarter, sales tax revenue is $312,000, in December estimated at $109,000. So I know that this was a split decision. I believe there was another council member that thought we could have additional data. The Chamber of Commerce did testify that she might be having even more data tomorrow when they meet, and so I would like to see if anyone else is interested in reconsidering an additional week as a future agenda item.
No.
Excuse me?
No.
Well, I'm just wondering if anyone is.
Yeah, and I'm saying I'm not. And this is just an information item anyway? We're not voting on anything? We're not
No,
gonna
I'm
change
asking
anything?
if there's any interest in it.
Excuse me, this is written in stone now. It's done. So there's no reason to discuss it or ask questions?
Mr. City Attorney, is it in order to request an additional agenda item regarding this issue?
You can make a motion to, yeah.
Okay.
You can make
So
that
I'm
motion, but
requesting-
you'd have to have
I need a motion.
you'd have to have a
I beg your
support.
pardon, sir, but we've gone through the agenda already, and we're far past additional future agenda items.
Mr. City Attorney has just indicated that it would be in order for me to request additional agenda item regarding this subject.
That would be nice. Now, about 10 minutes ago, that would have been all right, but we are not discussing
No.
future agenda items.
Mr. City Attorney, are you making a point of order that I cannot request an additional agenda item regarding?
Yes, because we're past that. I asked, is there any other information about agenda items?
We're
Any more
on this
future agenda
subject.
items? And you looked at me and said, no.
We're
Now,
on this because we're on this
Sorry, I'm not going to
subject
argue
right now.
this with you.
Mayor,
20 minutes to 12, and I'm not going to argue
I don't
some
care what time it is.
simple
Mr.
thing you
City
have.
Attorney,
Mayor, he's always entitled to make a motion. It's whether or not he's going to have anyone that supports it. So you have to have two other members that are going to support it. If not, the motion goes nowhere and it's done.
Yeah.
So, but he is entitled to make a motion.
Thank you.
There's no,
Well, then go ahead and make it.
I don't need to make a motion. If anyone else is interested, they can go ahead. Otherwise, we can adjourn. Thank you. Okay?
So you're not going to make a.
I don't need to
future
make a
agenda
motion.
item.
I'm just suggesting for a future agenda item.
All right, make it.
And if
make it-
if no one else is interested, then it's over and dead.
Make your
What
proposal.
I just did.
Is there any interest in this? No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned at 11:42.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes.